Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Emily Tandy, and I will be your MC for the opening ceremony. On behalf of Garuda HQ, I would like to formally welcome you to Garuda Hacks 2.0, HQ's annual premier hackathon. To start off, I would like to invite Rafael. Um, Actually, Brian is a bit busy right now and he can't make it. So, um, Unfortunately, we have to skip on the opening remarks from Brian, which is our who is our founder and managing director. We will just move on to the next part of the slide. Okay, so I will be substituting for Brian. So a little bit about Garuda Hacks. Our mission is that our mission is to create events that empower young people um, with the motivation and skills needed to create solutions for society's most pressing issues. We hold a lot of workshops, technical workshops. We hold a lot of startup-based workshops um, to introduce Indonesians to startup culture in Indonesia, and our goal is to hopefully initiate and inspire a lot of people to get into startup culture in Indonesia. And yeah, and our vision is we hope to create a community of future technology leaders and cultivate a culture of student entrepreneurship in Indonesia. Some of our past events that you probably may have heard is Garuda Hacks 1.0, which is our first hackathon, and we also had our Future Tech Leaders Fellowship program, where we had companies come in and recruit a lot of people who attended our event. Yeah. Okay, so about Garuda Hacks 2.0, we currently have 1,700 registrants in 18 different time zones and 52 different countries, which is amazing. We thank everyone for being able to register and attend our hackathon, and we hope to help you every step of the way. Please don't be shy to ask questions and email us. But yeah, we want to make this hackathon experience as beginner friendly and as accommodative as possible. So thank you so much for registering for this year's hackathon. So a little bit about our registrants. Um, we want to give like a warm welcome to all our participants wherever you are. And this hackathon is accumulation of our greatest, most creative minds, with participants from Harvard, Columbia, MIT, KCL, and IPB, to name a few. We would like to give a special thanks to our gold sponsors, Ticket.com and Sinbad. Without your help, this event would not have been possible. And we would also like to thank our other sponsors, Financier, Ajaib, Shopee, Icehouse, Delman.io, Ecosystem, Circle, Saweria.co, and TypeDream. Um, Before we move on, I would like to give a special shout out to my colleagues in Garuda HQ, my fellow directors, Brian, Angie, Jacqueline, and Axel, and our entire Garuda HQ team. Um, our tech team, our partnership team, our events team, our marketing team, our design team, and all those late nights and early mornings to bring Garuda Hacks 2.0. And without further ado, I would like to invite Ticket.com to give a short presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Emily. And I think it's good morning and good night for everyone. I'm Gerald from Tika.com. First and foremost, thank you for all the community for facilitating and organizing this inspiring event. And actually, especially for me, this opportunity to share a bit about Tika.com. So I think I would like to open this up with a story and want to tell you about story about Pak Joko. I think you can next the slide. Okay, so I believe everyone here don't know yet about Mr. Joko. Guys, actually, Mr. Joko every day works to accompany domestic and foreign tourists to enjoy the beauty of Mount Bromo, Indonesia, on his horse, right? Um, Mr. Joko actually might get 300 or 400,000 Indonesia rupiahs. I think it's like 20 to $30 USD, which is enough to feed his family, a wife and two children. But yes, we are agreed that the pandemic changed all aspect of life, right? And especially in tourism, his income was much reduced, and this problem is also felt by people whose life depend on tourism. Our friends that work in airlines, hotels, maybe people that were organizing a music concert like Heads in the Cloud back then. And next, as an Indonesian, I think I'm truly grateful. We have diverse food, culture, natural sites, and basically Indonesia has everything to become the best tourist destination in the world. And do you know that Indonesia is evaluated by UNESCO? We have the potential to become the number one, the first place uh, to visit in the world by UNESCO. But however, we still rank at number 45. The fact is, we still rank at number 45 in the world due to like public infrastructure, information technology, and level of local education in our hottest tourism spots. If you look at the graph, maybe you can next. The tourism industry contributes 6% of Indonesia GDP, guys. But if we compare it to our neighbor, it's still not that much, right? On the other hand, we have 10.5% of employees in Indonesia work in tourism-related industries, and one in five business in Indonesia is also tourism-related. This is, I think, this shows how big the opportunity for the tourism industry to excel and be the front line of Indonesia GDP. And actually, this opportunity, next slide. Okay, this opportunity has become the basis of ticket.com. Why actually we exist in Indonesia. Our mission is quite simple, is to build the most customer-centric technologies that can simplify the way people travel the world. The main idea is simple, is if more people get to travel more easily, to enjoy the beauty of Indonesia, the vision to make Indonesia a prosperous country by growing its tourism industry will be one step closer. So the more we contribute to our GDP, the faster we make Indonesia a prosperous nation, right? Okay, next slide. I think, yep, we are grateful that in 2019 it was named by the fastest growing OTA in the world, and currently we have 15 million users plus and still counting, from flight tickets, train tickets, hotels, homes in events, events and attractions, car rental or car transport. We try our best to provide all the travel essentials, and we proud that we are now servicing in 5 continents. And so the reason why we support this year's Garuda Hacks is we would like to invite you guys, all the passionate future founders, to at least come back home or come to Indonesia and help us to solve Indonesia problem. And we, together with you know other startups, are longing for those talents actually that want to help improve the nations for a better future. Yep, I think, I hope this could encourage you to build the best solution. Last from me, I think you can next slide. As ticket tradition, we always have a pantun or haiku to share. I think you guys from that Indonesian already similar, already familiar with these pantun things. So bear with me. I think you can say cakap cakap in the chat box, right? In the YouTube chat box. So here we go. Coffee brew with a don. Thank you and battle on. Good luck, everyone.
Thank you so much, Ticket, for the remarks. And next up, we have our next gold sponsor, Sinbad, to give a short presentation. Hi, Gerald. I think you're
Okay,
mute.
sorry.
Okay, so
Okay, thank
sorry.
you, Emily. Thank you. Good thing. So, thanks for having me. Hello, everyone. Hello, Garuda Hack team. It's an honor to be here and have the chance to speak a little bit to the hackers and the community. Um, Before I give you a few advice about hackathon, let me give you a few words about Simbad. So, Emily, as you have you ever wondered how your favorite product, such as I don't know, teh botol, sosro, or Indomie, reaches warung all across Indonesia? Well, this is crazy. Every single day in Indonesia, on behalf of local and international brands, you have hundred thousands of salesmen that take their motorbike to do 30 million kilometers and meet a million warung and toko to replenish stock. This is real, and I'm not giving you all the details. So this process is insane, right? It's really manual, it's very costly, it's repetitive, and it has a huge carbon footprint. So at Sinbad, we're solving this pain point. At Sinbad, we believe that the mobile digital transformation is a game changer for small businesses. At Sinbad, we have assembled a team of experts in FMCG, in logistic, in e-commerce, in technology, and we have built four products that help digitalize and simplify the relationship between small retailers, so Warung and Toko, and their suppliers. In technical terms, Simbad is a B2B, business to business, e commerce marketplace, mobile first, connecting Warung and Toko to trusted suppliers. So these are exciting times for us at Simbad. We are entering our growth phase. So we have lots of opportunity for internship and full-time position, for tech position, non-tech position. We also have a management training program starting next year, early next year, where you guys can join an intensive program where you will be rotating between different teams and departments and learn a lot of things, do the right thing, and become the leader of our company. So, by the way, we are a startup, right? We just reached 150 people. We've been growing 2x every 6 months. So you got to be ready to get your hands dirty and to do the right thing for our users. So, in short, if you want to be a part of the digital revolution of Indonesian economy, if you want to help retailers and community to thrive with this digital era, if you want to learn how to bring a startup from 0 to 1, Simbad is the response for you. So thanks for hearing my description of Simbad. You can find more information on LinkedIn or on simbad.co.id. You can even connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm happy for that. So now about Garuda Hack. Why did we partnership with Garuda Hack? Well, 15 years ago, I was like you guys, hacker. I was a student, and I had the chance at school to do quite a few hackathon for business competition, hackathon for MVP and business plan building, and hackathon for coding robot in action script, so old school, fighting on a battlefield. So these are exciting opportunities that I think everyone needs to go through. This is challenging, this is enriching, and this is enlightening. Challenging because between 24, 36 hours, everyone is on fire. Your brains and everyone's brains is on ebullition. Everything is possible. Enriching because you learn about yourself, what you're capable of doing, what you're not. Enlightening because you learn about others. Great friendship can learn out of hackathons. So what is my humble piece of advice? I have 5 for you guys. So number 1 is simplicity. Build something simple. It's extremely hard to make things simple, but this is a key to success. Number 2 is adopt the spatial force mindset. Build your team, distribute the roles, make a plan, distribute the task, and execute, trust each other. Number 3, commit to regular checkpoints every hour, every 2 hours, 1, 2, 3 minutes. This is a key to make progress. This is not a TikTok marathon, so be careful. Number 4, the objective is delivery, right? So it's better to deliver something 80% done than 100% nothing. No, don't forget about it. And number 5, have fun. So thanks again for having me. It was a pleasure to have a few words with the community. Thanks, Garuda Hack organizers. And my name is Jab. I'm co-founder and COO at Simbad.
Thank you so much, Jab. And also remember that if you guys want the contacts of any of our sponsors, you can head over to our Discord channel, or you can always send us an email if there's anyone in particular you want to get in contact with. We can give you their LinkedIn, we can give you their contacts, their emails. So yeah, feel free to reach out if you want to get into contact with anybody. And yeah, and so we would also like to finally, we would also like to invite Financier, um, take the stage.
Hi everyone, my name is Elizabeth. I'm from the People's team at Financier. Thank you, Garda HQ, for hosting and providing this amazing opportunity. But first of all, I would like to share my screen first. Okay, okay, can you hear me now? Okay, so yeah, we're open for the internship program, but before that, a little bit background of us is that we're the leading open finance platform for Southeast Asia. Open finance is built upon the principle of open banking. The principle of an open banking itself, it gives the people the power to access their data securely. And by open finance, people can aggregate their financial data and leverage them access better financial services. So these are the people that I work with. They're great people. They founded and leading the company. They have a very highly relevant experience and expertise in the financial industry. Expertise that are required in order to build this platform. Especially, this is not something that has been done yet, particularly in Southeast Asia. And we are also proudly supported by amazing investors and advisors. They believe at our vision, at our mission, and most importantly, they believe at our people. And this has been one of our milestones as well. So yeah, this is a sneak peek of the team. We are consists of diverse background with special differences, and at Financier we embrace everyone. We believe that every milestone that we have achieved is not because of the merits just a few, but it's every single person's effort that counts as well. This is a picture from our soft opening office in Jakarta. And then this is the fun part. We like to have fun while working, just being flexible and casual. You can work everywhere you want. You can see our friends working from Bali. That's very fun. And then during this pandemic, we know that it's quite difficult to communicate, whereas you work remotely, right? So we have free lunches every week. We get together on a virtual lunch, and we just talk about everything, our hobbies, about anything but work. So it's very refreshing. And my favorites is the Financier Wellness Day. It's an opportunity for you to press the break, to just press the pause button basically, just to refresh and get back stronger to work. And it's been fun working at Financier. And also, like, we have achieved those great things because we never settle for less. We always aim to do the right thing the right way, because as long as we try, we always have the opportunity to win. And by this chance, we're opening an internship program, especially for the product roles, data engineer internship, and also the software engineering internship. We're looking for fresh graduates or MBA background, just basically an individual that loves to learn, that have passion, strong passion to learn, that wants to grow with Financier, of course. And the duration of the internship will be a minimum of 3 months. And during those time, you will have the opportunity to be hands-on with your work, to be able to learn from the best. And you can work anywhere, you can adjust your schedule accordingly, because we definitely don't want to disturb your study, of course. It's pretty easy for you to apply to our company. For more details, requirements, responsibilities, you can access to our link, our career page. jobs.laffer.co/financier. All the details are there, or you can personally add my LinkedIn and our webpage. And then you will invited with the people team. First round interview will be with the people team, and then the second round interview will be with our user. And that's it. Welcome to the team. I guess we're looking forward to have you to the team. Have fun with your hackathon, and good luck, guys. Best of luck.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And that's it from our sponsors today. We are also currently in partnership with Major League Hacking. So, Major League Hacking, um, we welcome you. We're going, yeah, sorry. But yeah, Major League Hacking is going to give a few short remarks and leave some question and answers in the comments. We're open to taking question and answers. Questions if you guys have any. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emily. This has been great. I can see that you all are super excited to have some incredible sponsors with you this weekend, which is amazing. Absolutely love the enthusiasm in the chat. So, hello, hackers. Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? So, this is going to be a very interactive segment now. Just mention that in the comment section. How do you feel about this hackathon? Welcome to Garuda Hacks 2.0. Thanks for joining us live for the opening ceremony, by the way. It's been great. Major League Hacking is super stoked to be here. I hope you all are excited too. I know I am, as you can clearly see. So let's kick off this opening ceremony with amazing zeal and excitement. We'll talk about the resources we bring to you, the awesome prizes we have in store, and of course, let me remind you all, we're all here to have fun and build something awesome this weekend. So without much ado, let's get started. All right. Quickly, let's go over introductions, folks. Let's do that. Let me know where you're joining in from, your name, and like where you're tuning in from this weekend. And I'll go over a little bit of my introductions, right? My name is Sashrika, and I'm a coach at Major League Hacking. I work as a software engineer at Microsoft, and I've been helping organizers at about 39 hackathons now. I'm really excited to see all the amazing projects that you're going to create this weekend. You can follow me on Twitter, and you can follow Major League Hacking for all the updates as well. We'll be active on socials throughout the weekend, and I'll be active on Discord with Ashika. She's also another one of our amazing coaches from Major League Hacking. Please say hi to us on Discord. I'm pretty like you'll know we're nice people, all right? So keep an eye out for all the interesting updates and everything that's gonna come for you, right? Just keep an eye out on for that. So I can see that you all are super excited from the comment section. So welcome everyone. All right, let's go over the ton of things that we bring in store for you, right? There's so much that I'm going to discuss with you all, and information like there would be a button of information, of course. So, information on event resources and everything else would be there. Anything that you need this weekend is on this link. So, just if you want to keep something handy, keep this link handy hack.mlh.io. Information on event resources, prizes, anything else that you want. If you want to just, spice up your hacks a little bit, all things are available on this link. So just check this out. It might seem overwhelming at first, and to make it easier, this is like a cheat sheet we've created for you all this weekend. So don't worry if you missed out something. You can always visit this great cheat sheet, or you can reach out to us on Discord in our channel, and then we'll be happy to assist you with that. All right. So now that you know about the awesome resource, let's talk about the resources we have for you, right? You can connect with other hackers on the Discord server, the link that was just mentioned. If you're not already on Garuda Hacks Discord, just go ahead and visit that link, and you can just get started and join us for a fun weekend. So let's talk about Major League Hacking. Let's back up a bit and talk about Major League Hacking first, if you don't know what it is, and let's go over that in a minute. All right, Major League Hacking is a global hacker community. It's our mission to empower hackers just like you all. We have events from US, Europe, and we're now rapidly expanding in the APAC region. If you want to know about our hackathons around the world, visit mls.io/events and you can find all the information about the upcoming events. mls.io/events is a great tool for you to check out what's happening around the world in terms of hackathons. And if you want to participate, we have a hackathon each weekend in our community Discord too. Now, the hackers at our event are a part of a larger community, And by being a part of an MLH hackathon, you're part of this incredible community of hackers. The next slide would show you that you're a part of 135,000 hackers just like you. Just to give you an idea, we're looking at 250 member events worldwide, give or take, and these incredible community of hackers who you are also now a part of. So you ask, what does this mean for you? Sashrika, I am a part of such a big community. What do I get out of it, right? I mean, I'm helping out, that's good, but what do I get out of it? So by being at one of these Major League Hacking events, you earn points for your school. So in your next slide, you'll see that you're earning points for your school in our season-long contest and rankings. If you want more points, be sure to attend our other member events, local hack day workshops, our first party hackathons, our local host workshops, and other live streams and other events, right? So keep an eye out for everything Major League Hacking, and you can win community points, more community points for your season rankings. All right. Next up, we also have another interesting update for you all. If you're looking for a remote professional development program, we have the MLH Fellowship with us for aspiring software engineers. So if you want to pursue a career in software engineering, production engineering, or open source, want to contribute to open source a bit, Fellowship is now accepting applications for 2022. So just go ahead and apply for our spring semester. You can check out more at fellowship.mlh.io. And if you have any questions, you can reach out to admissions@fellowship.mlh.io. Projects built at events can be showcased in the application process. So quick tip, anything that you build at Garuda Hacks can be your in for MLH Fellowship. Also, big announcement time coming up next. We have local hack day build registrations, and they are open now. So if you're not sure what local hack day is, let me share a little bit about that. It's a week-long event where we basically embark you on a journey of creation and exploration. So local hack day build has everything you need from technical live streams, workshops, mini events, having fun with the community in general, and basically to prepare you to conquer projects both big and small as you expand your network skill set and hacker portfolio with us. So head over to lsg.mlh.io and you can join us on the fun. And as I mentioned, don't worry if you miss any information out. You can always go to hack.mlh.io, and I'll come over that in just a quick second. So we're onto the fun part. We're going to discuss what we're going to do this weekend, and you can always, as I mentioned, visit hack.mlh.io for any information that you miss out. Now, welcome to Garuda Hacks. As I mentioned, your destination to build something incredible. We're here to help you bring out the best ideas for your projects and create something innovative, awesome, something out of the box. So to help you this weekend, we've got amazing resources and tools that you can use. Hang in there. I'll go over them one by one, but just FYI, if you miss something, you know where to go. All right. So first off, we'll take a break from this monotonous routine of hacking and working on different projects. You can join Major League Hacking for a fun game of werewolf. Now this, by far, hands down, is my favorite mini event. It's an event with an amazing storyline. Now imagine you're a villager, right? And you're attacked by werewolves. Do you have it in you to fight back and save your village? Yes, that is what this event is about. We'll be doing a role play storytelling event, an amazing one. I'll go over the rules if you haven't played this event before. So just come join us at 3:30 p.m. IST today, and stay tuned for updates in the announcement channel, right? Just a quick update because it's not there on the screen. 3:30 p.m. is an IST time zone. Please convert it to your time zone and then join us accordingly. Great. Now, gifts, gifts, gifts. There's so much more in store. Let's go over to the next slide, and I'm going to show you how you can grab a beautiful limited edition 2022 season mascot tee. Our great mascot for this year is Frankie, the file system ferret, if you already know. So while supplies last, we're giving out Capital One t-shirts to everyone. So anyone who attends MLH member events is eligible to win a hackathon t-shirt from our site. So make sure your address is up to date during registration and check-in, and you will receive our swag shortly delivered to your homes. Great. Now we also have one amazing interesting thing in store for you. So are you ready for this? We also have our fun Draw an Octocat, Win an Octocat challenge. And if you're not familiar with this, let me just tell you what this is. So GitHub has done this given this great opportunity for you to just be innovative with Octocat. So all you need to do is doodle an Octocat in the favorite format of your choice and tweet it with @GitHub Education, @MLHacks, using the hashtag myoctocat and another hashtag GurHack. So make sure you do these 4 things right before you make a tweet. So just create something in your own format. This can be a digital version of it. This can be a drawing. This can be anything else. Like use your creative head right there and tweet an entry by tagging GitHub Education ML Hacks. Use the hashtag myoctocat and a hashtag GurHacks. Yes, and guess what? You get a chance to win the Octocat figure, Octocat plush toy, and 37 GitHub stickers. So isn't that amazing, right? Gifts, gifts, and more gifts. Next up, we also have a GitHub student developer pack, which will provide you with the right tools to make the best out of this hackathon. This is a great tool for beginners and students. So everyone in the comment section, who is attending Gur Hacks for the first time or who is at their first hackathon this time? Like beginners, give me a shout out in the comment section, everyone. And as I said before, we've got, like, while you do that, we've got tons and tons of resources for you. Everything you need from MLH is at hack.mlh.io. Next link in the next slide. So what are the resources that I'm talking about here? Let's go over that quickly. We have some amazing sponsors from our end, which will help you out. And let's go over that one by one. All right. So first up, we have Twilio with us. And isn't this exciting? Twilio is an amazing sponsor. I love it, and they sponsor the most creative use of Twilio prize category that we bring for you. The prize is, of course, Game Go console and a swag box, including socks, stickers, and scrunchies. It's amazing. You can use any Twilio API to build a hack for a chance to win this prize category. Absolutely no other additional information needed, no credit card or stuff like that. You can just go ahead, get started at the link mentioned on the screen. So note that down, and you can get a $50 trial offer from our side. So just sign up for a new account using this link and build a hack with our Twilio API. It's very interesting, very easy to get started. If you have any doubts, you know where to reach us. We also have Linode with us in the next slide. And Linode allows you to accelerate innovation with simple, affordable, accessible Linux cloud solutions. So if you want to use cloud solutions this weekend, Linode is your go-to option. You can host a static website, set up a server, host a custom domain name if you want, and the possibilities are endless. You can do so much more. So if you do that, you'll get a chance to win our best use of Linode Cloud. And what do you win is a Raspberry Pi 4 starter kit. You can get $100 in free credits to get started on Linode. So the link is up on screen. Go to hackp.ac/Linode and get started. That's not all. I have another interesting update in store for you. You can also sign up and get a free .co, .biz, .us, .study, and .courses domain name. Poof, that was so much. You can apply for any of these domain names for exactly a year. You also get an access to a drag and drop website by GoDaddy registry. GoDaddy is registry is an incredible sponsor that we have this weekend for you. No credit card needed for this as well. You can get the free domain name and website builder for GoDaddy registry today. And all you need to do is head over to this link, tech.study, and the weekend code. This is an important one. Note this down. The weekend code for this one is MLHGRD21. Garuda Hacks, we have this special unique code for you all. So use this promo code, and then you can also apply for a price category that GoDaddy is sponsoring. So GoDaddy has the best domain name from GoDaddy registry being sponsored. So if you go ahead and register for this one, the price is for APAC hackers only. So you all can register for this and apply for our category. All right, next up, we also have Auth-O. Right, I know the spoiler came in a little bit first, like as the slide changed, but no worries. Now you know we have another great sponsor with us, which is Auth-O is in Auth-O this weekend. So Auth-O is an authentication and authorization as a service platform, right? If you're not familiar with this, check out their link and then just go over those documents a bit. We're always here to help you out with that one. But what you can do here is implement an authenticated sign-in process to your hack without spending hours of coding, which was earlier a big hassle for everyone. So I mean, I'm not gonna lie, my first hack I worked on the authentication part of it for so long. I mean, it just took most of my hacker time. And this is a great solution to it all. You can just go ahead with their sign-in process, host your own data, or like you don't have to host your own database, spend hours of coding. Just go ahead, get started. Auth-O is offering a free sign-up. So you can go ahead, check this link out, and win amazing swag. So there's also a prize category for this one, which is best use of auto, and you can win a camelback tumbler, a Rubik's Cube, and stickers, of course. The prizes, prizes, and more prizes. Aren't you all excited, everyone? Now, projects can use any Auto API is available after signing up for Auto. So if you want, please go ahead and check it out and get started with it. All right. So who, as I mentioned, who all are attending the hackathons for the first time? I can see great folks who are joining in the comment section, and they're mentioning that they're here for the first time. So welcome everyone. We welcome you to the hacker community. It's an amazing place to be in. Get started, have some interesting hacks, make new friends, network with a lot of people. There are great tips shared by some amazing sponsors who just were here before me. So, well, you're in luck. We have something else in store for you as well. In the next slide, what you'll see is we have our hackathon starter kits with tons of resources to get you a seamless head start for your first hack. So if you're starting up for the first time, just visit hackp.ac/learn and you can get started. There are incredible resources, documents, startup guides, and like basically anything that you need to get started this weekend, we've got you well equipped. So just go ahead, check that out. If you're stuck somewhere, please don't hesitate to reach out to either me or Ershika. We are active throughout the weekend, and we will make sure that you have a great experience at Garuda Hacks. We want you to have fun, but we also want you to learn and grow in your skills. That's what you're here for. So just go ahead, check it out. And if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the comment section or reach out to us on Discord. Roof. Now we covered a lot of things, right? So let's go over them, like do a quick recap in the next slide, see what prizes you have finally. If you have not taken any screenshots up until now, this is the slide that you need, or you can always visit to garudahacksdevpost.com. All of these prizes are mentioned there. What you all win, what you need to do, everything is mentioned there. So the links are also updated. Just go ahead and visit all of these links, right? So you have GitHub AutoCAD drawing, you have AutoCAD figurine, AutoCAD plushie 37 stickers, domain name, hack from home kit. You have the best use of Auto, exclusive Auto swag made for MLH, and then the best use of Lino Cloud and the most creative use of Twilio as well. So these are some amazing prizes we have for this weekend. You can always find them on DevPost if you miss them out. But I'm particularly excited to see what you create this weekend with all of these prize categories, right? So it's an MLH hackathon, and it's about swags and gifts and so much more. So in the next slide, what you'll see is everyone who demos will get an I demo sticker. This is a personalized I demo sticker for Garuda Hacks. So show off your hack and earn yours now. Everyone who demos and makes submission on DevPost this weekend is getting this sticker. So isn't that amazing? I encourage you all to show up and demo your hacks. Whatever you've created this weekend, don't worry about it being incomplete, not up to mark. You'll be surprised to know that the hack that you've created, worked on for 36 hours and then submitted, you'll be surprised to know how amazing it is and how it'll boost your confidence at the end of the weekend if you submitted something, right? So don't worry if you created a very simple project that has like imagination has no bounds. Just submit them, add a future scope there, and you can get an iDemo ticket for all your efforts too. Now, next up, we also have an interesting tool with us, which is the Career Lab, which is designed for hackers. If you're looking for jobs, if you're looking for internships or anything specific, we have a couple of companies who are waiting to recruit hackers. So you can always visit our career website, our Career Lab, and then get started on the interview process. There's some amazing tools to help you get prepared for those interviews. You can also check those out. All right, that was some amazing information that we covered. We covered so much. So let's move on to something a little more serious. Everyone, you there with me? Still there? All right. Can we move on to the next slide? Great. So as I mentioned, so much information and so many things that we covered, but on a very serious tone. MLH hackathons are a safe space for everyone. By being at this event, you're agreeing to the code of conduct. Organizers, sponsors, everyone a part of this. So everyone, you should definitely read it. It's mlh.io/code of conduct. Please read it out. Be respectful, please. Harassment, abuse of any kind are not tolerated at an MLH hackathon. At digital events specifically, it's important to remember that there's a human on the other side of the screen. Boundaries do exist. Be mindful of connecting with people online and with their social profiles without permission. So folks aren't ignoring you if they are not replying immediately. All right, just a quick heads up. Give them a little time to get back to your questions and messages. We're all in a digital environment. We're all in a virtual setup, and slowly moving to a hybrid space. So it's important for us to get be mindful and get an idea about how things work, how we can be respectful of each other's boundaries, and have a great time at it. So if you have any questions and issues, if you have any problem during the course of the event, don't worry. Please see someone. You can reach out to us. I'm there. You can reach out to Ashika. She's also there in the Discord server. We want you to have an amazing time. If you are not comfortable seeing someone, you can use the phone number and the incident's email ID. We have a dedicated team here for you to help you out. So if you face any issues during the course of the hackathon, don't hesitate. You can call this number, you can drop an email here, and we'll get back to you. We'll connect you with the right person. And we want you to feel safe. We want you to have an amazing time. And we want you to build something amazing at the end of this weekend. All right. So I hope you all have an interesting time at Garuda Hacks. And once again, we want to give a thanks to all our partners. You can see we have some amazing prizes in store for you. So we want to thank all our partners for to help us equip us to help you out a little bit better. And yeah, I think that is all. Once again, a big thanks to all our partners. Big thank you to the organizing team for organizing such an amazing event and bring together all of these resources for you. So make use of it, have fun, and happy hacking, friends.
Thank you, MLH. It has been a pleasure working together with you and all our other sponsors. We have also, aside from the GitHub Student Starter Pack, we also have provided a variety of toolkits for you to use. Next slide, please. We have partnered with these companies to bring you toolkits for you to help out with your hackathon. Next slide. You get 90 days of free access to Balsamic Cloud. You get free access to .xyz website domains. You get 1 month of free access to Eco3D Business. You get 1 month of free access to Wolfram One Stack. You get 1 month of access to Type Dream Free. You get 1 year of access to 1Password families, and you get 1 month of free access to CodeDam. For more information, you can check the hashtag perks channel in Discord. For more information, you can check the hashtag perks channel in Discord. This year, our hackathon is centered around three themes. It would be sustainability, economic opportunity, and small businesses. We hope that you've been tuning in to our 3-day pre-event series because our social impact talks will give you valuable insight to tackling these issues and crafting your applications. If you want to rewatch the speaker series, check out the link below or check out our YouTube channel and it should all be there. We have speaker series like day 1, day 2, day 3, all on different workshops, and we also have different company talks. That is also a little insight as to what you should be expecting today, as well as tomorrow. And as a reminder, please don't forget to join our Discord server. Our Discord server. The link is on the screen, but we can also drop it in the comments. And also sign up for dev post. Follow us on our Instagram at Garuda Hacks and subscribe to our YouTube channel. And here's the full event rundown. We have recruiting talks from companies. We get coding crash courses from industry experts, and we get expert advice from CEOs and VCs. For our full event schedule, like for an hourly schedule, we have the link over there. You should be able to find the link in your emails as well. And you will also be able to find the schedule, I'm pretty sure, on Discord. We update it regularly, so check back your emails and Discord for any updates. That will be our main point of um, that will be our main point of communication. And some important deadlines to remember. You have to submit your project on DevPost by the 21st of November 2021 at 11 p.m. WIB. Um, and the requirements are you need a GitHub repository and you need a video pitch. And lastly, the closing ceremony will be held on 9 p.m. 23 November 2021. That is where winners and prizes will be announced. With that being said, that concludes our opening ceremony for today. Good luck, and you may start your projects. And if you have any questions, please drop them in the comments and we can have our speakers um, answer them, or we could answer them. If you still have additional questions that we cannot get to, please make sure to write them in the Discord. We will definitely get back to you. Email, Discord, anything's fine. We will definitely get back to you. So thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Sherilyn and I will be taking over as your MC for the next few talks. Our first company talk of the day is by William and Pradita Utama from Sinbad, a startup focusing on building a platform on which retailers and merchants can place orders directly to manufacturers and distributors to maximize supply chain efficiency through technology. So William here is the lead software engineer, while Pradita is the senior engineering manager at Sinbad. Thank you for being here today. Before I pass this on to our speakers, I just wanted to quickly remind everyone to post their questions on the chat box for the Q&A session at the end of the talk. So without further ado, please take it away to our speakers.
Hi, thank you, Charlene. Good morning, everybody. I'm Pradita Utama. You can call me Didit. And here's my college, William. He's engineering lead at Sinbad. I'm an engineering manager at Sinbad. In last Thursday, Sinbad already present or introduced what is Sinbad, and one of my colleagues, Jack Apondan, already told how's the culture, how's the engineering development in Sinbad. So today, me and William will share a little bit technical about unit testing, but not too deep. Uh, Basically, you can learn it from another sources like YouTube or everything. But me and William will share and demonstrate how we test the code in Sinbad. Yeah. Before that, maybe William will say anything about you, your job.
Okay, hi guys. My name is William. I am a lead software engineering in Sinbad. Yeah, usually I will lead my team to solve a certain case which is provided from the product teams. Yeah, I think that's all.
Yeah, thank you, William. The slide will be shared. Will be shared by William, and we are given around 1 hour time. Maybe this will be short presentation, and William will do the live coding or live demo for the unit testing. Thank you. Go ahead, William.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Sherlyn and Pradita, to to start the session. Uh, okay. So our session is related about how to deliver a testable solution, in which we will cover about unit testing. I think unit testing is important part when we create a product, because we need to make sure our code is work in the server. Okay. Okay. So what is a unit testing? Unit testing is a method that instantiates a small part of our code and verifies its behavior independently from other parts of the project. Unit testing, uh, in words of unit testing, let's focus on the unit. When we code, it is should be is our function. So in unit testing, we split into unit testing and integration testing, which is in the unit testing pyramid. Of course, in the unit testing, it will contain a lot of tests because it will validate all of our code, our validation when we put in the function. While integration test will have lesser code, usually it will cover higher level function. Maybe if you're familiar with MVC, it should be on your controllers. And for the end-to-end testing, usually it will serve as final testing. It could happen in the application or web platform. We could use automated testing tools such as Selenium, Robot Framework, and others. Okay, so the benefit of unit testing, it should help your code to be loosely coupled. Your code will be less coupled, and it will be simpler, much simpler, which is lead to cleaner codes, and we will have some reusable APIs or functions, and it will serve as our documentation, and also make our code easier to maintain, because yeah, we have documentation in code. Okay. So the principle of unit testing, it should be fast, failing fast, success fast, yeah, because we don't need uh, to wait a lot of time. And then it should be isolated. It should be focused on your function. And yeah, again, it will be reusable. Yes, I think it's, yeah, okay. And then it will self-validating the code, and it should be timely. Okay. So of course, if we want to have a testable code, so we will need to know about untestable code characteristic. The first is tightly coupled. When your code is tightly coupled, it will be hard uh, to test your code. And when you have some non-deterministic hidden input, such as some random things, or maybe some dead value in your function, sometimes it will be hard to do the test. Okay. And then the unit testing metrics, of course, is all about code coverage. The target should be higher. Maybe sometimes people will have to more than will have targeted more than 70%. And yeah, the test should be passed. If not passed, it will block your deployment, I think. Okay, yeah, the other unit testing is the test duration, psychometric complexity, build quality, test execution coverage, requirement coverage, person defects by priority, defect rate, yeah, and others. So I think you could read it here. Okay, yeah. If we talk about unit testing, it will lead to test-driven development. So what the difference? In test-driven development, we will have three phases. Uh, we create the precise test, we correcting the code, and we refactor the code, as something like this one. And test-driven development, the difference between the traditional unit testing, we will have the code, the test written first. Okay, and yeah, so we have some pro and cons using TDD. The pro is we will force it uh, to be modular, to be more modular, and then it will force to be to a good architecture, and then it will document our code better and then make our code easier to maintain and refactor. Of course, make collaboration easier and more efficient if we working in a team. And then refactoring of code becomes, yeah, of course, easier and faster, and it helps prevent defects. And the cons, the test suite itself has to be maintained. When we don't maintain it, I think it will lead to some broken code, and the test may hard to write. Initially, it will slow your development time, and like any programming, there is a big difference between doing it and doing it well. Unit testing is something the whole team has to buy into, so everyone should doing it. If not, sometimes it will break your code, and it is a challenge to learn and hard to apply to existing legacy code. Okay, and next, yeah, we will have a demo. Okay, my demo is a simple thing. I think you know all about fish based issue. So we will show fish if the number is a factor of 3, and we will show bass if the number is a factor of 5. And we will show fish bass if the number is 3 and 5, and show the number if not qualify the other condition. Okay, so I will use the demo in Node.js. I have prepared the packaging, and I have installed JS as the tools for unit testing. So of course, we will need to write the test first. Okay. Okay. So we will have a spec.js, and we will have I will create one more for the solution one. Okay. So in this test case, we will try to yeah, of course, we need to define. So we describe. No. Okay. This bus solution. Okay. And then we will put the case that we want to solve. So we will just copy the requirement and just put it into it. Sorry for the auto correct. And yeah, let's put the sample. We will have 9 here. Okay, so we need to have the function, of course. So solution 9. And then we need to import the code. File from the index.js. Okay, and then we will expect the result. Sorry for the we don't need it to be this. Okay, and then when we run it, of course it will fail. Okay, so we need to define the function here, the solution. So we will create exports the solution here. And it will be fail again because it return false instead of fish. So just make the code like this one. If n modular is module 3 will return the fish one. Okay, and the first case it will solve. Okay, and then we will solve the second case. So yeah, simple, just copy and paste. So it will be factor of 5. So the sample will be 10. So we will show best here. Okay. Okay, and then it will yeah, give you the false again. So we need to fix our code, of course. And we put here. Okay. Okay, this is correct. And then the third case, we will show fish bus if the number is factor of 3 and 5. So the example will be 15. So we will require fish bus. Okay. It will be it's an error, something like this. So we need to put the code. So usually people will put the code like this one. Maybe some of you are already expert, but yeah, just put like this one. It will keep return fish, not fish bus. So we will know it should be going to the top. Okay, and then we put the last case before we go to the main solution. Okay, show number if number is not a factor of 3 and 5, e.g. it is will be 4. So okay, in here we got false. Yeah, because I just written false here. We could return n here. Okay, that's it. That's the case, and that's the case. And we what we need to do, the last one, just make it just make the main function. Okay. Uh, and we will have the loop for let e equal 1, and then e equals then n, and e plus plus. Okay, and then just console log the solution, and we just run the code. Sorry, I need to call it. Oops. Ah, okay. Miss. Oh, sorry. It should be the I. My bad. Okay, that's it. My demo, I think. If you have any, if you have any questions, please, yeah, please send the questions.
Yeah. Thank you, William. So for all hackers, if you have any question, just type on the comment section. Me and William will try to answer the question. So maybe we can discuss, William.
Yeah.
What's is it important to do unit testing?
Yes, of course, it is important, very important, because if you don't do the unit testing, when your product is growing bigger and bigger, and let's say we will have 100 of teams maybe. So if we don't have any unit testing, the documentation will be hard. You need to learn from the other 100 teams. It will be hard, right?
Yeah. right here in machine, but we do the end-to-end testing and the developer doing the unit testing also. But uh, we can say that we not what we still don't achieve 100% coverage because we still ongoing to improve our engineering flow and testing culture also. But I think me as a engineering manager can say that we are on the right track to do the better releases and better products.
Mhm.
Now, maybe William, there is a question that how often do you do this testing? Yeah, we do the testing before the uh, development the deployment process because we have uh, every pipeline run there is a testing stages.
Yeah, to add, I think when you develop your code or your product, yeah, you need to do the testing. If not, yeah, the code could be broken when we have deployment, and it
Yeah,
won't be deployed.
yeah, it will not be deployed, and we can have the delay for the business. Yeah, but because some uh, but we must do the testing.
Yeah.
But the best part in Sinbad that uh, the founder told us that if the product is not ready yet or not testing or not tested yet, and we are not sure to release, we can delay the releases. Uh, because the stability and the quality is more important than the fast deployment. I think maybe it answer the question from Jacqueline. Any other question for us? Okay, from Jacqueline, do you also do the integration testing after the unit? Yeah, yeah, we do. We always do because it it is part of our, we can say it's our SLP. We if we didn't do the if we don't do the integration test, the product will not be released. Yeah. Actually, the other engineering manager, the Jaka Pondan, JP, is he's the he has a responsibility to accept the test because his team will do the integration test. Yeah.
Yeah, I think when we do the unit testing, we will have a lot of function because we need to the unit test to be isolated. So we need to be focused on the function. So we will have other function to be mocked. So that's why the integration testing still important to do.
Yeah. Oh, it's the interesting question. Maybe William will answer the question from Sherilyn. Ask Shirley.
Okay. Uh, what um, what inspired me to pursue software engineering? Somehow, to be honest, software engineering for me just a job. It's not a hobby for me. It's not like it's not my life. So uh, to be honest, my first apa, my first dream is to be uh, the real engineer, the building engineer. Yeah, something like architect like that. But so for me, is software engineering only a career for me, only a job to, yeah, to feed my family. That's all.
Yeah, I hope it answers your question, Charlene. But for me, the what inspired you to pursuit of engineering? Uh, when I was in high school, I always wants I wanted to be a game developer. So I applied for the informatics technology for the college to learn programming. Yeah, despite of until now I never built a game, but I think uh, so engineering will help our life to do much to do a better life. Let's say that some say engineer is a lazy person, but in the positive way, yeah, we can do like today. William talked about unit testing. What if we we test 100 or 1,000 APIs? Should we do manually or should we do automatically? I think uh, engineering and software engineering will help that problem. Yeah, maybe William can answer another question.
Okay, so others. Okay, maybe let's answer from the Hans Sebastian Mulyawan first. Have you both personally joined a hackathon before? Um, I myself never joined the hackathon, but previously I love to solve the HCM solution, or maybe I don't know what we call it HCM today. I forgot. Same is like a coding competition. Okay, and yeah, how about you, Mas Pradit? Do you
Heck,
ever join the hackathon?
I once, yeah, I had joined hackathon maybe 5 or 6 years ago as part of the backend. We do a simple, I forget the project, but it's related to the fintech solution, financial.
Mhm.
Yeah, but back then in uh, hackathon usually uh, held on the weekend. Uh, me and other friend came to the venue with the product is already done. So we submit the application that we already done around 80 or 90%. So on the weekend we also and the Friday night and the Saturday night, me and Tim just playing a game at the hackathon venue.
Oh, I ever joined in IKTA in 2010. I don't know if it's considered as a hackathon. Yeah. Okay, and then next questions is from Barely. For front end, how often do you do unit testing? Okay, so in my personal opinion, both backend and front end, it should be same. It should be the same. So you need to do the unit testing while you code. So it will help you to have a documentation on your code, something like that. Barely, hope it answer your questions. Okay, what do you think about Barry's questions, Mas Pradip?
Yeah, uh, like you said,
Mhm.
we create the test while we code.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, the next question is from Rafi Divan. How much unit test do you usually write for a single function or a single REST API route? Wouldn't bring writing test every scenario would halt development. Okay, Rafi. So to answer your questions, that's why I really suggest to do the test different development, because if you write the code first and then you write the unit test later, it will be painful for you. Because you need to refactor every time when the unit testing is not working, you know. And then uh, and I like I said in the previously, I think, sorry, the previous slide, this one. Initially, it will slow down the development, but when your product grows bigger and bigger, it will help you to maintain your code. That's it, review from me. Maybe Mas Pradit, do you have any comment about that?
Yeah, I will emphasize for the this scenario world health development. Yes, definitely yes. But which one will you choose? The quality or the faster releases? Maybe for the early stages startup, you can do the right release and fix in production. Yeah, yeah, you can do that. But Sinbad Sinbad in the early time do that, but did that. But now Sinbad has the much product, much bigger team effort than last year. We have 65 developer and 130 people. Uh, we cannot do uh, we cannot do like the early days. We have to maintain the quality. We have to maintain the uh, product to be better than before, because uh, some supplier or some seller depends on that system, on Sinbad application. Yeah, we cannot sacrifice the quality over the faster deployment. Yeah. So for
Yeah.
the World Health development, yes, definitely yes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's my it's one of my part. It's one of my job that need to talk with the product team and the management that we cannot release next week because we haven't done the testing yet. Yeah, it's a matter of the communication, I think.
Yeah.
Which 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 priority that you will chase.
Okay. And then the next questions from Natasha Stephen. How do you estimate the project timelines? Okay. Maybe from me first. Uh, Usually I will uh, if the project timelines are really urgent to deliver to the products or to the stakeholder, usually I will estimate by myself. But if we have enough time, usually I will consult with my team, with my developer. How do you and I will try to break down every component, every part that they need to do in that project. So yeah, that's how I do the the estimation of project timelines. Maybe Mas Project, do you have something to edit?
No,
Okay. Okay. And then we have two last questions. First from Rafi. Okay. The from Rafi again. Is it better to write tests to make sure the function works
maybe
as intended?
it's related with the with Geraldo question. Raffi and
Ah.
Geraldo, yeah, maybe it's a related question.
Okay. Okay. So, I think, in my opinion, usually we will have the scenario from the product teams, right? Maybe like the one in my demo, the fish bus. So the yeah, maybe it's not like this, but maybe like apa? Like I want to build a register system, maybe like this one. Okay, the register system field will be maybe a name, email, and others. And usually it's drawn on your prototype or wireframe. So we could see on that type. Okay, okay, and then usually the product should define the case, like the name cannot contain number. Maybe email should be in email format. Should be in email format. But sometimes the developer is not, and sorry, the product is not certain enough, or maybe they don't put the validation. So we as developer we try to, you know, try to make it make sense. Like, yeah, name. Some, I think names shouldn't contain number. We could think about that, right? Email should be an email format. Yeah, we could use library, or maybe we could write the regular expression, or maybe use regex, or maybe, yeah, or maybe we create our own function. Yeah, it's up to you. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's like that. Yeah, it is from me. Maybe do you, maybe must Prerit have something to add?
Uh, no, uh, William tell the yeah already show how we test the code. Yeah, yeah. It depends on the product itself, what the
Mm,
functionality, what the requirement. So that's why uh, the product team will send us or share us the business
mhm.
requirement documents. Then we can translate it to the in the test or the functional test or the end-to-end test. Yeah,
Yeah,
as long as the product itself match meets the requirement from the product team.
okay. Yeah, hopefully it answer Rafi's and Geraldo's questions. Okay. Yeah.
Do
Okay.
you recommend using TDD in this hackathon?
Okay,
It's
Mas
matter of
Radit.
it's matter of
Mhm,
the personal flavor. Yeah, yeah. If
mhm.
you have, yeah, if you already use the TDD before the hackathon, yeah, you can do the TDD. But if you just use the TDD for this hackathon and never do the TDD, I suggest you that you just code, write, and deploy the product fast, faster. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we are not look for the quality, but in the short time this weekend only. Yeah, yeah. If you prefer to do the TDD, yeah, do it. But if you feel TDD makes you slower, yeah. For me, as long as it's work, yeah, do it anyway that you want. Maybe
Okay.
it's your question, Rafi.
Yeah.
So, because sometimes TDD can some people feel that TDD makes the development slower. Yeah.
Yeah. I want to add something to answer Rafi's question, the previous questions, on the edge case scenario. So if we doing TDD, so TDD will refer to the product's requirement. So it won't have any edge case. If you do BDD, so yeah, BDD basically is more deep, is TDD, but if TDD is white box texting, so BDD will be black box texting. So you add your own edge case, and maybe I suggest to uh, consult with your products. Okay, and then for the recommendation using TDD in this hackathon, yeah, back again, if you ever used TDD previously, I think it's better to have TDD because maybe your projects have a sponsor, so you don't need to rewrite your code. That's it from me, maybe. Okay, hopefully it answer your questions. And then we go to Salon's Ursula questions. Any advice for future engineers or students interested in pursuing that field? Okay, maybe Mas Didit could answer it first.
Yeah. Mm, my answer is very simple. If you like it, you need to chase it. If you want to buy something or like let's say you want to buy specific brand of car or MacBook or laptop, yeah, you have to try and uh, do the effort to get the thing that you want. For this software engineering, uh, if you want to jump in the software engineering industry, first of all, uh, maybe you have to learn basic programming or the basic algorithm. I think like uh, the the fundamental way that you want that the fundamental way if you want to be good at the programming or the software engineering, you need to know or to understand the basic algorithm. uh, it doesn't matter that you can or you good at JavaScript, Python, or PHP or everything. It's just a tools. That's a language. If you know how to do the fish bus like William demoed before, yeah, you can do it with any language that you can and any language that you want. Yeah, and maybe it's related with the Rafi again. Uh, if you want to work or get a job as a software engineer, yeah, you can try be an intern at Sinbad maybe. Yeah, you can connect us. Yeah, you can scan the QR code. We as far I know that as far I know Sinbad always open for the interns for the software engineer. Uh, Last month, yeah, maybe, yeah, or few months ago, we have the intern from high school. Yeah,
Jakarta
he
International School.
Jakarta Intercultural School. He code some part of Sinbad website. Yeah, yeah, maybe you can start with an intern and uh, last time at the Thursday, I think, at the pre-event of Garuda Hacks, Sinbad share that Sinbad will open like a Sinbad Academy for the
Mhm.
high school for the fresh graduate that maybe uh, take it as a boot camp, but from Sinbad. Yeah, maybe you can try for intern at Sinbad or any other company that sponsored the Garuda Hacks. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
December. Okay. Maybe you,
Just email to the people the team at
yeah, you can
simbat.co.id.
email
Yeah,
the people.team at simba.id.
or go to the
They,
link. Yeah,
yeah, go to the LinkedIn.
yeah. Sorry, we have
Yep.
a free service about that. Okay. So I
And
will get.
for
Mhm.
the people that maybe think that software engineering needs fancy hardware, fancy tools, yeah, you can code on the browser. Nowadays, you can do everything in the browser. Back then, maybe in my time and William time, we cannot code on the browser. We can only code on the command line like William and then
Yeah,
Notepad.
yeah. We need to install all the tools that it's hassle for me, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. I will get back to the Sherlin actually questions maybe for advice for future software engineers. For software engineering, me myself, I take the software engineering like language, any language, um, but it it help you to talk to the mission. You know, if you learn French, if you want to talk to the French people, yeah, you need to learn about French, right? So it's not different from learning programming language. So it's usually a language, right? So yeah, I think you could take it like that. And like what Mas Pradit said before, yeah, if you have passion on that, just chase it. If you don't have, maybe it's not for you. And I think previously I learned a lot of language, so I think you need to grasp the basic concept of the programming language first. Like maybe in the Java, you need to learn about class or OP and something like that. maybe in JavaScript, I think you need to learn more about functional programming. Okay, okay, okay. I think there's no new questions. So yeah, maybe
Hello.
to the
Thank
session. Yeah.
you. Thank you for the wonderful talk and for answering all our questions. Yeah, I'm sure we all here learned something new, about like testing our codes, especially with the demo. It's very helpful to kind of see how you apply concepts in real coding. So yeah, thank you so much for providing the time and sharing your knowledge today, William and Pradita. To our participants, we will have another talk today by Delman at
Okay.
12:30 p.m. So please stay tuned. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Bye bye.
Bye. Hi everyone, my name is Sherlyn. Welcome to our next talk for today, which will be led by Delman, a Jakarta-based data analytics and management startup founded in 2018. We're very excited to welcome Theodorus Budianto and Raymond Christopher with us today. Theo is the co-founder and chief technology officer of Delman, while Raymond is also a co-founder and serves as chief data officer at Delman. Prior to building Delman, both Theo and Raymond graduated from the University of California, Berkeley, and worked at tech companies in Silicon Valley, such as Splunk and Google. So, without further ado, I will hand it over to you guys to begin your thought. Thank you.
Hey guys, can you guys hear me okay? Let me share the slide. Okay. All right. Okay, today we are going to talk about revolutionizing data infrastructure. What is Delman and what do we do? We are helping companies supercharge their data infrastructure. We, as previously said, we found our company in 2018. The background is that as companies grow faster, managing, cleaning, and integrating data become painful. So we sort of found this pattern where most of our clients adopted famous products, but usually it doesn't match with their use cases. And then we also saw a lot of people build custom solutions. But the bad side of it is that it takes a lot of upfront investment to build. So we saw these pain points. So this is just a quick intro. We raised in 2020, and then we've been chugging along from that to build our own product, which is Raymond's gonna demonstrate later today. Okay, so we have this myth surrounding data ecosystem, you can say. Is that one, you need enormous amount of data to get good insight. And then big data technology, MapReduce, Hadoop, Python is required to do good data analysis. And then three, integrating data is a really painful process. But that's all myth. Any size of data can unlock some kind of meaningful insight or pattern. And then modern technology is sometimes not required. Most of the time, by having SQL or SQL, which most of your app is already using, it will get you very far. Integrating data is a painful process. That can somewhat be true, but it should not be. Right. Now we are going to talk about who or can or should use data. Well, product managers can use data to monitor user behavior on your app or service. And then monitor API performance or metrics to see, what pages can be improved on, what APIs are lagging, or something like that. Business users are also really great. They have a really great use case for data. The C-levels would love to know the general view of how the business is performing. And then other business users like marketing, they want to see how a marketing campaign is performing. So basically in a company, everybody, should and can use data. However, the question is, where is the data? I mean, the data is everywhere, right? And usually it's distributed among teams. And then we see this pattern where only technical people, hoard the data or like have access to the data, making it unavailable to the whole company. This brings us to the pain points of running your data infrastructure. As I mentioned, the data is scattered or siloed data sources. There's no single source of truth. And then usually there is a time lag in data retrieval. because the non-technical user will ask for the technical people to ask for the data, but then there will be like a day or two lag in the time process of retrieving that data. And usually the data is not well managed, so there is no standard, no documentation, and no manpower even to acquire the data. And how we reference data is quite simple. We built a low-code data integration service or product that makes building data pipeline a breeze. We are taking care of the hard part, which is the scheduling, versioning, sharing, how you can move your data around. So our clients can focus on extracting the values out of their data. I think that's it from me. Next, it will be Ray's that I'm gonna demo some of our features. Thanks, guys.
All right. So, okay. Thanks to you. So let me resume from the presentation from where you mentioned. Hopefully, you guys can see the screen. Okay. Yeah. Right. So basically, as we grow our team and we also grow our projects, we start to develop a product to make our effort more scalable. So what we basically call Delman Data Labs, and internally we call it Mandala, right? To sound more Indonesian. And also, we have several key features that that is included in the Mandala in our product. So the first thing is data integration. I think this is the one of the major thing that we found where a lot of companies in Indonesia have trouble integrating their data. I think a lot of companies in Indonesia, they did collect data a lot from different sources, but then when it comes to using the data, they have issue because they cannot integrate data from different places. So this is one major thing that we do, and of course, in the platform, people can also do a lot of things like data matching, data cleansing, and data processing. Basically, anything you need to do to create a pipeline, an end-to-end pipeline, so that at the end you can the data can be used for example, for further data analysis, or let's say if you want to visualize the data somewhere else in a given dashboard, and so on. And of course, with all that, we also focus on the automation because without automating all the stuff that you already built, companies have a lot of trouble in having a system that if, for example, if you build a dashboard and you feed the data from somewhere else, let's say a Google Sheet, sometimes you need to update the data by yourself, right? Or there should be a system that updates the data. So the platform allows us to do also exactly that, and of course with the bonus that we can integrate data from many different sources, right? So that's the high level key part, and I'll now share you like some of the things that we do in the industry in our clients. So one of the example that we do for an automotive industry, automotive company. This client has a lot of brand of cars. Basically, if you know car dealers in Indonesia, they have let's say there's a lot of brands like Toyota, Mitsubishi, and so on. So basically, all this brand, all this have all or basically individual dealers have their own data. But the problem is, between dealers, the data is not integrated well, and our client basically want to integrate all the data from all these dealers so that they can use it for to find an insight about their customers, right? So one of the key results that we do is that we integrate over 500K customer integrated across 10 databases. And the problem that they have with this is that they have been trying to do it for almost 2 years with unsatisfying results. That it means that basically their team, their technical team, having a hard time to actually do it. And with our solution, our team can help this client in about 2 months development time. So basically, our product can deliver things that you usually encounter in a project basis very fast. So that's one of the things that we want to help our clients, how to simplify their problems and how to deliver their their results fast, right? So the next thing is logistic industry. So this one is a bit different in the sense that maybe the scale of the problem are not as big, but the problem is that the client has limited people that or data engineers in this case that is able to create a data pipeline, right? While their data is actually maybe already a lot, right? So usually with more data, you need more people to operate and so on and so forth. So basically, with our product, it's possible for one data engineer to build and maintain all data pipelines because usually you will need to maintain several products, several places where you need to monitor everything and so on. So with our product, Mandala, you can basically monitor all your data pipeline from end to end with an individual. So that's basically it saves our client, time and of course cost as well because with their one data engineer, they can basically help the building the whole pipeline for the company, right? So okay, next, I think it's demo time, right? So let me share my window, hopefully, yeah. Okay, so I've prepared, so this is what our product looks like. So basically, the idea is that the first thing when it comes to data is that you want to actually import your data, right? So where do your data comes, right? So in our product, we have built connectors to several popular data source. So for example, if you want to import data, for example, so here on the right side, you can see there are a lot of SQL databases like PostgreSQL, MySQL, Oracle, Microsoft SQL, and also things like Google Sheets, Google BigQuery. If you are familiar with the cloud ecosystem, and then we have also S3 and so on, right? So the idea is that this is the basic connectors that we already have in our platform, where you can directly connect instantly. To fetch all the data that is stored here, right? And the idea is that sometimes in the of course, this is when you're dealing with data, especially in the industry, sometimes the data is just everywhere, right? I mean, sometimes it's stored in files, sometimes stored in databases, right? So we also allow people to upload file directly to the platform. So basically, these are all the things that commonly comes up to our client. Of course, we also support things that are not feasible here at the moment. We call it custom integration. It's also possible for some clients that want to connect certain things, right? That is probably unique to their ecosystem or is not as popular as this data source, right? So what I want to demo is basically I'm trying to import FIFA data. This is, I think, taken from Kaggle. So I guess you guys, if you're familiar with Kaggle.com, you guys can you should be familiar with one of these data in Kaggle. So basically, the idea is like I have FIFA data separated in, let's say, several data source to demonstrate that if I have data in separate data sources, I can try to combine all this data in one place and then try to extract stuff from there, right? So first, this is like a BigQuery, basically BigQuery where you can store. I think I can show you. This is the actual BigQuery where you have this table called FIFA 16, right? So this is the table in the BigQuery, and then I also have a Google Sheet, for example. This is the actual data. It has two sheets. One is FIFA 18, the other is FIFA 19. Basically, the format are the same or it's not similar or if not the same, right? I also have, I think, data in a Postgres database, FIFA 17, right? And later I will have probably I'll show you that we can add this at any moment, right? So the idea is that this data we can directly import from this BigQuery, BigQuery, for example, right? So if I import the data, from here, right? So I can choose to let's say import the table, right, like this one. Or if you guys are more familiar with SQL, we also have a method to do it by SQL instead, right? So because even though we want to do things with less code, SQL is still very popular at the moment, and I believe in the company usually people already has existing queries, for example. So any methods that you guys prefer, you can directly import from the data source, either importing the table directly or just through SQL query, right? So in this case, I think this table is already imported directly. So you can see that it has several columns like this, some player details, let me click like this maybe. Yeah. So it has names, positions, overall, and so on and so forth. Right. So and then we also do the same for our PostgreSQL, where you can also import directly in the table or from SQL query. We also have a Google Sheet where you can directly import the Google Sheet directly. So this is all the things that are already imported here. And the idea is that we want, let's say, this is a data taken from like 4 sequential years, right? So let's say we want to unify all this data, right, in one place. So what we do is, so let me delete this. This is what the pipeline will look like after it ends, right? So let's do what we call combine. Basically, we can actually, this platform allows you to combine data easily, right? So one of the things that people usually do if you work as a data engineer or even data scientist or analyst is doing a SQL query. So if you do SQL query, we click this, and then the good thing is on the left side we have a place where you can see the data, previewing the data from 16, 17, 18, 19. So basically, these are all the data set that is already imported in the project right now. So let's say I'll start with from FIFA 16 and I want to import several things. So I click on the query, and then I write the query like this. Let's say I want to find the overall rating, basically, and then also I think player positions from FIFA 16, right? So click done, and then of course we allow the user to preview the result before seeing, oops, there seems to be mistakes in the query because there's no comma here. So you can just edit directly and then just preview. Right, so you can see that the query result is this one. Now the good thing is usually when you write a query on like a tools, I mean there are tools out there where you can just query from database, right? So but the good thing of our product is that later you can use the result of the query in your data pipeline, right? So I'll demonstrate how it works. So for example, you can see how it goes. So let's say we save it. Maybe before we save it, we want to, let's say, join, sorry, not join, but union with another data from the FIFA 17, for example, right? Now, okay, so there's an error, and you can see that the error is turns out because the short name doesn't exist in the FIFA 17. So how do you know that? Basically, we go back to the table, and if we see on the FIFA 17, apparently the column name is not short name but name, right? So this kind of thing often appears where in real life data, where sometimes the format is similar but not exactly the same. So what you need to do is you just need to basically edit the query in this case, right? But later I will show you like different ways that you guys can play with this platform without actually trying to code or even like just modifying your query like this, right? So if you do it like this, if you do the preview, and you can see that right now the query sticks, right? So I believe we can also do the same for all the other FIFA 18 and 19 tables. And before we do it, we just want to see whether that column, the short name, okay, the short name is fine on both the FIFA 18 and 19, right? So we just go to the query, and then we'll just copy paste this. So 18, right? And yeah, 19. Okay, and then click preview. And you can see that the result is there, right? So now, if you want to save this as a result as a a new data set, so let's say we save this as FIFA Unified, for example, and then we click combine, right? What happened is that you can see that it forms a box here where it's connected to all the data sets that is already imported, right? So which means basically that this data, not only you are able to create the query, but you are also able to visualize how the data is being formed, right? So that's one good thing about our product, that usually if you build a pipeline, normally what you do is, okay, you try the query by yourself, and then you put your query into your code, and then you try to connect it manually, right? So the beautiful thing about this is that it directly detects what kind of data set that you already use in your SQL, and then it basically connects in the data pipeline visually, right? So now that's one of the thing that I want to show is combining data, right? But then, of course, when it comes to data, sometimes there's a lot more than that. Sometimes you just want to, okay, so now I've combined this data. What should I do, right? So sometimes, for example, let's say if you are a data scientist, sometimes you want to use this data for analysis or let's say visualization, right? So let's say if you want to do analysis, for example, what you can do is, okay, so I have this data, maybe I want to explore a bit. So let's say I want to explore this data. So I will transform this data and I'll create a new data set called explore, for example, right? So this is basically the same data, but if you see in the pipeline, I basically create a new data set that I can modify so that I don't actually modify the original, right? So if we go to the explore and double click this, we go to here, right? So one of the things that you can see here, for example, as a data scientist, for example, you want to see maybe the overall rating, right? So notice that because we integrate all the data from different years, if we sort this name, for example, there will be people that have the same name and will appear sequentially, right? So something like this, right? So you can see that all these people are the same because they have the same ID, right? So how do we differentiate between all this? Again, we can go back to the query. Now, this is the good thing, right? So if when you modify the query, for example, okay, now how do I differentiate between people on different years, for example, right? So of course, you will go back to the data that you just where you just used your SQL query, and then you go check here, right? So we can add something like this, right? So we can add, okay, so I want to add this identifier so that I know, oh, this one is from year 2016, 17, 18, right? And 19, for example, right? So just a quick preview before finalizing. Okay, so now we have the actual year for each player because a player can be in multiple data sets as we have a data set for 4 years, for example. So if when you click edit, now notice that there's a blue sign here. It will soon turn green, right? And then this is and then automatically on the right side, it will go on the blue. So basically what happens is that when we update the data here, everything that goes in the downstream will also be updated, right? So notice that we only update the query here, and I think if we go to the data, it will see there's a year. But when we go in the downstream data sets, it also copies the year column also here, right? So basically, if you have a very complex data pipeline, you don't actually need to update everything, right? So you only need to update on the point where you want to update, and everything downstream will be updated seamlessly, right? Now, as a I think go back to here. So as a probably data scientist, you want to see, okay, you notice that there are duplicate stuff. So probably what you want to do is, okay, let's say I want to have for each unique player, I want to get, let's say, the average overall, for example, right? So what you can do is, if you're familiar with group by and aggregate, that's exactly what we'll do. But instead of writing SQL query, now we have a UI interaction where you can just click. For example, okay, I want to group by the short name, or let's say probably a better identifier is the ID. So let's say I want to group by the ID, for example, right? Maybe I also want to add the short name just because, and then I will also I want to actually aggregate the overall and count the average, for example, right? So what you're doing here is basically typically when you do SQL query, I think one of the weakness of the SQL query is that it's very easy to write a typo, or even though your intention is clear, right? So we try to implement several stuff that just by click or by drags, so that it's easier for you to um, uh, do the same stuff that you usually do with SQL query. And also we also give when you select the field, sometimes it's there's a lot of time where people just make a mistake when they retype the column name and so on and so forth, right? So basically this makes things easier for you. And if you click submit, okay, now you see the data changes into this, right? So basically we can see that I think this is the list of unique players. We see that there are about like 30K, 31K unique players in the data, with the average overall like this, right? So the good, and then let's say, of course, if you want to validate whether this data is truthful or not, we can sort from the highest, from the average. If you are familiar with football, you should know that these two players usually are at the top of the ratings, Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi, and you can see all these other popular names on the top, right? So this is just for validation. Now the good thing is on the right side, so there's a button called recipe, where basically this lists all the steps that I do in the data. So this is one thing that when if you are a data scientist, you usually use notebooks, right? Jupyter notebooks, Google Colabs, and some sort of variation of that. So where I think one of the things that is hard to do in notebook is where if you need to revise things, what kind of things you do is where you need to read the code, right? So we make it so that you can actually read the steps, right? In a human, more readable way, right? So for example, we know that just now we do a group by aggregate, and then we sort and so on and so forth. And the thing is, when I click on each of the step, you can actually see what happened right after that, right? So this is the data after the group by average, and this is data after I sort, right? So and it goes back up to the original data source, where this is the exact data before I do anything, right? Now so the idea is that we can there's a lot of things that you can try here, although I would not try to take as much time for today, because actually tomorrow we have an extended demo for that, but basically the things that basically you can do several other things in our platform, as both as a data engineer, where you want to integrate data, or just want to see how your data looks like, right? So and then one thing that people also usually do after you get, okay, let's say for example this is the data that you want to export or to deliver, right? So one of the things is usually want to do a visualization, right? So here there's a visualize button just on the top. So if you click there, you can right now we provide some basic charting, for example, bar, line, card, and table. So for example, if I want to do a bar chart, so let's see, maybe go back. Maybe let's say if I want to go to this data, for example, right, to this data, and then let's see, I want to create a visualization like this. So I want to select, for example, let's say I want to get the overall rating, or I think the highest overall rating over the year, right? So, oh, sorry, no, maybe just the players, right? So I just want to get the average, the highest average overall rating. Probably, let's say I get top 10, right? top 10 players by overall rating, right? So what I do is I choose the x-axis as the ID, or let's say maybe the name, I guess. And then I choose the overall and the y-axis, and then, oops, let's see, yeah. So this is the summarize. Basically, I want to summarize data by x-axis, means that for a unique short name, I want to get the highest average overall, right? So you can see now some names pop up in the left. And also, let's say I want to sort it by the ratings. So I sort by y-axis, right? Average of overall. So I want to sort it from the highest, right? So let's say I want to choose, let's say, top 5, right? And you can see now it appears the names that we see just now in the table. So Cristiano Ronaldo with 93.75 and Messi and so on, right? So, and of course, we also allows you to change the look. For example, let's say this is top 5 rated FIFA player, for example, and then you also want to change the title on x-axis and y-axis, for example, right? You can also change the color if you wish, right? The color of the bar, for example, and so on. So, and then we save the chart. For example, let's say this is top 5 player. And then if you go back to the project, right? So in the project, in the left side, you can see that this is the view that you guys just now see is the pipeline. There's also a view for charts where this is all the visualization that I already created. So if I click here, you can also see that this is all the chart that I created. If I go to the dashboard, basically I also can create a dashboard, which is basically a collection of charts that I already created in a that I can use it by drag and drop, for example. So for example, let's say my FIFA dashboard, and if I click on the charts that I already created, so if I click plus here, now basically the chart will appear here, right? For example, and I can resize, drag and drop, and so on and so forth, right? So basically this allows for example, if you're a business user or data analyst that want to create a dashboard given the data that you already have, then this is one way to do it, right? So we can save it. And then yeah, you can see that this is the dashboard that can also see the full screen, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so now that's one of the thing that you can do after you explore, if you already satisfied with your data, right? So another thing that you can do is also, of course, you can, let's say after the data is already, created, sometimes you also want to export this data. When you export this data, there's we allow you to export to the same source, which is basically databases. You can export to files, right? You can also export to many things like BigQuery and so on. So basically, the idea is if you guys are satisfied with the data and then you want to use it on other places, we can allow the user to actually export this data to that place, right? So the idea is basically our tool basically positions as the tool to basically connects all your data infrastructure, right? Basically, what we are replacing is all the processes that in between, right? So no matter where your data is or how big it is, and where where you guys want to deliver, whether it's on your visualization tool, or you want to export it back to your database, or you use it for other means, basically we can do it, right? So that's the idea. Of course, I will go into more, more details if you're interested on tomorrow's session. I think on 4 p.m. So there will be a short extended demonstration because I know that maybe if people are interested in how to do actually more complex thing with our tool, we can also do it, right? So the good thing is you can also try now this product now for free if you go to cloud.delman.io, right? So if you go to cloud.delman.io, of course, yep, you can basically sign up for free, right? There will be limitations out. So I think you cannot create a certain number of, let's say, projects And by projects, I mean, of course, this the other part is that you can create this basically this thing I just created in one whole project, right? So I think there's a limitation on how many data that you can import and so on. But of course, right now we are giving extension for free. So make sure if you can, if you are interested in trying using our product, you can sign up for free right now and in cloud.delman.io, right? So yeah, so I think that's basically how it works. Of course, in the when we use it in client side, the pipeline are much more complex than this, much more complicated. There will be also customized logic that is allowed to be built in Mandala, right? So just now what I show you just now is all the basic stuff, but there are some things like if you know how if I have some custom validations or logics that are unique to my company or my client, how does that work? Tomorrow I'll probably explain that in extended session. So make sure if you are interested, you attend the session, right? So I think so. Go back to yeah. So this is the go back to presentation. I guess how to register. Just go to cloud.delman.io, sign up. Fill in the form, just the email, and you can try all the stuff that I just demo just now, right? Okay, so and we are also hiring. This is also on tomorrow's session. We also will be discussing about how life at Delman is. The recruiting materials will be directly distributed in Discord channel pretty soon. If you guys are interested, basically we are hiring on all ends. On engineering, we hire back end, front end, data team. I think and even if you're, let's say, a non-tech guy like me, maybe a business or marketing, we are also interested in hiring you. Or of course, internships are also things that we are interested in. So we are pretty open on all positions. That's why we don't put specific positions here. So we are hiring and basically tomorrow we'll discuss some of the things on how it's working at Delman. If you're interested in building the same stuff that I demo just now, and if you have questions, you can contact these emails. If you are interested in asking stuff about what we are building, how is the team at Delman right now, and all other stuff, don't hesitate to contact us. So that's all for the presentation. Thank you. If you have any questions, so yeah, feel free to ask.
Thank you so much for the insightful talk, Theo and Raymond. I definitely learned a lot about like how data can be managed and how it can solve different problems of your clients. So the demo is also very interesting. I think now would be a perfect time to open up the floor for questions. To our participants, feel free to drop any of your questions below. And yeah, we can answer them. So I think I will ask the first question then, since I can't see anything on the chat. Yeah, can you describe maybe like the work culture at Delman?
Sure. So the work culture, I think this is probably something that we also will discuss tomorrow. But the work culture at Delman is basically because all the founders come from Silicon Valley. I think we're pretty open and chill, as in we are not bounded by the typical, let's say, 9 to 5 timeline. For example, I think the hours are pretty flexible, and that especially in this work from home era. So basically, we expect everyone to be initiative. So given the flexibility, we also given the responsibility that just finish the work on time. It doesn't matter what time you are free to work and so on. But I think that's one of the things that I think people or at least people that our employees like, our engineers and data team like in Delman. Also, I think so right now, even in the COVID era, where some companies maybe already trying to stop the remote work. I think right now we are still open for remote work. I think right now our employees are everywhere in Indonesia. some in Bali, some in Bandung, and in basically all around Java. So I think right now it's we are hiring basically. I mean, if you don't need to worry if you're not in Jakarta, for example, or just around Jakarta. We are interested in hiring good people, and also people that like to build with us, basically.
Great. Yeah, thank you for touching on to that, like about the work culture and everything. I have another question. Can you maybe talk a little bit more about like how you navigate your career journey from maybe working at Silicon Valley all the way to kind of decide to start Delman with the other co-founders?
Right. Maybe Theo can add after me. But personally, I work at Google Mountain View, which is the headquarter basically. I think the difference between working at established company like Google and Delman as a startup is like the challenge, right? So I mean, in Google, everything is like safe, all the benefits, all the work. But I think one of the things that lacking for me is like the challenge to build your own stuff, or the freedom to build your own stuff, because in the enterprise usually you already have things or directions from the top. So you, even though you have the skills to do it, but sometimes the things that you want to do is limited, right? Of course, the challenge when you go to startup is you lose all the benefits of working in the all the financial benefits, all the basically all the life benefits that you probably are more comfortable if you're working in a established startup. But yeah, I mean that's if I'm willing to take the risk, because I also met great people like Theo and Surya as my co-founder. So maybe Theo, do you want? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
We are actually in the same
Oh,
space.
okay.
Yeah, I guess to add, I guess Raymond already said that why we are building this. I just wanted to add like how we came to be. It's basically for me it's quite simple. I don't get the visa in the US, so I have no choice to go back. And then while looking for stuff to work on, we talked. Three of us talked, and then we found that this is a persistent problem in Indonesia, where companies have a lot of data, but they don't know how to do anything with the data. Even when they already purchase some products, they don't actually know how to use it. So why don't we tackle this problem? And I mean, the original story is that we want to go deep into analytics, and then we now understand that analytics is not the problem here in Indonesia. Preparing your data, integrating your data, that's the past that we need to extinguish here in Indonesia. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Great. Yeah, that's like really inspiring to me because I'm still a college student. So I think knowing that you can build something from the ground up and being able to do that successfully is just really inspiring. So yeah, thank you for talking about that.
No problem.
Does anyone have any other questions? You can just feel free to drop it under the chat box. Well, I think I will be the one asking all the questions. Maybe what do you think? I mean, I'm a business student, so maybe my questions are more leaning towards like the startup space instead of the data. But I would love to know like what you think are the most important skills for building a startup.
Most important skills. I mean, if you're as a founder, I think one of the things is you need to have the toughness, I think, because I think building a startup is very different with just working even working in the best tech companies in the world, right? So because I think building a startup, I mean Indonesia, I think there are definitely extra, I would say, challenges, right? So, or I'll say different challenges. If you work in a startup, let's say in the US, for example, I think in the US the market is pretty saturated. If you're talking about startups, right? Because a lot of people are already building startups in different segments. But in Indonesia, I think there are still a lot of open segments, I would say, although some of the segments are already saturated maybe, but I think one of the things that we see in the data ecosystem, for example, in Indonesia, is that the segments are very open for us, even up until now, right? Because usually when it comes to data, people are using tools from, I think almost no company in Indonesia are building stuff, for example, right? So we are one of the few that actually build our own stuff, while other people are just bootstrapping using other stuff, right? So if you're building a startup in other, like B2C, for example, right? So right now we are doing a B2B, right? So a B2B and B2C are very different segments as well. If you're B2C, for example, you need to know how to reach all your market segments. How you need to know how to do marketing, for example. Of course, you need also to have the budget, right? So I would say that given the idea that, and your I would say your profile, it's will be easier for you to be good founders, for example, in Indonesia, because yeah, I mean, like Indonesia has a lot of people, right? So B2C are very popular here, right? So B2B are less popular, but of course we are one of the probably B2Bs that are trying to establish foothold in Indonesia, new technologies, that local technologies basically, and we are interested in seeing more local players build tools like us to help the Indonesia infrastructure. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like Indonesia, especially like giving back to your community and um, building a startup here. Oh, we have a question from Dan Kusuma. What qualities do you usually look at when looking for a software engineer or data analyst intern?
Yeah, interesting. So usually, I mean, and this is personal, right? So personally, I never see GPA or what school you come from. One of our employees even haven't graduated from college, right? So what we see is basically how I think one of the things is like how creative or initiative you are. Like if you do a lot of projects, let's say if you have a lot of things in your GitHub, of course, not just cloning stuff, right? But you actually do something or trying something in your GitHub or your Git repository. It means that you are, as an engineer or data, you are actually trying a lot of things by yourself. At the school, you are only taught, materials, just the theory, right? But what matters are actually people that like to explore with stuff, because right now we are building stuff that is technically is trying to revolutionize what has been done, right? So if you only learn what has been done, it's less interesting for us. We want people that try different stuff, know what's wrong, what could be better. We want to try something new that people hasn't been done before. So yeah, we want people like that, of course. So people that like to build new stuff. And also the second thing, I think not less important, is that people that again, I mentioned the initiative. So people that if I people that don't need to wait for instructions, I guess, because like we are like a lean team right now. So if the task that is being assigned to you, or you need help or from other people, you directly ask for them, right? So I know in Indonesia it's not all companies are like that, or some of the cultures are very hierarchical. You just wait for your things, order comes from the top down, right? So we are not like that. We're very open. So like we are not like between the, let's say, CEO or CTO to like the engineers are basically we just like very like friendly. We are not implementing like like that kind of hierarchical things here. So basically our goal is to how to build these things using different skills from different people that we hire, even let's say me and Theo might also learn things from the people that we hire, because they knew some stuff that we don't know, right? So yeah, so I think if you have something extra in the sense that you have explored different stuff, you have despite your academic position right now, we are interested to hire those people.
Okay. So it's more like people who are curious to learn, who want to make initiatives and like collaborate, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't think we have any other questions. So I think I would just like to say thank you so much for being here and sharing your experiences, as well as our participants who attended today's talk. So yeah, we will now have like a short break, and we'll be back at 2 p.m. with a company talk from Shopee. Hope to see you guys soon. Thank you so
All right.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Hi everyone, my name is Natasha, and for our next speakers, we would like to invite two speakers from Shopee, Ricky Sunartio and Muhammad Nurul Akbar. A little insight to both a little insight to both speakers. Ricky Sunartio is the game engineering lead at Shopee. He graduated from Universitas Kristen Petra with a bachelor's degree in informatics and has had prior work experience as an assistant lecturer in said university. As for Muhammad, he is the front end chapter lead at Shopee. So without further ado, let's welcome Ricky and Muhammad.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Uh,
Okay, then let's start. I think I will share my screen. Is it okay now? Can I start?
okay, I think we can start already.
Okay, then. Hello, good evening, everyone. Maybe a short introduction. I'm Babono. I'm a front-end engineer, and here is also with me Ricky, the game engineer. And today we are going to talk about building a phaser game inside a React app. Okay, I think before we jump to the next slide, I think based on our discussion, we decided to explain mainly in Bahasa since we are more comfortable with it. But if you guys have any question and need some clarification in English, then we will try our best to answer in English. Okay, next. Okay, so a brief introduction about Shopee. So Shopee is actually a subsidiary company of C Group that mainly focus on the e-commerce. I think besides Shopee, there is also Simani, which is mainly focused on the financial solution, and there is also Garena, which is mainly focused on the digital entertainment, such as games. Okay, and Shopee itself already launched since 2015. The headquarters is in Singapore, and currently Shopee already operated in more than 8 countries. But as far as I know, Indonesia is like the biggest country that has the biggest market share compared to other countries. And I believe Shopee will keep expanding to more regions in the future. So I think it's very exciting as a software engineer. So it's meaning that our products will be used by more people across the world. Okay. So in Shopee ID, we are part of the growth tech team. So the team is actually divided into several domains. There's backend domain, QA domain, and SRE domain. But for me and Ricky, we are from game engineer and front end domain. Yeah. So for the front end and game at Shopee, since we belong to the growth team at Shopee ID, we are focusing developing products that can help Shopee to grow. For example, as you can see, we develop some gamification that can be accessed through our main app. Maybe on the most left is the Mission Shopee. It's like a gamification of the user activity in Shopee. And then there is also Puzzle Bubble game. So yeah, you can play the Puzzle Bubble inside Shopee app, and because as you can see, the Puzzle Bubble require like they have a lot of levels. So the front end side also create like a dashboard to create the level that will be played by the user. Okay, next. So yeah, about what is front-end engineer and game engineer. Maybe just a simple explanation. Front-end engineer is responsible for implementing visual elements that the user see and interact with in application based on PRDs. Their creation focus mainly on functionality, accessibility, aesthetic, performance, security, and quality of code. While the game engineer actually shares similar responsibility, but they are more focused on the gameplay logic and the mechanics. Okay, next. So what is React.js? I think it will be pretty straightforward. I think for hacker like the audience, especially for those who works on a web platform, I think it's a bit impossible if you never heard about React.js. But yeah, why we choose React? I think because it's very popular and has the biggest community so far. So it is easier for us to find similar problems on the web. Yeah. I think the fact is that almost 95% of our using products on the team are built with React.js. Okay, so I think for this part will be explained by Ricky. So Ricky, please.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Babuno, for the explanation. Okay, jadi as Babuno mentioned before, maybe I'll be talking in a mix of Indonesian and English. Yeah, just because I'm more comfortable in talking in Indonesian. Ya, jadi sebelum kita menyentuh ke topik what is HTML5 game engine, mungkin sedikit ya reiterate lagi yang tadi Babuno sempat jelaskan. Jadi most of our Shopee games are actually browser games. Jadi kalau kalian pernah main di app-nya sendiri itu sebenarnya adalah browser games that are run on web views gitu. Terus mungkin kalau kalian dari para penggemar browser games juga, as you all know, since maybe around last year ya, since Flash has stopped its support on most of the browsers that are used nowadays, most of the browser games itu actually udah pindah ke HTML5 games gitu. Jadi apa sih sebenarnya HTML5 games? Itu sebenarnya adalah games yang di-render menggunakan canvas DOM element gitu di HTML. Jadi kalau kita ngomong tentang HTML5 game engine, itu sebenarnya adalah it's a framework or an engine that encapsulates the Canvas and WebGL API gitu. Terus nanti framework sama engine ini akan nge-provide higher level APIs gitu yang bisa kita pakai untuk merender objek di canvasnya. And we can also use it to play animations, and sometimes some engines also provide other useful features like camera, terus physics system, terus input for like to receive players input and then move our characters, so something like that. Terus some game engines bahkan ada yang punya GUI editor gitu. Jadi kalau kalian pernah pakai game engines yang lebih populer, doesn't have to be HTML5 game engine. So something like maybe Unreal Engine or Unity or Godot. Nah itu biasa kan ada editornya di mana you can drag and drop the game objects. Ya, HTML5 game engine sendiri beberapa ada yang kayak gitu. One of them is Cocos Creator. Dan Unity juga sebenarnya can be considered one because they can export games in HTML5 format gitu. Ya ini di atas ada beberapa logo contoh HTML5 game engine, tapi ya it's not limited to these three gitu. Kalau kalian Google, you'll find a lot more out there, like gdevelop, construct, 3JS, dan sebagainya. Ya, next. Oke, jadi di sini kita ada sedikit the qualities that we are looking for waktu kita memilih game engine. Jadi untuk qualities ini sendiri, it's not ordered by importance. Jadi bukan berarti kita selalu mengutamakan lightweight dan performance itu adalah prioritas terakhir, tapi bukan ini. Jadi hanya some of the list that we consider gitu when we choose a game engine. So the first one is lightweight. Jadi yang dimaksud lightweight sendiri ini artinya adalah size of the library gitu, atau size of the overhead. Since game kita itu di-load di browser, size dari library framework-nya sendiri itu akan mempengaruhi bundle size gitu. Jadi kita usually we try as best as possible untuk memilih framework yang ukurannya nggak terlalu besar. Jadi impact di loading time-nya juga nggak terlalu significant. Terus untuk poin yang kedua adalah fleksibel. Jadi untuk fleksibel sendiri ini artinya adalah kita mencoba untuk mencari the right balance between ease of use sama flexibility. Gitu. Jadi we try to find frameworks that are easy to use, tapi juga nggak terlalu templated gitu. Jadi misalkan kalau framework itu terlalu catered for platformer type of games. Nah itu kan kalau misalkan kita pengen bikin game yang tipenya lain, itu kan nanti akan jadi lebih susah gitu. Jadi kayak misalkan kalau RPG Maker itu kan, ya ini bukan HTML5 game ya, tapi kalau pernah ada tahu RPG Maker, itu benar-benar specified untuk bikin RPG games gitu. Nah itu kita menghindari yang spesifik seperti itu. Terus untuk poin yang ketiga, we have clear documentation. Artinya ya framework-nya punya docs yang up to date sama memiliki example sama explanation yang jelas gitu. Nah tujuannya kalau kita punya docs yang jelas itu nanti akan permudah dev kalau misalkan kita perlu debugging sebuah error gitu. Atau misalkan kalau kita mau mencari areas to optimize. Saya kadang-kadang setiap framework itu punya some caveats ya masing-masing. Misalkan kayak di Phaser itu teks objeknya itu sangat berat kalau misalkan diupdate terus-menerus per frame. Nah, dengan adanya docs yang menjelaskan hal seperti itu, kalau misalkan tiba-tiba game kita performance-nya drop, kita jadi lebih tahu gitu, kita mau optimize di daerah mana. Terus, for the fourth point, we have compatibility, yang artinya we want the frameworks to work in as many devices as possible. The reason being, soalnya user base kita juga device type-nya itu cukup beragam. Jadi we want to make sure that our games can be played across these different devices gitu. Terutama juga apalagi kalau yang OS-nya berbeda ya, seperti Android dan iOS. Kemudian ada consistency. Consistency ini berkaitan erat sama compatibility, tapi kalau compatibility itu masalah bisa jalan atau enggak, kalau consistency ini lebih ke masalah apakah tampilannya itu sama across different device gitu. Terus yang terakhir kita punya performance, yaitu we want to make sure that the framework itself itu sebenarnya dari fondasinya itu udah bagus gitu, dan performance-nya udah oke. Karena banyak dari player base kita itu HP-nya juga masih tergolong lower to mid-end. Oke, next slide. Oke, so yes, jadi untuk yang ini adalah how do front end and game engineers collaborate gitu. Jadi sebenarnya kalau di Shopee sendiri itu tim game engineer sama front end tuh sangat terlibat atau sangat terkait satu sama yang lain gitu. Jadi seringkali kalau kita kerja itu we share the same code base. Sometimes kalau untuk project yang bukan non games juga enggak, tapi kalau untuk project yang games kemungkinan besar kita share the same repository gitu. Jadi how do we actually work? Kalau misalkan kita dalam bikin game itu, biasanya game engineers-nya will be focused on making the gameplay part gitu. Jadi we'll be working with the frameworks untuk nge-build game world-nya within the canvas element. Terus once the game world is ready and can be played, kita biasanya akan that game world will be wrapped with the React.js component. Jadi itu bakal di wrap, terus kemudian akan di-connect ke komponen-komponen React lain yang also make up the game product gitu. Kayak misalkan di sebuah game ada 3 halaman gitu. Ada halaman title, kemudian ada gameplay, dan kemudian ada halaman shop. Nah itu biasanya halaman title dan shop-nya dibikin dalam bentuk React, dan gameplay-nya dalam menggunakan game engine gitu. Misalkan Phaser. Terus kemudian ketiga halaman ini akan di-connect dan di-integrate di akhir. And sometimes we will also connect it with our external Shopee libraries yang bisa digunakan untuk diintegrate ke service-service kita yang udah ada juga. Terus selain kerja bareng untuk bikin game front end sendiri itu kadang-kadang membuat supplementary tools gitu yang bisa membantu dalam development games kita. Itu misalkan kayak seperti yang tadi Mas Babono jelaskan, itu di game Puzzle Bobble itu front end engineers-nya they create a level editor gitu di website. Jadi nanti game designers itu bisa memiliki sebuah interactive tool di mana mereka bisa menyusun bubble-nya dalam sebuah level gitu. Jadi ya, itu kira-kira gambaran bagaimana front-end engineers sama game engineers bisa collaborate dalam membuat sebuah produk. Oke, next. Oke, mungkin untuk sekarang kita bisa mulai masuk ke sesi live demonya. Kalau gitu, waktunya saya oper lagi ke Mas Babono ya.
Oke. Thank you Ricky. Jadi mari kita mulai untuk live demonya. Sebenarnya di sini kita udah mempersiapkan source code sama source code-nya. Tapi sebelum kita masuk ke source code-nya, kita bakal lihat desainnya dulu ya. Jadi untuk demo kali ini kita bakal nyoba bikin simple game. Kalau kalian tahu ada game Doodle Jump. Tapi sebelum kita masuk lebih dalam ke desainnya, I would like to shout out to Garuda Hacks design team because as you can see, ini desainnya heavily influenced based on the Garuda Hacks website. Jadi awesome works from the team. Oke, back to the design. Jadi ini kalau kalian dulu pernah main game Doodle Jump, nah ini kita kayak mau bikin istilahnya replikanya lah, tapi dengan approach yang berbeda. Kan kalau ini full native, kalau ini the mix between React.js sama Phaser gitu. Jadi yang kita akan bikin tuh ada 3 screen basically. Yang pertama tuh ada landing. Jadi di landing tuh ya ada title, terus ada high score sama ada button play. Lalu ini ada gameplaynya, sama yang terakhir itu ada resultnya. Nah ini kalau kalian lihat di sini aku ngasih contoh buat kayak apa ya? Karena bisa dibilang Shopee itu kan bikin game pasti ada bisnis aspeknya kan. Nah di sini kayak aku coba ngasih sampel buat monetize-nya. Jadi ini nggak actual partnership, tapi ini kayak misalnya contoh. Jadi misalnya game ini kalau misalnya di monetize tuh kayak gimana. Jadi ini kayak kesannya game ini lagi partnership nama brand gitu. Jadi ya nanti kita bisa nambah fitur gitu yang misalnya incorporate buat brand itu marketing di game kita gitu. Oke, jadi untuk pembagiannya, tadi kan seperti yang dibilang, kita ada pembagian distribute task-nya. Kalau untuk yang React-nya sendiri itu, basically semua itu dalam satu React, tapi yang dibikin pakai Phaser itu untuk gameplay-nya. Jadi untuk landing dan result-nya itu menggunakan React.js. Paling itu sih buat desainnya. Kalau gitu kita bisa coba langsung buka ininya, Stack Blitz. Nah, ini kalau kalian mau coba main udah bisa langsung diakses ya di sini. Nah, ini jadi landing screen-nya. Jadi mungkin aku jelasin dulu ada kalau kita bikin create React app kan pasti ada index TSX-nya. Nah, ini kayak istilahnya main file-nya gitu loh. Jadi di atas kita nge-define state-nya dulu. Ini ada boolean yang dipakai buat kita nandain ini lagi di screen mana gitu. Jadi ada is landing boolean, is gameplay boolean, sama is result boolean gitu. Terus juga ada state yang berisi tentang high score sama current score-nya gitu. Jadi kita kayak kalau misalnya mau update tentang high score sama current score-nya bisa pakai state yang ini gitu. Nah ini ini kita nge-define istilahnya default value-nya gitu. Jadi kan karena kita pas pertama masuk ke gamenya ini pasti munculnya di
sorry mas, kayaknya iya.
Oh ya?
Layarnya
Kenapa?
hitam. Mungkin bisa coba di share screen-nya. Iya, waktu mulai masuk ke Stack Blitz.
Ah, tapi yang tadi di Figma masih kelihatan.
Iya, yang di Figma
Stop.
masih jelas tadi.
Oh bisa ini sih Chrome tab coba ya.
Oke.
Udah kelihatan belum?
Bentar, I think the screen is focused on my screen instead. Aku coba stop share dulu. Bisa coba lagi?
Ini udah aku share sih. Udah muncul belum?
Di layarku belum muncul ya.
Tapi kalau yang dari Ricky udah muncul. Kalau enggak?
Oke, bentar. Lagi dibantu GHQ timnya sih.
Tapi harusnya kan dari tadi nge-share desktop ya.
Harusnya tab bisa sih.
Iya. Oke, ini belum tahu ya, udah working atau belum.
Ini belum kayaknya. Harusnya nanti muncul.
Oke.
Oke, ya. Mohon maaf ya, tunggu bentar. Ini untuk share screen-nya lagi dibantu sama tim GHQ.
Ini kayaknya udah muncul.
Oke, ini kayaknya sudah up. Cuma, oke, I think it's
Screen
my
on.
screen. Iya.
Oke.
Oke, nggak apa-apa.
Ya
Mungkin
udah.
aku bisa bantu navigate ya. Oke.
Iya. Tadi sampai mana ya? Tadi sampai indeks TSX-nya.
Indeks TSX. Oh, oke.
Oke. Tadi terakhir kita ngebahas ngedefine app state-nya ya. Jadi kan ada, mungkin diulang lagi ya, itu ada 3 boolean state itu buat nandain kita lagi ada di screen yang mana. Terus ada high score sama current score itu buat nge-maintain score yang bakal di-share across the screens. Nah, terus juga di dalam kelas app-nya itu sendiri, kita juga ngebikin beberapa methods buat update high score, ada update current score, sama ada go to gameplay, go to result, sama go to landing. Itu function-function yang dipakai sama tiap page-nya buat navigasi ke screen-screen yang lainnya gitu. Bisa lihat mungkin logic di bawahnya. Nah, itu yang di function rendernya itu bisa kelihatan ya. Jadi kalau misalnya boolean is landingnya true, nah dia bakal ngerender landing komponen. Dan juga mirip-mirip kayak buat yang lainnya. Jadi kalau is gameplay yang true, dia bakal ngerender yang face wrapper. Terus juga kalau yang result berarti dia result screen-nya. Mungkin ini kan kita lagi, karena tadi di set default state-nya landing-nya true, jadi yang ke-render kan landing komponen. Jadi mungkin coba bisa dibuka landing komponennya.
Oke.
Nah, untuk landing komponennya sendiri itu kita nerima 2 prop saja, satu function buat go to gameplay yang mana yang nantinya bakal dibind di button play-nya. Lalu juga ada props high score yang bakal nerima value untuk high score ketika user mainin gamenya. Nah, ini aku juga nge-define komponennya itu pakai style komponen. Jadi ini styling buat tiap komponennya. Bisa dilihat kayaknya nih di walkthrough quickly aja, kayak ada container, ada hero bot itu ornamen Garuda yang di bawahnya. Terus ada konten, logo, ada title, text, sama button. Mungkin bisa langsung ke bawah aja.
Oke.
Nah, itu di komponen landing ini ada function click play button yang mana bakal itu yang dibind di button play-nya gitu. Jadi ketika dia klik play button, dia manggil function go to gameplay-nya yang intinya tuh nge-set boolean yang tadi itu buat dia navigate ke gameplay scene-nya gitu. Paling itu untuk landing-nya. Sekarang mungkin coba di index-nya default value-nya diganti ke result. Jadi is landing-nya false.
Masuk ke ini ya, result page.
Iya. Nah, ini result page-nya. Kayak mungkin bisa sambil dibuka result.tsx-nya tuh. Nah, ini untuk komponen result-nya itu sendiri nerima 3 props, yaitu current score-nya, high score, sama go to gameplay. Go to gameplay itu tadi function yang buat ngarahin ke gameplay-nya ketika user ngeklik play again gitu. Nah, terus ini sama sih approach-nya sama kayak yang landing, jadi bikin style komponen buat kontainernya, konten, terus ada beberapa istilahnya UI komponen yang ada di screen ini gitu. Mungkin bisa langsung ke bawah. Oke. Mungkin yang agak naik button itu kayaknya ke buttonnya sebenarnya mirip, cuma kan kalau bisa dilihat ini buttonnya ada beberapa variasi. Ada button yang bisa play again, sama ada button untuk yang ngarahin redirect ke Shopee, sama redirect ke Garuda Hacks. Nah, ini kita pakai style komponen yang mana udah nge-utilize props-nya. Jadi kita bisa, instead of bikin satu konstan buat tiap button, kita bisa nge-utilize props ini. Jadi kayak misalnya untuk yang propsnya Shopee, berarti dia pakai background-nya yang oranye gitu. Kalau yang Garuda Hacks dia yang kuning gitu. Jadi istilahnya code-nya jadi lebih clean sih. Jadi nggak perlu nge-kopas banyak-banyak gitu. Nah, mungkin bisa lanjut lagi Rick, ke bawah. Oke, nah ini untuk di result komponennya sendiri ada 2 function yang mana buat handle action ketika user ngeklik Shopee button sama ngeklik Garuda Hack button. Nah, kalau yang Shopee button tuh itu script buat kalau misalnya diklik dia bakal ngebuka tab baru dan langsung ngebuka, ini kan ceritanya kita lagi partnership sama Kacang Garuda, jadi kayak kita ngebuka page Shopee Mall-nya Garuda Food. Lalu untuk yang Garuda Hack button itu kita nge-redirect ke websitenya Garuda Hacks gitu sih. Jadi ya paling kayak gitu sih. Untuk yang button play-nya itu kita manggil function yang tadi di index yang go to gameplay. Kurang lebih sama sih kayak yang di landing. Jadi paling dari sisi React-nya itu sih untuk komponen React yang kita bikin. Mungkin bisa dilanjutkan Ricky untuk komponen gamenya kali ya. Thank you Ricky.
Oke, thank you Babono. Oke, ya tadi udah dijelasin sama Babono untuk masalah landing sama result page-nya. Jadi kalau tadi kita kembali ke root komponennya, which is the index.tsx, itu di bawah kita bisa lihat sebenarnya ada 3 komponen di sini. Ada landing, ada phaser wrapper, which is our game, sama result. Jadi mohon maaf ada sedikit ya tanda ininya karena ada options yang belum mati. Oke, jadi kalau tadi Mas Babono dan menjelaskan mengenai yang landing sama result, kita untuk gamenya kita akan masuk ke phaser wrapper gitu. Oke, untuk gamenya sendiri itu selain kita akan melakukan scripting di phaser, kita pertama harus bikin wrapper untuk gamenya itu sendiri menggunakan React functional component gitu. Jadi untuk functional component sendiri di sini ada beberapa props yang dipass dari root component, which is get high score, update current high score, update high score, sama go to result gitu. Jadi untuk update current sama update high score ini itu akan dipakai untuk mengupdate score sama high score yang tadi ditampilkan di result page. Untuk go to resultnya sendiri ini untuk mendirect dari dalam game menuju ke halaman ini gitu. Terus untuk get high score-nya ini dipakai untuk mendapatkan high score-nya waktu kita ada di dalam game. Jadi mungkin aku masuk ke dalam gamenya sebentar. Nah itu yang di atas ini, yang ada di sebelah piala itu. Oke. Terus ya, kita kembali ke result. Oke, jadi ini untuk phaser wrapper. Kemudian di dalam use effect-nya sendiri, on mount kita akan initialize phaser game-nya yang ada di dalam sini. Dan waktu kita men-setting phaser game sendiri itu ada beberapa config yang bisa kita set gitu. Yang misalkan title, di sini title-nya Garuda Jump. Terus kemudian kita ada scale. Untuk scaling sendiri ini ada beberapa options. Salah satu yang paling penting itu adalah parent. Parent ini jadi artinya gamenya ini akan diinjek ke dalam elemen apa gitu, di dalam HTML5 kita. Dan nanti kan as explain, sebenarnya HTML5 game itu kan sebenarnya hanya sebuah canvas elemen yang diinjek ke dalam HTML file kita. Nah, kalau di dalam demo ini, canvasnya ini diinjek ke dalam elemen yang ID-nya game. Alasannya kita taruh game di sini adalah karena di functional component ini kita berikan sebuah div yang ID-nya game gitu. Jadi kalau ini diubah menjadi sesuatu yang lain, misalkan canvas, di sini harus diubah juga jadi canvas. Terus kemudian kita punya mode, yaitu phaser scaling fit. Fit itu artinya dia untuk, jadi aspek resolusinya tidak berubah-ubah. Jadi kalau bisa dilihat di sini, itu ada putih-putih di kiri sama kanan. Itu alasannya karena aspek resolutionnya di sini berbeda sama aspek resolution yang kita setting di dalam config gitu. Cuman untuk simplicity, untuk demo ini kita pakai fit aja gitu. Terus kemudian kita ada type. Yang type ini juga adalah sesuatu yang useful juga. Jadi kalau untuk phaser sendiri itu ada dua mode, yaitu canvas sama WebGL gitu. Kalau kita men-set ini menjadi auto, maka si phaser ini akan mencek dulu apakah browsernya itu mempunyai WebGL atau canvas support. Kalau dia punya WebGL support, dia akan pakai WebGL. Kalau dia nggak punya WebGL, akan di fallback ke canvas. Nah, ini very useful waktu kita mau bikin game yang caters to various devices. Soalnya biasanya di HP-HP yang lower end itu mereka either does not support WebGL atau supportnya itu masih belum terlalu bagus. And in that case, Phaser bakal nge-default ke Canvas. Terus kita punya physics. Di sini physicsnya nanti akan dipakai untuk menggerakkan karakter, menggerakkan platform, sama supaya karakternya ini bisa lompat di atas platform seperti itu. Di sini kita pakai arcade. Untuk Phaser sendiri itu ada beberapa physics. Kalau nggak salah ada Matter.js sama Impact juga. Cuman karena game kita simple, kita pakai physics system yang paling simple dan paling efisien gitu secara performa, which is arcade. Untuk perbedaannya mungkin kalau interested nanti bisa coba di googling juga. Untuk debugging ini digunakan untuk menunjukkan hitbox dari setiap objek di sini. Jadi kalau kalian pernah bikin sebuah game, itu kalau misalkan ada sebuah objek bisa interaksi dengan objek lain, itu biasanya masing-masing objek punya semacam hitbox gitu. Dan hitboxnya itu bisa kalian tampilkan dengan mengubah flag debug ini. Jadi misalkan aku ubah. Nah, di sini kalian bisa kelihatan kotak-kotak yang warnanya seperti warna ungu ini. Itu adalah hitbox dari masing-masing objek yang ada. Terus kemudian scene ini adalah daftar dari scene yang kita akan pakai dalam game. Di sini kita cuma ada satu scene. Background color ini adalah warna dari backgroundnya, which is yang ini. Terus ya itu kira-kira konfigurasi untuk gamenya gitu ya. Terus kemudian kita di sini ada yang namanya registry gitu. Jadi registry di Phaser ini mirip seperti registry yang kalian temui di operating system, mungkin di Linux atau di Windows gitu. Jadi registry ini sebenarnya a collection of key and key value pairs gitu ya. Jadi kita bisa nge-set value untuk sebuah key, terus kemudian nanti di dalam game bisa kita retrieve juga gitu. Jadi karena high score-nya ini kita dapat dari root komponen, di sini ketika kita sebelum masuk ke dalam game, kita set dulu gitu high score-nya dari high score yang udah dipas dari index XX tadi. Dan nanti akan kita tampilkan di atas sini. Kemudian yang ini ada game events on game over. Jadi ini semacam event listener. Ini mirip seperti add event listener di punyanya HTML. Jadi document.add event listener itu. Cuman bedanya ini khusus punyanya game. Di sini kita listen kalau misalkan kita game over, itu kita akan destroy gamenya. Kita masuk ke result page, kemudian kita update score sama high score-nya gitu. Jadi ya kira-kira seperti itu waktu kita memulai gamenya, kita bikin wrapper-nya, kita start gamenya, terus kemudian kita daftarkan data-data yang kita perlu gitu. Kalau itu semua udah selesai, baru kita bisa mulai coding untuk game kita. Oke. Jadi sebelumnya untuk gamenya ini ada cukup banyak file, jadi mungkin aku akan bahasnya lebih ke arah game scene-nya aja gitu, untuk to simplify things. Jadi kalau di Phaser sendiri itu sistemnya kita menggunakan Phaser scene. Jadi Phaser scene sendiri itu seperti sebuah halaman gitu. Jadi kalau di React sebuah page itu ya kalau di Phaser namanya Phaser scene gitu. Kalau kalian pernah pakai game engine lain juga harusnya udah familiar sama scene systems gitu. Di atas ini kita ada initialize beberapa variables yang akan kita pakai di dalam game, yaitu screen width, screen height, platforms. Platforms itu yang ini, yang tempatnya player berpijak. Kemudian ada player, which is ya player kita yang Garuda lompat-lompat. Kemudian kita ada collectibles, yaitu yang kacang atom ini, yang akan kita collect. Sama yang trampolin ini. Trampolin ini juga termasuk collectibles nanti. Terus nanti kita punya score sama high score. Itu score itu yang di tengah sini, dan high score itu yang di kiri atas ini. Kemudian nanti kita ada is touching, itu dipakai untuk kontrol touchscreen-nya ini. Oke, kira-kira mungkin variabel yang kita pakai ada seperti itu. Terus sebelum menjelaskan singkat tentang isi scriptnya ada apa aja, mungkin mau menjelaskan life cycle-nya dulu di scene gitu. Jadi untuk ketika kita membuat sebuah scene itu ada beberapa methods yang bisa kita override dan kita isi di scene-nya gitu. Yang pertama akan dijalankan itu punya constructor, which is called on every object creation gitu. Di constructor ini simple aja, dia cuma akan men-set key dari scene-nya, yaitu game scene. Kemudian setelah constructor dipanggil, dia akan panggil method preload gitu. Nah, di preload ini biasanya dipakai untuk men-set default values dari variables kita. Kayak tadi ada screen width, screen height, ini akan di-set sesuai ukuran kamera. Makanya kita pakai kamera width sama height. Kemudian kita men-set score-nya menjadi 0. Terus kemudian high score-nya kita akan mengambil dari registry gitu. Kalau misalkan registry-nya empty atau undefined, kita set menjadi 0. Terus di sini selain men-setting default values dari ini, kita juga ada melakukan loading asset gitu. Di game ini kita cuma pakai image, makanya kita cuma pakai load image. Di sini kita nge-loop semua aset di dalam aset config kita, kemudian kita load image key, di mana parameternya adalah key-nya apa dan URL-nya apa ya. Nah, terus setelah preload ini selesai dipanggil, dia akan mulai memanggil create gitu. Jadi create ini biasanya tempat kita melakukan creation dari game objects-nya, tempat kita nge-spawn. Kalau di sini bisa dilihat kita ada spawn collectibles, spawn platform, spawn player gitu. Terus kita ada spawn header dan sebagainya gitu. Itu biasanya kita taruh di create. Terus ya setelah create dijalankan, nantinya setiap frame update, visor scene ini juga akan memanggil method yang update ini. Jadi ini untuk setiap frame dia akan dijalankan. Kalau untuk game ini update-nya hanya aku pakai untuk check for touch input. Dan di post update ini ada beberapa hal lain yang kita proses gitu. Jadi bedanya post update sama update ini, kalau update itu dipanggil sebelum semua physics calculation dilakukan. Kalau post update ini setelah semua physics calculation dilakukan. Jadi biasanya yang berhubungan dengan mengubah display apa itu biasanya lebih cocok ditaruh di post update gitu, supaya nggak ada dashing antara physics engine-nya sama coding kita. Oke, jadi setelah itu mungkin aku jelaskan singkat aja, isi create ini ada apa aja. Jadi kita ada, mungkin kita akan mulai dari spawn platform dulu gitu. Jadi platform ini mengacu ke ini, semua papan-papan tempat kita bisa lompat-lompat itu. Pertama kita mau bikin array of platformnya gitu ya. Terus kemudian kita mau bikin 10 platform gitu. 10 platform di awal, kemudian di sini ada conditional untuk mengecek apakah platform itu dia platform pertama atau bukan. Jadi kalau i sama dengan 0 itu kan platform paling bawah ya. Nah, alasannya kita mau mengecek itu karena kalau kalian perhatikan, platform paling bawah itu selalu panjang gitu. Sedangkan kalau platform yang atas itu posisinya seperti di randomize gitu. Nah, karena platform paling bawah itu beda sendiri logiknya, maka kita bedakan gitu. Untuk base platform, posisinya selalu fix. Sedangkan kalau dia bukan base platform, dia di randomize gitu. Saat kita jalan ke atas. Nah, setelah kita nge-spawn platformnya, nanti kita akan nge-spawn playernya di sini. Nah, untuk playernya singkat aja, dia cuma new player, terus kemudian posisinya di mana gitu. Kalau di sini kita posisikan waktu, misalkan ini kita reset, nah itu playernya selalu spawn di tengah layar, di tengah secara X, tapi kalau Y dia dekat ke bawah layar gitu. Nah itu coding ini maksudnya seperti itu. Jadi itu untuk spawn player sama platform. Kemudian setelah player dan platformnya di spawn, kita pingin bikin interaksi antara player sama platform gitu. Kayak gimana caranya player itu bisa tahu kalau dia menginjak platform, dia tuh lompat gitu. Nah itu sudah disediakan sama visornya. Jadi kita panggil aja this physics at overlap. Jadi artinya dia pingin tahu kalau misalkan ada objek-objek ini overlap, apa yang dilakukan gitu. Di sini aku mendaftarkan kalau platform sama player overlap, playernya itu akan dipanggil jump gitu, player jump. Nah, di sini ada conditional baru, yaitu kalau misalkan player tuh lompat dan dia tuh platformnya tipenya awan, seperti misalkan platform yang ini. Nah, itu, oke. Coba aku pakai yang ini. Nah, itu awannya dia akan menghilang gitu. Nah, itu gunanya conditional yang itu ini. Kalau misalkan dia platformnya awan, dia langsung di recycle. Nah, mungkin kalian agak bertanya-tanya kenapa kita tadi cuma spawn 10 platform, tapi ini di sini platformnya itu ada banyak gitu. Bahkan sepertinya endless. Nah, itu di bawah sini kita ada, kalau misalkan kita masuk ke post update, itu ada script tambahan, yaitu recycle lowest platform. Kalau kita masuk itu dia ngecek platform yang paling bawah. Jadi dia tuh ngecek kalau paling bawah tuh sekarang yang gerak-gerak ini, yang biru. Kalau misalkan platform yang paling bawah itu dia below the screen, jadi di luar screen dan di bawah, dia itu akan di-recycle ya. Nah, cara recycle-nya kalau untuk game yang ini itu, dia itu ngambil highest platform-nya. Jadi platform yang paling atas, misalkan yang paling biru ini, terus kemudian platform itu akan diletakkan di atasnya platform yang biru ini gitu. Terus setelah itu direposisi, di dalam array-nya dia juga akan direposition gitu. Jadi dia akan di-splice, jadi dikeluarkan dari array terus di-push kembali gitu. Jadi supaya dia ada di atas stack-nya array-nya. Jadi dengan recycle itu kita bisa bikin seemingly endless game gitu. Nah, ya kira-kira itu untuk player sama platform. Kemudian kita ada spawn collectibles juga. Untuk collectibles sendiri ini mirip seperti platform. Jadi kita bikin array of collectibles, terus kita bikin 10 collectibles. Untuk masing-masing collectible bedanya itu, kalau misalkan platform tadi kan kita randomize positionnya ya. Kalau untuk collectibles kita itu taruh di negatif 999 gitu. Jadi kita sembunyikan istilahnya. Dan alasannya itu adalah karena untuk demo kali ini, posisi untuk collectibles-nya sendiri ini tidak kita random secara independen gitu. Tapi kita random relatif terhadap posisi sebuah platform. Itu ada dilakukan di sebelah sini, di randomize platform. Jadi ini kalau kalian lihat, tiap kali sebuah platform itu di randomize, jadi tiap kali kita buat sebuah platform, terus tipenya di random, itu dia ngemuter sebuah dadu gitu. Namanya spawn collectible roll. Dadunya itu dari 0 sampai 100. Kalau misalkan angkanya itu di atas 80, dia akan nge-spawn sebuah collectible gitu. Ini artinya kemungkinan kita nge-spawnnya adalah sekitar 20% ya kira-kira. Terus di sini dia juga ada condition pengecekan. Kalau misalkan dia kacang atom, posisinya akan di random, makanya ini dia bisa melayang-melayang. Sedangkan kalau misalkan dia adalah sebuah trampolin, posisinya itu akan di-set relatif terhadap posisi platformnya gitu. Dia akan di-set di posisi platformnya tapi di minus 10, jadi agak di atasnya. Makanya dia bisa, kalau trampolin dia nempel, sedangkan kalau kacang atom dia tuh melayang gitu. Nah, itu sama seperti platform, setelah kita collectibles-nya selesai, kita mau daftarkan interaksi player dengan collectibles gitu. Kita lakukan hal yang sama, add overlap. Kemudian di sini kita melakukan pengecekan gitu. Di sini if collectible is star ini agak typo, ini sebenarnya trampolin ya. Jadi kalau misalkan collectible yang kita senggol itu sebuah trampolin, playernya itu akan jump ke atas gitu. Tapi di sini angkanya 2. Kalau tadi player kan angkanya 1 ya. Jadi dia lompatnya bakal lebih tinggi kalau nginjak trampolin. Dan kalau playernya berhasil lompat, itu collectible-nya disembunyikan kembali. Kalau misalkan collectible-nya itu atom atau kacang atom, itu nanti skornya akan ditambah, kemudian high score-nya juga diupdate, dan kita akan lakukan update di header-nya gitu. Header-nya akan di-set skornya, terus header-nya high score-nya juga akan diupdate. Terus kacang atomnya akan disembunyikan. Ya, itu untuk kira-kira untuk spawn-nya seperti itu. Ya, ini di sini untuk header, ini hanya untuk spawn header-nya aja. Terus kita di sini ada setup controls gitu. Kalau di sini controls-nya itu ada bisa pakai arrow keys atau bisa pakai klik di layar ya. Kalau klik layar tuh klik kiri atau klik kanan gitu. Nah, ini yang aku jelaskan mungkin lebih ke arah yang keyboardnya dulu aja. Jadi kalau misalkan kalian pernah main Doodle Jump, itu kalau kalian lihat, kalau kalian tahan arrow key ke kiri gitu, dia tuh akan accelerate gitu. Jadi kecepatan playernya nggak akan konstan gitu. Dia akan accelerate terus-menerus, terus kalau tombolnya dilepas, itu dia akan decelerate sampai akhirnya berhenti gitu. Nah, itu yang ingin kita lakukan juga di game ini. Makanya kalau misalkan di sini dia pencet arrow left, tipenya key down, yaitu di tilt left. Kalau kita lihat sedikit, tilt left itu dia ngeset acceleration playernya di aksis X, jadi horizontal sebanyak negatif 1000 gitu. Karena ke kiri itu negatif kalau di phaser. Kalau dia tilt right, itu kita set acceleration-nya jadi positif 1000 gitu. Terus di sini ada flip juga. Flip itu untuk mengubah direction image-nya menghadap gitu. Kalau kalian lihat juga di Doodle Jump kan kalau kalian ke kanan, dia menghadap kanan, ke kiri hadap kiri. Nah, ini juga supaya Garudanya bisa seperti itu, kita tambahin flip. Nah, terus ini untuk yang register event listener, ini untuk yang post update. Mungkin tadi ada yang kelewatan sedikit, yaitu bagaimana caranya si kamera ini bisa mengikuti gitu. Nah, itu karena kita di post update ini kita juga ada melakukan pengecekan update kamera center gitu. Jadi kalau misalkan di sini kita melakukan pengecekan, di sini kita melakukan centering kamera. Jadi kamera center itu artinya titik tengah kamera gitu. Kalau defaultnya itu ada di tengah layar, which is screen width kali setengah, sama screen height kali setengah gitu ya. Nah, kalau misalkan posisi Y dari playernya itu lebih atas dari kamera, kita itu ingin update kamera centernya gitu. Tapi yang kita update hanya Y-nya aja. Jadi X-nya tetap nggak berpindah. Makanya di sini X-nya sama, tetap midpoint X. Sedangkan Y-nya itu kita lakukan max min gitu. Antara centernya kamera sama player Y. Nah, dia bisa naik terus. Kalau misalkan ini kita disable, itu kita bisa lihat bahwa yaitu kameranya sekarang nggak mengikuti player gitu. Terus yang berikutnya itu ada yang kalau kalian main Doodle Jump juga dia bisa nembus dari kiri ke kanan ke kiri. Itu ada yang keep player within the screen ini. Kalau yang ini scriptnya simple aja. Kalau kalian lihat itu dia cuma mengecek kalau misalkan player X itu kurang dari 100, jadi dia tuh menembus kiri, dia diteleport ke kanan gitu. Screen width plus 100. Kalau playernya menembus kanan, yaitu screen width plus 100, dia diteleport ke kiri gitu. Jadi it's as simple as that aja. Terus di sini ada check game over. Check game over itu yaitu untuk mengecek apakah player ini masih hidup atau enggak. Jadi pengecekannya sama seperti waktu kita recycle platform yang udah keluar layar gitu. Cuman bedanya sekarang yang kita recycle itu playernya. Jadi kita cek kalau playernya keluar, kita emit game over gitu. Yang nantinya akan dipindah ke result page. Ya mungkin kalau kira-kira gamenya seperti itu. Untuk yang phaser sendiri itu ada hal yang keren juga. Kalau misalkan kita pakai phaser randomization, kita itu bisa ngeset seed dari RNG-nya gitu. Jadi kalau kalian pernah main Minecraft itu kan kalian biasanya kalau main itu mapnya random ya, tapi kalian bisa milih seed dari mapnya gitu. Kalau misalkan kalian masukkan seed yang sama, mapnya itu juga bakal sama gitu. Nah, Phaser juga punya built-in feature untuk itu, karena RNG-nya dia itu pseudo random. Jadi kalau kalian perhatikan juga, ini tiap kali aku restart levelnya selalu sama gitu. Karena di sini seed-nya aku set jadi 2 ya. Kalau misalkan ini aku hapus, silangkan. Sini aku refresh. Nah, ini tiap kali aku restart levelnya beda terus gitu. The cool thing about this is that kalau misalkan kalian bikin game-game yang seperti ini, yang tipe generation-nya itu random, tapi kalian pingin bikin stages juga gitu. Jadi nggak pengen punya endless mode tapi juga punya stage. Itu kalian bisa kayak eksperimentasi kira-kira seed apa aja yang bagus. Terus, nah seed itu kalian jadikan stage gitu. Jadi kalian bisa seakan-akan membuat level tanpa perlu membuat level gitu. Kalian cuma perlu menemukan seed yang bagus apa. Ya, kira-kira mungkin seperti itu. Ya, mohon maaf kalau misalkan penjelasannya cepat dan tidak menyeluruh karena ya waktunya juga tidak terlalu ini banyak. Oke, kalau gitu ya terima kasih. Mungkin kita bisa kembali ke slide-nya sekarang.
I think you are on.
Next up, can we introduce Wiguno as our representative from Circlo? He's currently the Vice President of Engineering in Circlo, and prior to that, Wiguno has worked as a web and mobile application developer in Upwork. He also has experience being the CTO of several companies, namely Proseha.com and Pata Aroma Medical. Let's invite to the stage Wiguno.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm really glad that I can be here with you all. And in this occasion, I want to share with you guys about how to ensure high quality code using continuous code inspection tool. Well, first of all, let me load my screen first. Please let me know if you can see my screen right now. Is my screen loaded perfectly right now? Thank you. So, thank you for the brief introduction. Yes, my experience covers started quite a while ago. I started from bottom, from the staff, and I managed to do several software engineering projects. And then in 2015, I was invited and to build a startup, a health tech startup called Prosehat, which I did until 2019. And in 2019, I decided to join Circlo as head of engineering, and right now I am trusted to act as vice president of engineering, and I'm really grateful for that. And right now, I really want to share with you all about my experiences and about how we at Circlo um, build our software and also keep the quality high. Well, this is the dream of all software engineers, right? Good software comes from good code. Everyone wants to build a good software. Every software engineers want to build a quality software which can be used by many people, by many users to help them to solve their problems. But the thing is, it's not easy to build a good software. Why? Because it is hard to build a good code. Now, how can we know that the code that we are writing right now is categorized as a good code? How can we sure that we can write scripts or programs which will be able to face the test of time? How can we sure that right now we have multiple devices, multiple users with various connection issues and something like that. And how can we sure that our software that we write can help them across all of the variances, the differences that they are using right now. So let me introduce you to the WTFs per minute metrics. Well, in writing software, usually the team will do coding. Well, probably within one team, there are usually several software engineers, right? And to help to ensure good quality code, usually the team will do code reviews. And well, sometimes when we review the code that is written by our peers, uh, dang, what the heck is this? What did he write? What did she write? And sometimes we mostly scratch our head and oh my goodness, I don't know where to start. I don't know how to fix this thing. The number of WTF in one code review session is actually a good measurement to say that a code is good. And well, if you hear your colleague saying what the heck is this many times when they are reviewing your code, that means that well, definitely you're writing a bad code. But well, actually, this is just a kidding. This is just a joke, but we all know the reality. It contains some kind of truth here. But in truth, how can we measure the code quality? There are five measurement according to Perforce.com. Here, I'm quoting from the content from them. We can measure the code quality by measuring the reliability, the maintainability, the testability, portability, and reusability. What are these? Reliability. Reliability is a probability that the system will run without failure for over a specific period of operation. A software can be set as reliable if and only if the users can use the software uh, pretty much well across all the differences of the devices, the network, the time, and so on and so forth. Maintainability. Maintainability measures how easily software can be maintained. It relates to the size of the code. It relates to the consistency of the code. It relates to the structure and also the complexity of the code base. Sometimes we see how well in some of the software applications we might see a huge code base with multiple files and thousands of lines of code in a single file. How can we maintain these things? It really matters because uh, the code base needs to be easily read and easily updated, and so that the team can be easily, well, relatively easy to do some enhancements or perhaps to do some refactorings, because as we know, the software is actually needs to adapt with the needs of the users, right? That means sometimes the features that has been coded or has been built sometimes need to be changed or probably deprecated or probably enhanced furthermore or probably extended so that the users might be benefit from the software itself. Testability. This measures how well the software supports the testing efforts. Every good code needs to be able to be properly tested, and thus each piece of the code needs to be testable. This means that each unit, every single the smallest part of the software itself, the code itself, we need to be able to test them so that we can make sure of the integrity and the reliability of the function itself, the unit itself. Why? Because if we are sure that the single unit of the software are working properly, that means that the whole software, the whole package of the application might, or probably I can say that most likely will be running fine. Of course, there are complexities. such as like the dependencies to the third parties and so on. Portability. This measures how usable the same software in different environments. Environments including the devices, like I previously mentioned, the network stability, the probably the geographical situation, and so on. Probably the users which needs to use the software are staying at a place where they cannot have a good and reliable internet connection. How can they use the software without being with proper comfort, right? Reusability measures whether the existing code can be used again, because as we know, we need to be able to write good code with well, sorry. Have you ever you probably ever heard about the dry principle? Do not repeat yourself, which means that as much as we can, we need to be able to write a code that can be reused over and over again, so that we can make this software that is actually not cluttered or not complicated. When we able to write codes that can adhere or can comply to this measurement, uh, I believe that we can write good code, and at that time we can believe that the code that we are writing is actually good. So, but those are the measurements and some of the metrics that we need to measure in order to say that we write good code. But those things are pretty much complex, pretty much well, many things to be measured at one time. And the situation of the team actually also plays a good role in the development of the software itself, right? So how can we help us and our team to write good code? Well, fortunately, right now, we have multitudes of tools to help us to write good codes. You can Google yourself by typing code quality tools, and you will see lots of tools which will help you to write a good code, quality code. But the most important thing is, how can we ensure each and every time we write code, we do some updates to the code itself, to the repository that we are working on, and still keep and still manage the quality of the code. We need something that is called continuous code inspection. So what is this continuous code inspection? Continuous inspection is actually a procedure to identify potential bugs in source code. These bugs may arise as a result of poor code quality or lack or effective peer code review. Previously, when we do not have these tools, these kind of tools, we only rely to our peers to review our code. But the thing is, we and our peer needs to be on the same page of what is a code, what is a quality code, what a quality code is. If we have a same understanding about what a quality code is, well, then there is no problem, because our peer can review our code and say, okay, your code sucks, and suggest to us how to fix our code, how to write a proper code, and vice versa. But unfortunately, the reality is not as beautiful as what we want, right? Most of the time, we have to work with the team members which probably are more junior from us, or probably they have some other burning issues right at the moment that needs their attention, so that when they did uh, code reviews, they may be slightly unfocused and missed several things, and as a result, we may publish a bug in the production. The tools that I mentioned before might help us in this. And if we integrate the tools into our CI/CD pipeline or continuous integration, continuous delivery pipeline, it might help us as well to do some analysis automatically each and every time we commit our code to the repository, and give us instant feedback so that we know instantly right now and then is our good bad or not. Now, there are some important aspects of code inspections. There are some criteria that needs to be complied so that these continuous code inspections work well. The tools that we are using needs to be able to detect runtime defects, to detect to help us to practice good code. So, for example, there are some good practices, best practices from various information in the internet, like maybe how to write. Should we write or should we not write nested ifs and something like that. Also, it needs to be able to help us for whatever programming language that we are using. It needs to be able to analyze the code and help us with the inspection. Now, I want to share with you all about how we at Circlo help our engineers to write quality code. But first of all, I want to share with you what is Circlo and what are currently we are building right now. Circlo is actually an e-commerce startup company which main focus is to provide solutions to brands across all scales. Well, we cater and provide solutions for the enterprises as well as entrepreneurs for them to sell their products online. That means we are creating comprehensive omnichannel ecosystem which covers the software, the services, and the partner. And thus, we need to be able to build the products as fast as we can, as agile as we can, and that means that we need to help our software engineers to be able to write good and quality code with agility. How do we do that? Right now, this is the CI/CD pipeline, the deployment pipeline that we're currently using. Well, probably as all of you already know, we are using Git. Most of the companies, tech companies right now are using Git as the code repository. And we are using a tool called BuildKite to do the continuous integration and continuous deployment. And we attach SonarQube. It is a tool to do static code analysis. This BuildKite tool, this CI/CD tool, will call SonarQube to do analysis. And at the same time, the SonarQube will return whether or not the code meets the quality according to the quality gate that we set. And if the quality is met, the CI/CD tool, in this case it's Buildkite, will automatically deploy to our staging or production environment. This is a snapshot of the SonarCube tool that we are using. And these are several services and code repositories that we are currently having right now. Well, we have multiple set repositories right now. And as you can see, I want to show you about these several things. You may see the analysis results here. There are three services being shown right now, which contains, fortunately, 0 bugs right now, 0 vulnerabilities. Unfortunately, this one service is currently having 18 vulnerabilities. Unfortunately as well, SonarCube, as a code quality analysis tool, gives us insight about what are the vulnerabilities that we're having right now, and actually how to solve them. This repository, Wakanda Command Orchestrator, has 41 code smells, which, well, the grade is still A, which is still good. Still, it's minor. It's a minor issue. And the code coverage for the unit test is 80.7%, which according to this is according to our standard right now. We set the standard to more than 80% for several of our service, our code repositories right now. And by using this tool, SonarCube, we are able to maintain the code quality, actually to enforce the code quality. Because if the engineers that are working, the code cannot meet the quality gate, this the deployment will be failed, and the engineers responsible for the code will need to be able to fix the code according to the analysis before he or she tries to commit and redeploy the software. Actually, if I still have time, I want to share with you about a bit of demo of what can this tool provide for us. Do I still have time for this? Well, no question. I believe I still have time for this. So let me share with you about this small code that I just wrote. Well, it's just a small code. It's an awesome script to calculate the area of a circle. It's written using PHP, and probably it's well, say that I'm a junior programmer right now. I'm acting as a junior programmer, and I want to deploy this script to the production. First, I'm running the SonarCube surface right now. Here, I'm using Docker right now. I hope you can see my screen well. The top pane is currently showing the SonarCube surface, SonarCube container. And at the bottom pane, I want to run the SonarCube scanner. I already downloaded the Sonar scanner into my local workspace here. And by calling the executable, I can submit the code to the SonarCube for the SonarCube to analyze the code and give me insight about am I writing a good code? Am I writing quality code? Do I have any vulnerabilities or bug inside the code? and so on. So it's working right now. Okay, it's loading the rules. I'm using the PSR2, which is actually the preset of the Sonar Cube. I'm using a default preset, and I don't have any well, this is the Sonar Cube. I don't have any custom rules here right now. I'm just using what is already being preset by the Sonar Cube itself. Since I'm using PHP, you can see this has several presets already ready. I'm using this, which will detect, well, several rules here according to the best practices known to us. Still running right now. Okay, I believe the Sonar scanner already finished executing the analysis. Sonar Cube itself already finished, and we can see the results here. Unfortunately, I failed the quality gate here. So what did I fail? I can see here that I have 4 code smells. I can see that I still have 0 code coverage, which means that I have not written the unit test for this code. And luckily, I did not write any duplications, so this is green right now. The maintainability of this code is rated B. This is the cool thing that SonarQube provide to us right now. It can also help us to rate or grade the technical debt ratio. What are the issues that I have right now? See, okay. I need to add a line at the end of this file. Okay. And this is a link that I can click right now, which will explain about what is the meaning of this error or this issue. It might not be an error. The script itself might be able to run properly, but it is not according to the best practice, according to the PSR2. So why is this an issue? Here is an explanation. Some tools work better when files end with an empty line. This rule simply generates an issue if it is missing. Okay. So from this, we know that some tools work better with files and with an empty line. That means it's probably better for us to add a new line. Well, right now, I did not add a new line here, so I might probably need to add new line here because I want to comply with the standard. Okay. Then next one, change this opening tag to either this snippet or this snippet. Why is this an issue? Okay. For maximum standardization and readability, PHP code should use the long this snippet tags or short echo tags. It should not use the other tag variations. Okay. It also shows to me the example so that I can directly modify the code. So I need to modify the code by adding PHP here. Okay. Finished. Fix that. What else? Move this open curly brace to the beginning of the next line. Okay, this is about the styling of the code. Why is this an issue? Shared, shared coding in conventions make it possible for a team to collaborate efficiently. So this means that the team needs needs to have a coding convention, so the team can collaborate effectively. That makes sense. This rule raises issues for failures to comply with formatting standard. The default parameter values conform to the PSR2 standard. Okay, example. So how should I fix this thing? Compliance solution. Okay, so I need to put the curly braces in a new line. Got it. Let me do that. Is save it. What else? Remove this closing tag. Okay. According to PSR2 coding standard, the closing tag should be omitted from files containing only PHP. Okay, let me do that. Now that I have fixed all of the code using the guides or using the guide, the information provided by SonarCube, I'm going to rerun the Sonar Scanner. And let's see if we still have another issue. Well, for a larger code base, this might be a little bit longer, but the time taken to do this analysis actually proven more useful than the time we need to fix the code in the production environment. This will help us to keep our code clean and good. And as it's already showed to us, it also helps with us to keep the code convention so that we and our team can collaborate more effectively. This is still running. Let me show you about the quality profiles that it has right now, at least for PHP, because I'm using PHP right now. Here we can see actually various rules. These are all default rules that's already provided or preset by SonarCube. And we can actually activate or deactivate the rules according to our needs. So probably if we do not want to use this rule, we can just deactivate. But for this, I don't think we can do that because I'm using default quality profile. If we want to do that, it's better to copy Garuda Hacks SR2 demo. Then we can activate or deactivate any roles that we want to use or not to use. Okay, is it done? Oh, yes, it's done right now. So let's see. Yay! The code already passed the quality gate, but I still have one code smell. Remove the useless training white spaces at the end of this line. Why is this an issue? Simply useless and should not stay in code. See, this helps. This tool also helps us to keep our code clean. So probably I need to remove this one file, this one line. Sorry. Okay, I'm not going to rerun the scanner right now. I want to continue to explain about what we have here right now. So, here we also can see and filter some of the, say, for example, critical issues. Probably this button here means that this issue is not activated right now. I can easily activate it if I want to. And also it can show the deprecated issues, probably about the features that is no longer or probably will be deprecated soon from the programming language that we use. And as I mentioned, we can also set the quality gate. If we integrate this tool to the CI/CD pipeline, as I mentioned that Circle is currently using this as a quality gate. If the code that is being analyzed is cannot meet certain quality gate, it will be rejected and will not be deployed. And that means that again, the software engineer responsible needs to check the issue using this tool and then fix the issue right away. So the code will be able to be pushed forward and be deployed. Okay, well, that is all from me. Thank you for having me. I'm going to return the stage to the MC right now. Thank you.
So much for that presentation. We'll be opening the floor to any questions that the guests might have. We have a question. What's some good resources to learn coding if you're a complete beginner?
Got it. That's a good question. Actually, right now we are very fortunate because there are lots and lots of coding resources out there in the internet, and well, I can say that many of the resources are actually free. You can check YouTube. You can check well, for free resources, you can check Udemy for paid and probably free resources as well. You can check well, I think there are many places. I cannot I don't remember many of them, but I think if you want to Google them, you might find lots of the resources there. And probably the most important thing is you need to have the resolution to push forward, because I have to say that it's not that easy. You might find in many times over and over again that it's confusing, but stay on the course and do it. I believe you can do it.
We have another question. What do you think is the best way to ensure code quality?
The best way to ensure code quality. First of all, what I presented to the audience right now is actually one way to make sure the code quality for ourselves and also for the team, because we are, well, in many cases that we are actually working with the team, right? That means that there will be many hands and many brains which are collaborating to write one single piece of software. So um, we need to be able to know the standards, the best practices that is already there to write the software, to write the good code. And most of the time, well, software engineers are actually busy to write the code instead of to know the standards itself. And that's why the use of the tools like the one that I presented is actually helpful. There are many tools, not only just SonarCube. Well, actually, I'm not endorsing at all, but that is one tool that we are using right now. There are many other tools which can help us to know the vulnerabilities, the code smells, the possible bugs, and so on. And it will help us to write better code. I hope this answers the question.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was a great answer. Um, we have another question. What language would you recommend a beginner start out with? And what is your favorite coding language personally?
Got it. Well, actually, this is a question that asked many times. What language should I recommend you to begin with? It's actually, there is no language that is wrong for you to start with. There are some languages that are actually easy to comprehend, like Python or JavaScript, maybe. There are some languages that actually strict and will require you to, well, put more effort into understanding the language features and such. Um, but whichever language that you pick right now, probably you might want to survey the industry right now, which language is being used widely. There are several surveys, and you can, well, you can check them. Hopefully, it will help you to decide which language. But whichever language that you're picking, just continue and dive deep and sorry, dive deeper into the language itself, so that you can master the language instead of trying many languages at once. Uh, about my favorite coding language, I'm actually mainly PHP programmer, because that's the language that I used um, uh, for a very long time, since I started from bottom, from the staff. But I'm also using JavaScript. I'm also sometimes I also code Java for Android. Um, and from what I experience, language itself is actually doesn't matter that much, because what matter is how we use the language. Because what we need and what we want to build is a piece of software that which can be useful to the users, right? We can use any language, which is right according to the context, actually. I hope that helps.
Oh, yeah, thank you so much. And how should one best prepare for coding interviews or interviews with a coding assessment portion?
Got it. Well, actually interviewed many of the many software engineers while they're applying for SQL. First of all, you need to prepare yourself so that you can think clearly, logically, and be fresh at the interview. And second of all, well, you need to know your stuff, because we will, and definitely will, ask about your knowledge. We will we will ask you about certain piece of code that you write. Why are you writing this? Why are you not writing this? And such and so forth. And so that the fundamentals that you have needs to be strong enough. Okay, that means that well, like I previously mentioned, you need to be able to master the programming language that you are using, the stuff that you are already using, because we will scrutinize this thing. Okay, hope that helps.
Definitely. We have another question. When would you say is the best time to learn a new language, and after what level of proficiency from the previous language?
The best time to learn a new language, well, probably after you understand the fundamentals of the software engineering itself, because at that time you will know the quirks, the features, about the principles of the software engineering itself. And then well, there will be some point when you see that this is just another language, this is just another language, this is just another uh, features of a language, probably. And everything will fall into the place, into its place, if you know the principles itself. Okay. Most often than not, the best time to learn new language is whenever you have the need to do so, actually. Probably when you are tasked to do some new development or do some R&D in your team, which requires you to learn some probably new framework in using the same language, or probably new language. Well, that is actually a good opportunity to explore new language and its features, actually. Hope
Thank
that
you very
helps.
much. We have one more question. Would you advise new junior software engineers to start their career at big corporations or startups?
Okay, thank you. Good. This is a very good question, actually. Um, I will advise, first of all, find out in which one is actually right for you. You know, the stereotypes of the startups, the stereotypes of big corps. What will you find there? Find them out, and then decides on whether or not you think that you will be suitable to the new environment that you will face in the workforce, right? In the working office. And then also find out whether or not the values of the company that you are applying to or are looking into is actually match with your own values. Because for some people, they value the stability. For another people, they value development, the challenges. For another people, they value the ventures, the edge stuffs that they want to know and learn about in the new company. So first of all, you need to identify what values are you valuing right now, and whether or not you can find it in the company that you're looking at. Because more often than not, you will need to be able to feel comfortable with any challenges that you will face in the new company in the work environment, that so that you can work and be productive. I hope that helps.
I think we have time for maybe one more question. If anybody else wants to ask any questions, let's give it a few minutes. But thank you so much for your answers. They were all very great answers and very informative.
Thank you.
If we have no further questions, feel free to reach out to Circlo through our Discord channel. And I think thank you so much for coming here and speaking. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really grateful to be here. And if anyone wants to ask further, please do so. Please contact us.
Thank you so much. We'll have a 10-minute break before our next speaker. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Hello. My name is Emily Tandy, and I will be the MC and moderator for the Macari talk. So I would like to invite the speaker of Macari, Sir Brendan Rapong Pairoch. I'm so sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. But
Hi, Brendan.
Hey, Emily, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, I'm good.
Okay, so our talk today is going to be about elevating small businesses with trailblazing technology.
Okay.
I am the events director, and I will be moderating for today on behalf of Garuda Hacks. So yeah, do you mind giving a short introduction about yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I'm nothing too spectacular or anything, but just a quick background about myself. Actually, I noticed Wiguna shared his screen, so I'm gonna try to incorporate this as well.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So I'll just share one slide right here, just so everybody knows who's talking. So my name is Brendan. I'm based in Jakarta, Indonesia, but I'm actually sort of like a mixed background, Chinese Korean, but living in Indonesia and having started various startups here. I went to school in the U.S., so I was born in the U.S., but sort of grew up abroad. I studied economics. And after sort of graduating, I spent my time working at the largest investment consulting firm in Singapore. So what I did was I basically consulted the people who fund venture capitalists and private equity funds. So those would be, sovereign wealth funds. So those are government funds, including the China Investment Corporation or Temasek or Khazanah from Malaysia. And I would also consult pension funds in California, like CalSTRS and CalPERS. So that's the California State Teachers Retirement System. Different family offices and different organizations like the Hong Kong Jockey Club. So they need to invest their money. So I would essentially just help build presentations and different types of analytics for them. And then I quit that job after realizing that essentially they had sort of this tech infrastructure to sort of crowdsource data. And then so I thought sort of technology was sort of the way to go around 6 years ago, but I couldn't get in immediately. So I started a food distribution business in Indonesia, supplying different restaurants. And then I sort of like pivoted into technology, where I founded a company called Contact.com, which was acquired by the Macari Group in Indonesia. So the Macari Group is it's the largest software ecosystem in Indonesia. So they serve around 20,000 customers across Indonesia, using solutions such as accounting, human resource software, sales software, customer service software, tax software, and recently also within the fintech space, doing sort of like wage wage financing, so you can take loans out from your own salary. But yeah, so that's sort of my background, and that gives you a sense of who you're listening to. Actually, can you still see my screen, or?
It's gone now.
Okay, great.
Okay,
cool. And so yeah, that's my background. Anything else, Emily?
Thank you so much. But yeah, can you also tell us a little bit about Macari as a company, your mission, your vision, and why do you aim to help small, medium businesses?
Yeah, I mean, rather than make the mission sound too lofty, because they can be quite, I guess, detailed, I'll just, like I spoke with the wider group CEO, and I mean, ultimately, when at least within contact.com and, bridging that to Macari, when we look at sort of the mission, it's really just to empower SMEs or businesses in general, along with professionals. So we spend a lot of time within the company cultivating people. And, I actually spend half of my time just guiding, training, running workshops. So it's really about empowering businesses and also professionals. And we focus specifically on Indonesia. So it's very Indonesian. It's a very Indonesian centric company, but everyone sort of speaks English and also Bahasa. And so, yeah, so that is the mission of Macari. Now, what does Macari aim to do? So the company aims to be the most complete and integrated cloud-based, solution. And the idea is to use this cloud-based solution to really to improve efficiency of business operations. And I mentioned this before, but and those business operations could be in the sector of accounting, HR, tax, sales, customer service, and it's slowly expanding. So when you look at sort of software companies that expand in general, software companies, they need to add new features, they need to sort of add new verticals. And so as of today, yes, we are in accounting, HR, tax, sales, customer service, but tomorrow would definitely be much more wider in scope. Now, the topic of SMEs is a really, really interesting topic, because when we look at Indonesia specifically for SMEs, SMEs account for 97% of employment in Indonesia. And of that, of the 97% of, I guess, the employment that happens, SMEs account for 60% of the Indonesian GDP. So you can see that, I guess, aligning Macari's mission with supporting the SME class in Indonesia is sort of, it's a very motivating mission. And it's sort of, I guess for us, we really enjoy it because it's sort of like you're always doing a noble cause of sort of supporting the wide majority of the employment that happens. However, what we do notice about SMEs in Indonesia is that they don't necessarily have the economies of scale, and they definitely don't have the capital that a lot of enterprises do. And so, there's always, people who have connections in Indonesia, and they always have, the access to the capital, the access to, factories and economies of scales. And SMEs, they just don't have that. And most of the people in Indonesia, they don't have a very high purchasing power. So instead, a lot of these SMEs rely on sort of supply and demand imbalances, and they rely on the innovation that, different ideas that they have, and they rely on speed. They rely on sort of centralized decision making. And so when we look at sort of Macari and, sort of these observations of SMEs in Indonesia, we sort of see that they are the underdogs, and we as a technology supplier have to sort of like equal that playing field. And so ultimately, we've come to the realization that we really provide two core values, and definitely within contact.com. And that is that, how is it that we can provide a technology for these SMEs that just help them make more money, to help them improve productivity such that they make more money? And two, how do we help them automate their businesses such that they reduce their costs? So this is the real ultimate reason why SMEs purchase software. And so we have to level that playing field. We have to build enough automation. We have to build enough productivity gains so that they can go in and move faster, so that they can go in and make more money and compete against the largest people within the space. And so that sort of gives you some idea of that. Now I'm gonna show you a quick video, since this is, just to give you a sense of the tone of the Macari group. It is in Bahasa, but there's English subtitles. But it sort of hinges upon that theme within our company about providing equal opportunity. So let me just quickly share my screen once more. And am I live?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Apa gunanya jika setiap bisnis memiliki
Okay, let me just.
Apa jadinya jika setiap bisnis memiliki modal yang sama, kesempatan yang sama untuk membangun visi yang diimpikan sejak awal? Mereka memiliki keinginan yang sama besarnya. Sama-sama tekun mengerjakan apa yang ada di hadapannya untuk menjadi yang terdepan. Kami mengerti, menjadi yang terdepan di era teknologi yang terus berkembang memang bukan perkara mudah. Bisnis akan selalu dihadapkan pada persaingan dan perubahan yang semakin cepat. Di Mekari, kami yakin setiap bisnis memiliki kesempatan dan peluang yang sama untuk menjadi yang terbaik di bidangnya. Mereka yang mampu beradaptasi dengan teknologi akan memiliki peluang lebih besar untuk bertumbuh. Hanya saja, keterbatasan solusi dan kemampuan beradaptasi dengan teknologi menjadi hal yang tidak dapat dipungkiri. Karena itu kami hadir sebagai solusi berbasis teknologi yang memudahkan pengelolaan sumber daya terpenting dari setiap bisnis, manusia, dan finansial. Sehingga bisnis kecil dan menengah di Indonesia dapat bertumbuh dan melangkah lebih jauh. Satu hal yang kami percaya, setiap bisnis yang bertumbuh akan memberikan ruang bagi individu di dalamnya untuk berkembang dan mengasah potensinya. Individu yang tidak hanya berhenti dengan hasil yang baik, namun juga menghasilkan yang terbaik. Kami tahu Anda memiliki kapasitas untuk tujuan yang lebih besar. Untuk itu selebihnya, biar kami melakukannya. Mekari, the good things at work.
Okay, so that is, I guess, very promotional in nature. But that being said, I guess the reason why I wanted to show it is because we talk a lot internally about connecting with SMEs, and we're literally obsessed about it. So, and that sort of gives a sense about, how do we, like elevate these SMEs? How do we create equal opportunity for them? And throughout that process, what we've also found within, I guess, my team at least, is that our team sort of feels quite motivated. They feel sort of like, I guess, grateful in the sense that there are these opportunities to serve, thousands of businesses here. And, yeah, it's pretty cool. But anyways, I hope that answers your question in a very long-winded form.
No worries. But yeah, just for context for the viewers, do you mind distinguishing between contact.com and Mekari?
Yes. So within the Mekari group, there are many products. So there's Talenta. Talenta is one of our flagship software, and it focuses on HR, payroll. It even has its an own sort of like internal chat system similar to Slack, and that in and of itself is an entire business. And then on top of that, we have our other software, which is Journal. And Journal is an accounting software, and it does everything from invoicing to creating sales orders, to creating automations, to being able to create payment links, and essentially within the entire sort of Indonesian software ecosystem, Journal has sort of built integrations across all of them. So for example, like all of these different marketplaces, we can easily sync into all of them. Now, Contact is another software within the Mekari group. And the acquisition of Contact.com happened earlier on this year. And Contact focuses on CRM technology, omni-channel communication technology, and chatbot, like AI chatbot technology. So within Contact, there are sort of three sub-solutions. So omni-channel communications being sort of like, if you notice in Indonesia, a lot of people use WhatsApp. A lot of people use Instagram to run their businesses. A lot of people use Telegram. And so what we do is we unify all of these different communications into one system, one sort of like, I guess, dash panel. And then we have a CRM solution, which is used to manage customer database. And we combine all of those things together along with, creating sort of like AI chatbots to sort of respond automatically and help, the SME automate. And so that's within contact.com. Now, there are other solutions as well. There are solutions like Makari Flex, and Makari Flex is the fintech division that focuses on sort of like disbursements of credit and so forth. And then there's Click Bajak, where it's a licensed tax software to help with the processing of tax. Yeah. So I hope that gives some context into all of the different types of solutions within Makari. But yeah.
Yeah, perfect. And let's talk a little bit about you. Do you mind explaining a bit of what you do in Makari and what do you find most meaningful about your job?
Yeah, so I currently lead Contact, and I also handle other innovation projects within Makari. And really, my job is to drive forward growth and to break down barriers that might sort of hinder that growth. And so that translates to a number of things operationally. So specifically, I basically build marketing and sales growth strategies that are sort of like, I guess, compelling and unique in the context of our competitors. Because when you're running a software business, you have to sort of think of different channels for growth and how those channels can be unique compared with your competitors. And I spend a lot of time guiding the team, running workshops, and executing on these strategies with the team. I do a lot of sort of discussions with the team to be open to the challenges, to sort of like elicit the challenges and the problems that are being faced by the team. And from those problems, build different action plans to resolve them. And one of the things that I've been working on over the last several months is building a very data-centric organization. Because when you build a startup from zero, from one employee to right now within contact.com, we have over 100, but within the Makari group are closer to 1,000. But within Contact, I've been focusing on building a very data-centric organization, starting with OKRs, and that translating to OKRs being objectives and key results. And so these are sort of standards, like what are our objectives and what are sort of key results that I guess enumerate the objective, and then what are the initiatives to sort of reach those key results, and building KPIs on those initiatives. So that's something that I've been spending a lot of time working on over the past 3 months. The other thing is building systems to continue to allow us to listen more closely and connect with SMEs and customers. Because when you have like a 10 to 50 person company, the CEO can very easily have his ear, open to customers and prospects and really understand the challenges that they face. But when you scale, to 7 or 8 figures in MRR or ARR, then that challenge becomes much more difficult and needs to be systemized within the organization. And ultimately, taking those findings that we see from our SME prospects, our enterprise prospects and prospects in general, and tying that to the actual development of the product, and working with our engineering team and and our product team for that matter, to sort of see like, hey, what should we prioritize so that we can further support the 2 core values that we provide to SMEs, which is to help them simply improve productivity to make more money and automate their business to cut down costs. So that, is kind of what I do. And now what makes it meaningful? So this is an interesting question, even though it sounds, like standard, but it's really interesting because finding meaning is one of our cultural principles within our company. Because one of the things that I notice when I speak with a lot of new recruits and people that join, companies in general, is that there's no perfect job. Every sort of job has a lot of, I guess, repetitive tasks. And even in my own job, there's a lot of repetitive tasks, like running through OKRs and going through meetings over and over again, and sort of like, so there's always repetition. And so when you graduate out of college and you get immersed into this, into a work environment, it's sort of like, how do I build meaning when I'm doing, I'm filtering data every day, or building PowerPoint presentations every day, or I'm pitching the same sales pitch every day. And so when I was working in consulting, I realized that I was cleaning a lot of data. I was just on Excel cleaning a bunch of data and building a bunch of presentations. But I slowly realized that, like, well, if I spent more time on it, I could build this model, which would now, whenever data got sent to me, it would just be automated. And so I would just continuously try to find more meaning in the tasks that I was doing. And then I realized that, hey, like, if all of this data needed to be cleaned, is there a way that I could build a software where I can automate this? And then that sort of like, got my creative juices running to ultimately help me, found contact.com. So there's an interesting learning from Steve Jobs, who mentioned that you cannot connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect the dots looking backwards. So essentially, he was in college and he took a class on calligraphy, and he thought it was just like some boring class in calligraphy. Like, what am I going to gain out of this calligraphy class? And so normally, if you didn't find meaning in that, you would just, like, cruise and not absorb anything. But I guess he paid attention to his class, and later on, when he founded the Mac was the only computer with typeface interface fonts, which made it unique towards Windows. And so you never know what mundane or what unmeaningful thing that you're doing today will, if you actually found meaning in it, when you sort of like move forward in your life and you look back, then you'll start to realize, wow, I'm so glad that, like, I gave I gave a crap about calligraphy, that I gave a crap about cleaning Excel documents, that I gave a crap about, like, making sure that every single Excel file, the page numbers were, like, perfectly aligned, pixel by pixel, because those little things really matter in terms of achieving bigger things in the future. And so bridging that to your question is, like, what makes my job meaningful. Like, I was doing a lot of sales meetings to begin with, and I would do sort of the same sales meeting over and over again, same sales pitch over and over at the early days of Contact. And then I started to realize that, wow, like, if I changed my pitch up in the beginning to start to learn more about the business, the SMEs literally that I was talking with, and the problems that they faced, how their business process worked, how they thought about their challenges. And I would just ask them a lot of questions. And I would do that 5 times a day for, like, years. And so I literally spoken with thousands of SMEs in Indonesia. And what that enabled me to do was recommend, provide an opinion, to consult, to give them a belief or a value scheme to actually help them improve their businesses. And so I guess what I'm saying is that the meaning that I got out of the job was now, because I went through that, I became much better at sales, and I'm able to mentor our own team, our own sales team. I'm able to mentor our own marketing team. And so there are so many things that I guess I feel very grateful of in terms of the meaning, in terms of what I'm doing. But more importantly, I guess the takeaway for everybody else on this call is that, for everyone who's joining different jobs as they start out, is to find meaning in what you're doing, regardless of how rote it might initially appear.
Yeah. And touching on that, how did you find specific SMEs to interview and get user feedback? Is it people who have used Macari, or are they like small, medium businesses that you just, I don't know, like, so how do you do like your primary market research? with these SMEs? Like, how do you interact with them? How do you find information and find out what problems Macari needs to tackle?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. And broadly based, there are two ways that you can categorize it. So like, for example, like if going back to Steve Jobs, if Steve Jobs went and was like, hey, what would you find most ideal in the perfect phone, that, you know, the perfect smartphone? And nobody would give him the idea of the iPhone because it wasn't within their sort of realm of conception of sort of thought yet. But so there's two types of needs. One are the immediate needs that the customer may face, that, you know, like, hey, we need to provide these types of features and solutions because this is the problem that they have, right? And that one is the much easier problem or sort of like aspect to understand from our customers. Because if you do a sales meeting, they're like, hey, by the way, can you connect with marketplaces? Hey, by the way, what about Instagram? Can you like connect with that? And you're like, oh shoot, you know, you just gave me a great idea, right? And so that's one point where it's sort of like we try to systemize processes within our business development consulting team and also our after sales team. And unfortunately, some people do churn off the software. That means that they're like, well, I'm not going to use their software anymore. And so for all three teams, and that happens at the collection team, which is a subset of the finance team. So within all three divisions, it's like, how do we systemize something there so that after every meeting, we have different standard templates in terms of how we email them, but then how they also report back within our CRM, or within the after sales team upon implementation, where there are other things that they notice. So like really empowering our staff. And this includes cultural changes, by the way, because I noticed also in, at least perhaps in the Indonesian education system, it's not, as compared with Western education systems, it's not as common for people to voice their opinions. Versus in American educational systems, everybody has an opinion because everyone sort of like champions for freedom of speech. So there's too many people talking. So I mean, I don't know. I take that back actually. But yeah, that being said, we just try to empower something within our culture to create something which is also part of our culture principle, which is open professional communication. So how do we empower our staff so that they can notice things and that they can feel like entitled to say something about it? So, and that goes from, as I mentioned, the BD consulting team to the after sales team down to the actual collection team. And we try to systemize it as much as possible so that we can then get that data. And then, you know, we basically put this in, I guess, a graph, and we categorize it, and then we discuss it at the leadership level.
Perfect. And what do you see now as the main, what are the biggest problems that you see in SMEs right now, and from Macari's point of view?
Yeah, so actually, in terms of the problems that SMEs face in Indonesia, it seems to, for those economists out there, it seems to me that the problem is more of like an opportunity cost problem. So an opportunity cost is sort of like what you could have gained, but you didn't gain. You know, yeah. So it's sort of like a loss because like I could have invested in something, but I didn't. And as a result, I lost that, you know, let's just say $1 million, right? Because I could have made that, but I didn't. And so that loss is actually an opportunity cost loss. And so what we have, so the challenge of SMEs, at least prior to the COVID pandemic, for us was, how do we convince SMEs that, look, there's this real opportunity cost loss that you're facing on your productivity revenue side and on the automation side to actually, you know, reduce these tasks, and to sort of bridge our features. So you could have 1,000 features, and bridging that to that sort of opportunity cost loss, right? Now, that was prior to the pandemic. And now then the pandemic hits, right? And what we saw, at least in the product that I was running, is that we saw sort of like an 8-fold increase in the demand for our solutions, an 8-fold increase. That means that suddenly they could no longer, like, people were working from home, and like you can't go to the office, so all of a sudden they have to switch online. And as you know, like, we have to sort of use StreamYard, we have to sort of use Zoom. And so a lot of these businesses were operating on WhatsApp and sort of Instagram, Line, Telegram, and they might have like 3 people, managing these solutions, but they're all like working from home. And if you're the boss, you're like, how do I know that these people are like responding to the customer requests that are coming in, right? Can I just trust them? And if you're a business owner, you realize that no matter how altruistic or how good a person can be, people will always be people, and people run on incentives. And so naturally, people are going to feel lazy, people are going to feel this. And so you have to create systems that manage that. And so our solution was really to sort of, like, build that type of monitoring solution to overcome that barrier. And so it was much more easy sort of expressing all the opportunity costs that losses that these businesses were facing post-pandemic as opposed to pre-pandemic. Yeah. Let me just try to bridge this with, I guess, specific examples. So like one of our other offerings is like chatbots, right? And so chatbots, like when they first came out, like I guess pre-pandemic, it was sort of like, well, okay, cool, like this bot can talk, like, so what, right? But then if everybody is switching to messaging and everybody is like chatting on messaging, and we provide messaging, one of our core solutions is messaging solutions that are, combined into one dashboard that can send out a customer service satisfaction survey automatically. So let's just say after you finish ordering, the chatbot's like, hey, by the way, did this agent that you're talking with actually help you out? And then here's a link if you weren't happy with them. And then or if you were happy with them, and they would click the link, and then they can say like, hey, I'm satisfied or I'm not. And so you might go through, if you were flying to Singapore, Changi's airport, or if any of you had experience doing so, you would go through immigration, and you would and then right after immigration, you would press your happy face or your unhappy face. And so, and surprisingly, it works, because every time you go through the Singapore Changi immigration, it's actually a very pleasant experience, and it's very efficient. And so we replicated that process using chatbots to every single SME in Indonesia, or at least that's the goal, right? To ultimately create that type of efficiency, versus if you travel to another, developing nation, and the experience you can experience there, now it's sort of like day and night. And that's the type of sort of like value that we're trying to express to an SME, like, hey, this is a problem. And then oftentimes, well, now it's a lot easier, but before it was a lot harder to sort of express that type of problem, like, hey, you're going to automate this, and you're going to keep them accountable so that they're going to be way more productive.
Yeah, perfect. And what are the current, because you have provided solutions for small and medium businesses, but what problems do you look to tackle moving forward?
Okay.
Are there problems that you see that you want to tackle, and how do you think Macari are going to come up with solutions for that?
Yeah, like, it's a really good question, and yeah, like, I think that's a very thoughtful question. So when we build technology, or when anyone builds technology needs to be seamless, like, in the sense that now when you try to buy software, there's like thousands of software providers out there, and you might find like one software provider is just like, I'm just going to do inventory and purchasing, right? And then you're like, okay, so you buy that, and then you're like, well, actually I need that, but I'm a restaurant, and I also need a POS system, which is that when somebody comes to my restaurant, I can just like input their orders in. So then you buy that too. Then you realize, well, now I have like 30 branches, and I need like some type of review management system where I can sort of like manage all the feedback and understanding all this feedback that comes in. So then you purchase that. And all of it, and that problem goes on and on and on. And then it's like, oh yeah, by the way, I have a website too. And people come to my website and they inquire on my website, and then they inquire on Instagram. And then like, how do I connect all of this together? Right. And so there was this sort of boom in software that came out, and Macari was able to capitalize on that boom. But when you but an SME doesn't want to go through the hassle and to like, because if you have an option of just staying the way you are, you will just stay like, I'm not going to do anything, because like naturally your incentive is not to create more work for yourself. So what I think needs to be done, and what we're doing, is we're trying to create a unified experience. Because at Macari, you have HR software, you have payroll, you even have like team collaboration software, you have accounting software, and you have like flexible benefits. Sort of like credit-based solutions. Then you have a customer service solution, a sales solution, and within each of these software, there's data. There's data on your prospects, your customers across all of these solutions. And there's data of your teammates. And so the question is, how do we create an experience such that because we have all these solutions, that they just sign up and then it's just seamless. It's just like, it's so easy. And in the face of all the competition from Salesforce and all of the big guys. And so CRMs have been around for like 20, 30 years. And so but for some reason in Indonesia, there was never any proliferation of CRM software. And so what I sort of set out to do, I guess 4 years ago, was to kind of like explore why that was the case. Because sales is like, everyone does sales, but how come nobody uses sales software? So I guess what I did at sort of the contact.com product scale was just create an easy, seamless experience that was localized in nature. And now looking forward, we need to do that, across a series of products, and just make it beautiful and seamless.
Perfect. So just to summarize, it's the conversion from using a conventional sales system into the digital Macari system. Is that right?
Yeah. So Macari calls it, the business, sort of the operation system, the EOS for SMEs, for businesses.
Perfect. And how does Macari employ technology to elevate SMEs? To clarify, maybe overview some of the. Okay, sorry. This question has actually been answered, so I'll just move on to the next question. But how do you advocate for the adoption of technology, especially for rural and disadvantaged communities in Indonesia?
Yeah. So your first question, which you said, which was already answered, which was, how does Macari employ technology to elevate SMEs? So like, I didn't talk about that, but what I can do, since we do have some time, is I can show you some of the stuff that we actually built.
Oh,
so you
yeah.
have a sense of it.
Yeah.
Am I live? Okay.
Yes. You can also do a small demonstration if you would like to.
Okay. So I won't have the demonstration, because then I will need to message in. But we actually, so this was the omni-channel communication software that we built. And we also have another product, which is the CRM. And so like I mentioned about sort of creating a unified interface within Contact, and also creating within Macari Group as a whole. And so we're still working on that, because right now they're sort of on separate screens, as you can see. But what we try to do is we try to build, like for me at least, speed is really important. So like I rat about it a lot to our engineers. So like if you notice, like we'll these are all like chat coming in, and these chat that are coming in are basically people that are inquiring about services for contact related services. And the channels of which that they come in from will be from WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, email, Telegram, Twitter, Line, live chat, and all of that would be compiled here. And if a person if this is resolved, then I would resolve this, and a survey could then be sent over to this person. And if they message again, it would create different chat rooms. And all of these chat rooms will then sort of integrate into your CRM as like a new inquiry that comes in. And then and you can essentially customize the software. You can create different pipelines that are customized to your SME. And then the contacts that come in, so the system will automatically detect names, and then it'll automatically create a database within the CRM, so that you essentially eliminate the act of having to type things in manually, because nobody wants to type things in manually, so the system is just doing it automatically. And another thing that SMEs need is just the ability to reconnect or remarket to their existing customers. So we can create lists of contact, we can create custom templates, and those custom templates can be something about a reservation update, or let's just say you ordered something from Tokopedia or Shopee, and then after the item was delivered, it sends like a template, and it like sends an image of the product. And so you can be like, your like first name, your product, and then the name of the product has already been shipped, or something like that, right? And then we can connect that into their business process flow to further enhance the core value of what we provide, which is to cut down sort of like the mundane work out of these SMEs. And then ultimately, we then start to build analytics about the productivity of the agents, how many conversations were assigned, how fast are the agents responding, and so forth. And finally, within the chat, we can sort of have like a chat bot sort of respond automatically. So that sort of gives you a sense of what we're building. And that was the first question. Now, the second question was about advocating the adoption of tech for rural and disadvantaged communities.
Yep.
Right? Yeah. So on that point, we actually work quite heavily with partners in Indonesia. And one example is one of our collaborations with UKM Indonesia, which is for those who are attending that have interest in small and medium businesses, you can join the community at UKM Indonesia. They're also on Instagram. They've got thousands of followers. And we work with them to sort of like spread our solutions to essentially their community. And we do a lot of things like free trials, free demos, free consultation sessions, free X months. And one of the most recent projects that I was working on with them was they had a collaboration with pasars. Pasars are sort of like, I guess, local markets all across Indonesia, and they wanted to, and so they gathered all of these small, like literally like small pasars, small shops or tokos from these pasars, and they wanted to sort of enable them to take orders online using WhatsApp, because they all have WhatsApp. And so we worked with UKM Indonesia, and we also collaborated with Facebook on this project to essentially build an entire concierge for all the pasars and all the small tokos in Indonesia. And it was just launched, so that any single like literally like MSME that is a hawker stall like within a wet market in in the middle of Java or Sumatra can suddenly have a free resource to sell their solutions online. And so we not only set up that system, but we built the chatbot for that as well. And so yeah, it was a really exciting project that I personally got involved in. The other thing is we work very heavily also with coaches and key opinion leaders. So And these coaches and key opinion leaders, they don't work with enterprises. Most of them work with SMEs in Indonesia, and we have strong partnerships with them. And essentially, they basically talk about our solutions at a high level. That then funnels down to one-on-one consultation sessions with our team, who then have like a specific MO in terms of how to manage that process. So that's kind of how we sort of advocated for the adoption of our technology at really that rural segment, because there's really SMEs and then there's MSMEs, which is really the micro SMEs. And so our focus is not just to support Indonesia at the SME level, but really to take it that level further, because I would say that it's quite a neglected segment as well. But yeah, luckily that's something that we have a chance to also change and provide an impact on.
And yeah, so with Macari, how do you, what is your, I'm just wondering, like, if you don't mind sharing, what variety, like, what variety of businesses use Macari and Contact.com? Is it more focused to, is it, do you have special features for certain types of businesses? Like, I know Square does, has developed different softwares for different types of businesses, and how do you accommodate for those different types of services?
Yeah, so this is a really interesting question, because all of the questions you're asking are actually things that I'm working on. So I'm glad that you're asking them. And so on this topic, we have one of the things that we do when we sort of go into our meetings, or what we train our people to do, is to provide as much social proof as possible. So social proof is this idea that if I'm speaking with a restaurant about potentially them using our solutions, what are all the ways that we've helped restaurants in the industry use our solutions? And we take that sort of knowledge and insight and we compile it all up into one presentation along with our general presentation, and we go into this meeting with a much more powerful and tailored solution for that specific industry. Now, in terms of the types of industries that we serve, we literally do serve all, like I would say we probably have served every single type of industry within Indonesia. But that being said, we have specific industries also that stand out to us. So for Contact, one of them is our manufacturers and distributors. And there are two types of manufacturers and distributors. One is they're very traditional, and they might have like 100 or 200 or 300 field sales people that are outside of the office, knocking on doors or visiting doctors, because maybe they're distributing pharmaceutical goods, or maybe they're visiting like warungs or whatever. And every time they go there, what we do is, rather than just provide a normal type of CRM, we've added in localized solutions where when they come to the warung, we have a feature where they can take a live photo, and then they can check in their GPS. And then we even have a live GPS tracking solution, so that, let's just say during the work hours only, we can actually see, like, hey, where's with my 100 people, where are they? And then you can actually see them moving on a map. And then when you look at it, it's like, oh wow, these are the actual photos of like the places that he's visited, and these are the GPS coordinates. And then he can take notes. And if there's an order that comes in, he can take the order. So like, this obviously wouldn't work in America due to data privacy regulations, or Europe for that matter. But we are an Indonesian company, and so these are some unique solutions that we can provide for manufacturers and distributors. The other one is there are manufacturers and distributors that sell on marketplaces like Tokopedia, Shopee, or they sell on WhatsApp, upon which we have our omni-channel solutions. where people can message in, and then we put in a chat bot, and basically what I've showed before. And then there's like the hospitals, clinics, beauty salons, beauty clinics. So we service this a lot, and it's kind of like an omni-channel booking system where like you can talk with a chatbot, you can make a booking reservation, or maybe you want to do like a facial, or maybe you want to take a PCR test, and you can just easily make a booking, and you can connect with the hospital without having to call in. And we do that for like in sort of like a different tailored manner for the financial and insurance space. So for this space, it's more of like people that have complaints or they have questions about this insurance product. And so that comes in through our chat, then we translate that as a ticket. And that ticket goes through this funnel process within our CRM where you can create like different stages and funnels. So that's another sort of like interesting use case. And we also work with property and real estate companies. So, like for this one, sort of the needs are quite wide. They have like sales teams that go outside, but they also have people that message in. And then we work with really small B2B, B2C service companies, like maybe they're running a small print shop, like they're a printing company. Or maybe they're like an F&B, a small F&B restaurant. So we have like one company, they actually operate many warungs in Indonesia. But those warungs are really interesting because rather than serve Indonesian food, this is called manse grill for those Indonesians out here. They serve like street Korean, it's like Korean barbecue, but for like the local masses of Indonesia. And then we have like a WhatsApp concierge for them. So yeah, we have really interesting use cases for a lot of different like verticals. And one of the things that we need to continue to work on is this specifically, because an F&B at the MSME scale versus the enterprise scale, or a technology company, at a small, medium enterprise scale versus the enterprise only scale, like their needs are entirely different, and we need to create as many different types of unique, tailored case studies to resolve, I guess, their needs. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. I don't know if anyone else have any more questions, but I think those are my questions for today. Um, yeah, we can wait and see in the chat if something comes in. But yeah, thank you so much. Those are my questions for today. And I hope you enjoyed the talk as much as I did, to everyone who's watching. So yeah. I can also send a chat if I can also send a chat in the comments. Okay, I think that's it for today. It doesn't seem like we have any more questions, but thank you so much, Brendan. It was such an insightful talk, and I really enjoyed it, learning more about Macari, understanding solutions for small, medium businesses in Indonesia, and providing such tailored solutions for different types of businesses. Thank you so much for coming in today. And we hope you enjoyed the talk as much as we did. And we hope that everyone gets something out of this for their hack. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And if you guys ever want to sort of ask any questions, you can always email me at brendan@macari.com.
Yes. Also, we also have our Discord channel, and I'm pretty sure Macari is on, so we can also send an announcement to all our hackers, and we will redirect any questions to your Discord, and we can also send out your email. Please email us or send us a chat in the Discord or in the comments or whatever. If you guys have any questions for Macari, or if you guys need any contact for Macari, we will be sure to give you that. So yeah, thank you so much, Brendan.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you guys for being so patient. Next up, we have our next speaker. His name is Irvan Bastian Arif, and he is the AVP of Data Science at Ticket.com. Irvan has accumulated over 14 years of commercial experience in data related domains and was recently awarded the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Award from the Australian Global Alumni and the Australian Embassy for Indonesia. With a PhD in computer science from RMIT under his belt, let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Irvan Bastian.
Can you hear my voice? Testing. Check, check, check.
Yeah, we can. We're good.
Okay. Cool, cool, cool. So let me share my screen first. Yep. Can you see my screen?
No, we can't see your screen. Did it work?
Yep. Can you once you can see my screen, I'll start.
We cannot see your screen.
You cannot see my screen. Let me reshare it. Uh, share screen again. Can you see my screen now?
It's not coming up for some reason.
Okay. Let me. Interesting. Wait a moment. Let's see. Is there anything that I can do?
Mm,
Maybe let me reduce my camera quality to 480p. I think maybe it's because of the bandwidth or something.
do you have the slides on Google Slides? I can also share it if that helps.
I create a PowerPoint in here, so let me reshare
Okay.
it again.
Okay, thank you.
How about now?
I don't see it. I don't know why.
Stream. It's mentioned in here. StreamYard is sharing a window. Stop sharing and hide.
Mm, let me see.
Mm,
Um, let me ask my friend
no
uh,
worries.
for technical help. Mm,
Yeah. From my end, it's mentioned that you are in the show. Everybody can see and hear you, and sharing the screen as well.
okay. Give me a second. I will try and call my friend for some
No worries.
technical difficulties.
Studio file. Studio.
Okay, we can see your screen right now.
Oh, you can see my screen. Cool, cool, cool.
Yes.
Now,
Okay.
now I make it. Now I make it full screen. Is this correct?
Yep, we can see you. Perfect.
Okay, cool. Okay,
Thank you.
thank. Okay, thank you, Emily. So for welcoming me. So, good in I'm in Jakarta. So good evening, uh, ladies and gentlemen, and also my friend, and maybe some of you are my maybe junior as well. So today I want to share one thing or two about data science as well. So the main topic is about make your solution matters. So the data science for the win. Let me introduce myself first. So yes, my name is Irfan Bastian Arif, and I'm the AVP of the data science in Ticket.com. Some fun fact about me is I was a graduate from Monash University and Aramati University before, and also like Emily already introduced. So last year I won the 2020 Innovation and Entrepreneurship Award, and also like my passion is traveling. I've been traveling to many countries, I think to 11 countries, spread on the 3 different continents as well. And this is my I'm sorry, this is my background. So I studied in many countries as well, and also I working in Taiwan in TSMC. I work in Melbourne in GE and Oregon, and also now I'm working in Ticket as well. Now let me introduce to everybody what is Ticket.com. So Ticket.com is one of the largest OTA, online travel agent, from Indonesia and touching the Southeast Asia as well. And we have more than 15 million active users, which is very exciting. So if you need to buy a plane ticket, if you want to book a hotel, villa, Airbnb like location, and also if you go to things to do, concert, or maybe like a lot of like zoo and so on like that, yes, you can buy everything in here because all the ticket is available in ticket.com. And sharing about our company as well. So we have company in many different locations. So in Indonesia, we have 3 offices in Jakarta, Bali, Bandung as well, Surabaya, Yogyakarta, Medan, Makassar, all in Indonesia. We have branch in Singapore. We have satellite in Hong Kong, Bangkok, Thailand, Kuala Lumpur, and also Vancouver as well. Furthermore, like why my passion is in traveling and I love traveling as well, because as you can see that in Indonesia it only 10.5%, which is on the top right hand side, of the employee working in the travel and tourism related domain. So if we can push and boost the traveling industry, it helped the Indonesian city like resident by 1/10. And also the business side is quite big as well. And if you can see that even Indonesia, if you talk about Indonesia, have a low percentage compared to many different countries, and this can be boost upside. And with ticket.com and with all the new things with the industry 4.0 and AI and so on, we want to boost this one as well. Ticket.com also the official partner of Wonderful Indonesia, which means that we want to promote, we want to share, we want to invite people to try the food, the location, the tourism, the hotel, the tradition, the cultures, and so on as well to Indonesia. Now, let me share to you a video about ticket.com. So please enjoy.
Pernah nggak kayak gitu? Liburan tuh dulu kayaknya emang cuma buat kalangan tertentu aja ya. Ya habis gimana? Soalnya dulu tuh susah nyari tiket. Jadinya cuma bisa ngayal. Tapi untungnya 10 tahun lalu, di tahun 2011, ada tiket.com, travel agent pertama di Indonesia. Kemanapun jadi gampang. Mau kemana-mana, ada tiketnya. Mau sunsetan, ada tiketnya. Mau snorkeling, ada tiketnya. Mau safari malam, nonton konser, bermalam di hotel berbintang, bolak-balik naik pesawat, semua ada tuh tiketnya. Selama 10 tahun ini, tiket.com selalu ada buat kita. Bahkan kalau situasinya lagi nggak asik kayak sekarang, tiket.com tetap ada buat kita. Emang sih, sekarang kita lebih banyak di rumah aja. Tapi harapan untuk segera kembali liburan bisa jadi kenyataan. 10 tahun bersama, 10 tahun banyak cerita, 10 tahun untuk selamanya. Tiket.com akan selalu ada. Kapanpun kamu siap ditiketin lagi.
So if you can see from the image and from the story as well, like yes, we cover a lot of different things. So in here, like now, because I already share about myself and then I share about uh, uh, about my company and who am I as well. Maybe I want to know like currently like who are the one that now watching and listening to this sharing session. If you can scan your QR code in here or type the link that I provided, and then just want to know like what is your background? Are you like university student? Are you the fresh graduate student, or maybe full-time employment as well? Maybe if you are full-time employment, are you part of the tech division, part of the data entrepreneurship? Oh, one person. So one fresh graduate is here. Okay. So how about the other? So I want to know like more about like who are the one that listening to this sharing, and then I'll try my best to cater the topic of the discussion around this area as well. So maybe we'll.
I'm so sorry, but like, do you mind like re-sharing your screen because I don't think it's coming up the QR code, but yeah.
Resharing. Okay, let me let me resharing. Let me resharing. I share it again. Can you see the screen?
No, I do not.
Do you want me to send you the file so maybe one of you can help me operate this one?
Yeah, sure. Do you want to send it through Gmail or through
Yes, absolutely.
the private
Anything.
chat? Is also okay.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
How can you send the file?
Oh, do you have like a link, or is it the PowerPoint?
Oh, this is a PowerPoint file.
Oh, okay. You can also send it to the WhatsApp. I think you're in the WhatsApp group.
Okay. But just remember that because in here I check I turn on some macro as well. I'm not sure whether you're familiar with the macro, so it can real time refresh.
Mm-hmm.
Let me send you the file first in the WhatsApp.
Okay, sounds good.
So until the video, when I play the video, you can still watch the video. Am I correct?
Yeah. But then the QR code, your slides don't switch. Your slides didn't switch after the video. Okay. I just got it. Let me download it and I can share mine.
Yeah, hopefully the the macro setting in your PC is set on. Finger crossed.
Fingers crossed, yes. Um, okay. Okay. Let me share. Let me
Okay. Um, is okay. Just share. Okay. Let me just share my entire screen. And here. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Okay.
Then you need to. There will be on the right hand side. There should be the live bar, live web bar that should be appear. But some setting.
Let me see view, and I will just present this.
Yep. Can you make it full screen? Because
Yes, I will.
the
I think it's view. Slideshow. Oh, cursive.
the shortcut
Okay.
is. Can you go back and forth?
Yes, I think so.
Nah. So on the right hand side there should be appear a live web, and those live web. Yeah, there should be a live bar that's showing the result of the people voting it.
Oh, okay.
So no, not that link. Don't click the link. Hello. Emily?
Yes. Let me just share my screen again. So here is my screen, and yeah. So the live link.
Yeah,
Is on the
the live link is not the live link is not that. I can give you the link of the live link in the chat, but yeah, you need to switch back and forth, and so it will be less convenient. I mean, I already make everything seamless, so should be like people can do the can scan the QR code and do the voting from their phone at the same time. On the right hand side there will be a live real time bar moving on when they voting.
Okay.
That's the idea.
Okay. You can just send me the link. I don't mind
Yep.
sharing my screen.
Yes, I already sent to you the link from the private chat.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So there's one. Okay. So let me refresh it. Maybe let me let me refresh it again.
Okay.
Cool. Okay. So, yep. Just let's continue. So now you can share. Can you show the browser as well?
Yes.
Cool. So yep. Now we can see the result as well. And this one, if you want to scan your QR code and tell us who you are as well, so I will know the distribution of the people who listening to this sharing session. And so the reason is like I want to cater the discussion for those one. If you are university student, then I will cover topic about university student. If there's fresh graduate, about how looking for a job in the data science as well, or if you are a full-time employment. Cool. There is one uni student here. Okay, maybe we give 20 seconds before we can move to the next slide. Then, how about the others? Yep, still waiting. One fresh graduate, okay. One full-time employment. Cool. So there is people from the. Yep, I think we can move to the next slide. So at least now there is more a uni student in here. So yep, we can see that now we can see there is a vast variety of people from the different background. Then let's start with the what is a data science. So let's next. This chart I took it like from one of the research area, and then every minute, which is like 30 seconds, 60 seconds, for every 60 seconds, we can see there's so much data. So for the Facebook, there is 150,000 photos. For the Instagram, there's 350 user posts. For the Amazon, there is 6,600 packets and so on and so on. Imagine this is only 1 minute times 60 is a 1 hour per week, per month, per year. The data is huge. It's not only megabyte, gigabyte, petabyte, picobyte, and so on. And now we need people that understand how we can take care and handle those kind of data, doing a proper data mining, and then make this one into a variable, variable value and also insight as well. So that's why the data expert, especially data science, is needed in here. Yes, next, please. Now, the landscape of the data science is very complex, but yes, don't get overwhelmed by the chart on the left hand side. Just want to focus on the top right hand side. So, in essence, the data science is combination of the computer science with unit coding skill, math and statistics because there is a lot of probability and linear algebra that used to build your model, and also the domain of the business knowledge. Just combination of these three skills will make you a good, prominent data scientist. Next. And I love this quote from the John Wills as well that say that a data scientist is better at statistics than a software engineer, and is better at software engineer than a statistician. So data scientist doesn't need to be expert in everything. Comparing with a normal software engineer, they should have a stronger statistical knowledge, and compared to the statistician, they need to be able to coding well as well. And I love this code. Next, please. So now the question next is like, now about data science in Ticket. So for Ticket.com, that I already explained to you what we are, and we are the OTA tech company. How can we use data science to support the company? Next, please. So before I'm talking about the data science and the artificial intelligence, let me give you a brief background about industrial revolution. So, yep, can you click next? Can you click next one? So in industry 1.0, it's happened when at first everything is manual, and then there's a steam power. A lot of devices, including like the train, including the car, is powered by the steam and the coal as well, and there's water power as well. The mechanization is created here. In industry 2.0, there is electricity, mass production when the machine can start building car. There is a good proper assembly line, pioneered by Ford, and now every company can do this one. Within industry 3.0, now, yes, there is internet as well. There's internet, there is computer. How before computer is only belong to the select few, and then there's a personal computer that in every home people can have computer. There's automation starting in here, and now we are entering industry 4.0 since 5-10 years ago. Artificial intelligence is the key part in here. Also, there's Internet of Things. Well, one item and the others can communicate. And also there is a cloud computing as well, where there is a big data, where the data is stored on the cloud, and you need to use a lot of technique, including AI, to use this one to create a lot of different AI product as well. And I can share you a lot about the AI product that we have. Yes, please. Next. Now, when we talk about the AI, it's very vast variety of AI. If the machine can see and view the picture or video, it's belong to the computer vision. Sometimes Siri, for example, in Apple and Google Home and so on, when the machine can listen to our voice and understand what we are talking about. And also there's a video as well. There's a chat bot when the chat can reply with us. It's all belong to natural language processing. And also there is a machine learning and deep learning, how the machine can learn a lot of things without being implicitly programmed. Also there is robotic, when you can create the robot arm and a lot of different things using artificial intelligence. And the last one is knowledge representation and reasoning. In the knowledge representation and reasoning, we teach the AI to understand the causation. So, for example, if it's summer day, then a lot of people want to buy ice cream. Machine do not understand this one. With AI, now they do understand and they can create a good recommendation. Yep. Next, please. So now let's discuss some of the thing in a more deeper way within Ticket. What do we do inside Ticket.com? So for example, computer vision. Yes, there is object detection where the computer eyes can detect the object. See in the small image there is a cat, there is a bike as well. Scene detection is not looking on the object, but looking at the whole picture. So in this whole picture, in Ticket, because we have a lot of hotel image, it is the lobby, it is the bedroom, bathroom, and so on. We need to define it in the scene detection. There is optical character recognition or OCR. How can the machine can read text in the image, the name of the hotel, and so on. Yes, next please. So, for example, now we are sharing a lot of things about our intelligent product. One of our product is Aurora Image Intelligence System. Within Aurora Image Intelligence System, we want, because we have billion of images, we, because we have, we have a lot of hotel partner, million of hotel partner. If one hotel give us, for example, 100 images, then it is 100 times 1 million. But so the number is a lot, and that's why we will not be able to label it manually. So if you look at the image there is some is bathroom, some is a lobby, and so on like that. When we build the AI system, can you click one button? You can see that within one click only, we can categorize which one is belong to the lobby, which image belong to the bathroom, and imagine this is not only 1 to 5 images. We categorize this one of the millions of images, billion of images, and that's why the AI in our Aurora Image Intelligence System help us a lot. Next, please. Also, the next one is like sometimes we want to check whether the image that the hotel upload is have good quality or bad quality. So there's a link when the hotelier can upload, and then for example in this one, the image is good because it's proper, and then there's a breakdown because there's a room, there's statistic, and then if you click the next one, if the image is bad, then maybe this is a zoom in. When you want to book a hotel, you don't really care about the image of their fridge. That's why I don't think this image is good enough, and it's not make the prospective customer want to book the hotel, and that's why this is such a bad image. It's too zoom into the fridge. Next, please. And that's why, and we have a lot of other things other than the object detection, scene detection, or OCR. We have the blur detection. If the image is not good enough, we block it down. Frame detection, if there is a frame, then is sometimes it can make the image is not aesthetically pleasing. Sometimes we give the image quality scoring, not straightforward. If the image is maybe not ideal to see in the public platform, then we need to ban it and so on like that. Can we go to the next one? And those the part of our computer vision. Now, how about what did we do in the NLP field, natural language processing? So in NLP, we have a lot of different things, such as sentiment analysis, typo handling, topic prediction, and name entity recognition. So, for example, sentiment analysis means that from all the sentences, for example, the titles and so on, there is a positive sentiment, there is a negative sentiment, there is a neutral sentiment. The typo handling, like for example, like yes, how about if they put the hotel review and there's a typo? How can we fix it automatically as well? Topic prediction is the discussion about the quality of the hotel, the cleanliness, how clean or how dirty the hotel is. for example, the pricey or not pricey and so on like that. So we can divide the discussion based on different topic. Then another recognition. For example, if the title, if we give them one sentences, which one is the hotel title, which one is the hotel name, which one is the bedroom type, which one is the room type, and so on like that. Can we go next? So now introducing, can you go back, please? Go back, oh, stop. Now we are introducing the Apus Smart Text Engine. So in Apus Smart Text Engine, what did we do is like for all the hotel review, we give all each the review one by one to the Apus Smart Text Engine, and within the Apus Smart Text Engine, we want to know what is the sentiment. Next. For example, this is the review. The hotel was great. This is a positive one. Food was great. Room is super clean. Security is helpful. You can see the tone is very positive. So if we see the sentiment, then the sentiment is next. Then the sentiment is positive. It is happy one. But how about if the review is different? The family room we got is dirty. Aircon is not working. Towel smells very bad. You know that the customer is not happy in here. They feel annoyed by the hotel. How can the machine understand when they read this one? The sentiment will be not so pleasing. So let's run the Apus, and yes, it is a negative sentiment. Let's see the other review. For example, the location is very strategic near the alun-alun of Malang City. Nice place to stay. So now the sentiment is very positive. It's about the comfort. It's about the location, top of my list. So if we run the Apus, the sentiment will be gladly. It is super positive. So we can see that all the review, we can do a lot of different sentiment in here, and that's how the AI can support consumer ticket. Can we go next, please? And compared to, just now we only see the sentiment analysis, but on top of it, there is typo handling, topic prediction, name and recognition, auto translate engine, because we sometimes Western people want to read the Indonesian review in English and vice versa. Language module detection, it is in Indonesian, English, or other languages as well, and many more for Apus Smart Text Engine. Yep, next please. Now, other than artificial intelligence, a good data scientist need to get familiar with a lot of different intelligent related CS, computer science domain outside AI, which is including next information retrieval. So information retrieval is a domain that when we learn something, because a lot of data, then we want to retrieve the data from the bank, the data bank. And this one is useful. I'll give you the application indicator later on in the next slide. Uh, and then there's a recommender system giving a lot of good recommendation. Maybe I like to buy a cheap hotel. Maybe Emily like to buy a more expensive 4-5 star hotel. So how can the system understand our preferences so we don't need to spend too much time to look, and we just give the best recommendation so we can spend less time and book the hotel or rent ticket. Next. And also, of course, cloud computing as well. With the cloud computing, like the data is all stored in the cloud, not in the server anymore. And the understanding of the cloud computing is very crucial to support all the intelligence product that we have. Yes, next please. This is the example of Fornext Smart Search Engine. So if you type one location, for example, Jakarta, I'm using my account. So because my history is buying not so fancy hotel in just 3-star hotel, then you can see that the result that appear is 3-star. Can you click one time? Next. You can see that the result is all 3-star, 2-star, 3-star only. Oh, there is 1 5-star here. If you click more, yep, there is more 3-star hotel, and there is 1 2 4-star as well. So this is my preference, and then everybody type the same keyword will get different order of ranking, and this is part of the implementation of information retrieval technique, and that's why this is how we put the intelligence into our product. The next one is, yep, the next one is the Neopolaris recommender system. See, if I want to buy the flight from Bali to Jakarta, straight away they give us the recommendation. Do you want to book the hotel in Jakarta? Maybe. So it's make my life way easier. I don't need to open a lot of tab. I book the flight and I can book the hotel straight away. This is very user friendly as well. Next, please. So now, if you look at all these example of the artificial intelligence, so now let's let's do the voting again, and maybe yes, Emily, if you can help showing the web on the right hand side again. So now we are doing the sampling again, and and yes, uh, now now we want to see like after we are sharing this one. Oh no, the sampling. That's not. It's already correct. So I already refreshed it. This one is already correct. So
Is it
yep,
the same link?
correct the sampling.
Okay.
Yeah. So yep. So now after we share a bit one or two about AI and data science, do you get all of them, or do you still confused a little bit, or totally not understand, or I'm blank? So just want to know like I just want to know the how clear is the explanation. I mean like yes, there's 1% already put. I know and understand. Thank you. So mean that my explanation is quite clear. I got it, but I'm still confused about the implementation. Yes, of course. You need to learn. Oh, there is more. I understand. So majority people get the understand, which is good. So explanation is quite clear as well, even though this is a bit technical. So yep, there's 3 people that I got the gist, but maybe still not familiar with the implementation. So that's good. Okay, we can move to the next slide. Oh, 3 people as well. No, 4 people. Thank you. So we have a lot of audience now. So yep, let's back to the slide again. Yep. So so now after we talk about the AI in ticket, because we are doing the hackathon, you need a lot of inspiration. You need to know about how can the AI is used outside there. So that's why I'm looking for some different variety of the domain as well from different countries. So hopefully you can get inspiration and then you can implement those one in not only in your hackathon competition but also for your knowledge in the future as well. So let's go next. The first case I took it from AI in agriculture domain, and this study case is from Taiwan. So in here we can see all the news that I show in here is all happening in the last 2-3 months. See, this is August 25th. So because of the AI, is double the farmer income. And then in the news is there is a source on the bottom side if you want to click as well, but you don't need to click it, Emily. So the way they do it is like using the computer vision. They check whether the plant is dirty or not. The plant is have parasite or not, and then they clean the parasite. If some plant need more food, then we give them more food, or if they need more water, so that's why they can make the result better to double their farmers income. And this is in Taiwan. Next application, yes, is in banking area, and the study case in in Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates. In here, it's mentioned that to open the account, you just need a facial recognition. You don't need somebody to call you to verify you. You don't need to go to the branch. This will be the future of banking as well. So this is one of the application. Okay. Next one. In the finance domain in India, this one with the finance integration, so you can invest your money. You can borrow, you can lend, you can do a lot of things, and everything happen in the split second because of the integration of the artificial intelligence in financial services. Next, please. In the education domain as well. So in the Birmingham, UK, there is like because of the COVID, a lot of students are study is have different progress. Some people are confused. Some people cannot get the topic, and then with the AI, we can see from their behavior, we can see from their face, and so on like that. So the teacher can put more attention to the much needed student, and put less attention to the student that already have the good progress. And this is the AI helping in the education in UK. Next one, in the healthcare. So in Israel, this is one of the first AI used to detect the cancer. So in the future, I believe that the doctor, with the help of the AI, will be able to detect whether the human have cancer or not by just looking at their diagnosis their image, their scanning, 3D scanning, and so on like that, which will be the future of the healthcare. Next one. Also, energy consumption. So this is in Bangladesh, where you can save the energy, and not only in Bangladesh. Actually, a couple of years ago in Google, with their DeepMind, they use AI to reducing their server farm cost. Google Cloud is very big. The electricity cost is like $billions, and imagine if they cost 30% of the electricity, is a lot of money, and that's why it's through the support of the AI. So yes, the application of AI is fast and robust in a lot of domain in a lot of different countries. And because this Garuda hacking is also touching a lot of domain, people from around the world, hopefully that we can get some inspiration, not only for this hackathon, but also for the future life as well. Next, please. But be mindful that AI is not magic. So AI will not solve everything. If you don't have enough data, if you have lack of data, the AI model will not be as good. And the task, you need to put certain boundaries. Just now I mentioned to you. Sometimes you need people that have the domain is detecting cancer. The domain is reducing the electricity cost. The domain is detecting the plantation. In ticket, the domain is recommendation, is search ranking page, SRP, image, and so on. If you didn't put a nice boundary, your model will not be able to detect well. The third one is the domain that requires human creativity, such as creating music, such as a drawing. AI might not be able to help. Now there is a new domain called GAN, Generative Adversarial Network, where the AI start able to create music or drawing as well. But this is still preliminary. And then human like Terminator will not will not happen in the future, in the near future at least. And now there is a new field in the study called AGI, artificial general intelligence, where they want to create how can the AI learn by itself without being trained as well. But this is just a very seed experiment, seedling. It's a very baby, tiny baby. So yes, next please. So now that's why now you will ask question like, then why should AI or driven or data driven solution matter? So I'll give you one or two examples. So next please. The first one is like, I believe you have heard this term. So because data is the new oil, and this is the big data and analytics software company revenue worldwide from 2011 to 2019. You can see the number is in the $1 billion value is increasing. Every company is using data science, data analytics, and big data, and that's why data driven is getting more and more important. Next one, please. And also, what does it mean to be a data driven organization? Because you need to put the data in the center of your work. If you create a model, if you create apps, what is the data supporting those apps or the model? Then you need to utilize the data effectively. You need to able to generate insight to make decision. Oh, the button need to put in here. Oh, the color of the button, the size of the button. Every decision need to be data driven to get the maximum revenue or income. And also it drives the change, the innovation, the new product to acquire more customers. So this is why data-driven solution matters. Yes, next please. And now the last part of my presentation is like, some of you might ask me like, why do you join or you are in the ticket.com? First, like you watch in the video and explanation, Ticket.com has been celebrating their 10 years anniversary. Currently, Ticket.com is one of the biggest online travel agencies in Indonesia. And yes, because my passion of data is one thing, my love of traveling is another thing. If I can match the thing working in the traveling industry that utilize my skill in the data to build all the AI product like what I mentioned, Aurora, Apus, Fornex, Neo Polaris, and all the things that I already shared to you, isn't it? That's a dream job for me, and that's why it's very exciting. And I believe the future of the traveling is big and large, especially once the pandemic finishes, because human require break, require traveling, and I want to help them to get the best experience booking hotel, buying flying ticket, the most suitable for them in the most user-friendly one with ticket.com. Next one. So, yep, I think that's my slide. This is my detail, and this is the Instagram of the ticket organization. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, and here is the time to ask questions if anyone has questions. Um, but yeah, I guess I have a personal question on my own. Um, what other AI solutions do you see for Ticket.com? Do you see them? What other potential AI, like what other potential solutions can you use with AI for Ticket.com?
There's a lot like just now the one that I mentioned to you is only some part of the solution. We have more things that I didn't explain. So we have a buy now pay later, and that's why we need to be able to get the fraud detection, whether the people that buy it want to abuse the promo or not. We have the AI in modeling here as well. We have the chatbot. How can it support the customer if they want to complain or have ask for a refund and so on like that. And and also we have uh, a lot of different things as well. So for example, like imagine like one day what we want to do is like when you don't need to tell us the keyword or anything, but with very seamless thing, people can get what they want. So imagine with the less typing, less clicking, the ticket.com give you the flight, the hotel, the things to do, the one that you like, with the most ideal price as well for you just to click one button to get what you want. You don't need to spend half a day reading the hotel one by one, half a day comparing the price because we already give you the best price. So those kind of thing is possible with artificial intelligence.
And how would you use artificial? Initially, you said you can use artificial intelligence for a pay later, like buy now, pay later system. How would you implement like AI for that system?
So the buy now pay later system has been implemented in ticket.com. So so we have ticket pay later. The problem is like not everybody. We need to understand that whether that person that applying for ticket pay letter have the power to pay back, because we do not want to have the bad experience with the customer when the customer cannot afford to pay back, and it will be a bad experience for both ticket and also the customer. So that's why with the AI, we know from their behavior, we know from their habit as well. Oh, this person is financially affluent, or this person have the regular income as well. And with those AI, we can see yes, because you use buy now pay later not because you don't have any income, but because you this is your financial management system. So we give you the pay later. So those kind of
Mhm. And with that buy now, pay later system, do you get into any conflict with any data privacy issues? Seeing as you are monitoring a little bit of like their financial spending.
actually we are not monitoring it. So with the beauty of the AI is like AI is looking for the pattern. So
Mhm.
so just now I didn't explain how to build the AI. So the way to build the AI is like there is a big of the data, then based on this data, then we build the AI model. Once
Mhm.
the AI model is created, you do not need more data. So those data is not useful anymore. This model only understand the pattern. So we understand the pattern. We are not looking for example for house or financial or house Emily's financial. We are not reading this one. What we are looking is your behavior. So for example, I am a poor guy and you are quite wealthy, for example. My behavior will be similar with the other poor guy behavior, and your behavior is similar with the wealthy behavior. Even though I do not know your financial, because of your behavior in ticket, then I can make a good amount prediction, maybe 80% or 90%. You should belong to this wealthy group. Then we will give you the buy now pay later. From my behavior, the way I search, the way I type in ticket, the platform can deduct, oh, I should belong to this group of behavior, then I'll give you a different treatment. So something like that. Like imagine, like, let's use an example, bad example, for example, robbery. Even though robbery in Indonesia and robbery in Australia and robbery in UK, I believe couple of days before the robbery they will start scouting the house that they want to come in. They ask the neighbor, talking this one. We are looking at this behavior. So if we already catch on the behavior, if Irfan talking scouting at your place, if Irfan talking at your neighbor, there is 80% I might become a burglar in your place. So those kind of behavior that we learn. The AI does not know Irfan is a burglar or not because there is no history of it. But based on my behavior, then it can make a prediction to certain probability.
Perfect. And yeah, if anyone else has more questions, please drop it down in the comments. If not, I'm just gonna keep asking questions. Because I am also because I am majoring in biomedical engineering, so it's very interesting to me to be able to use AI in a medical context as well. So I'm also learning a little bit from you as well, because I know like with AI, it is modeled after the neural network, like the brain. So like in terms of right, like the branches and like the the if not options. So I know a little bit, but not enough. But yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
if you heard of the term deep learning, so deep learning is the AI neural network based learning. So there is like an input and there is a lot of neuron. We call it layer, and there is many layer, and then there is an
Yeah.
output. So
All
because
that.
the layer can go up, go down, go out, and with all certain roles, which is this is the neuron from the brain to neuron, and then to your head or your skin and so on like that. So that's why
Oh.
the more complex is the neuron on the layer and the hidden layer, and the rule going up and going down and going a lot of different graphical logical, then it can getting more and more complicated, but have a good result. We know the output, we know the input, we know the output, but how can the model of the deep learning and neural net predicting what is the good pattern, and then if we give more input and more output, they can predict it correctly. So one day when we get the new input without output, we can predict the output, and that's how the logic behind neural net.
And do you mind explaining the differences between AI and deep learning and machine learning? Like, what are the differences with those three?
Okay, so artificial intelligence is the subdomain in computer science. Just now in one of my slides, inside artificial intelligence there is a lot of different domains, such as machine learning, robotics, and others. Inside machine learning, there is machine learning with neural network and machine learning without neural network. Machine learning without neural network, we call it traditional machine learning. So maybe you have heard a decision tree, random forest, XGBoost. That's all the one name of the SVM. Those kind of thing is the we call it traditional machine learning, and the machine learning that using neural network is called deep learning. So deep learning is subset of the machine learning, and machine learning is subset of the artificial intelligence.
And does Ticket.com implement specifically deep learning in any of like the AI softwares, like for the programs that you stated before?
Absolutely. So for the image, for the text, we all using the deep learning because it's not easy for someone, especially for the image. It's not easy to recognize the image because like we want to give the best hotel image to the customer as well. And those kind of the most of the image technique is using very complex deep learning technique.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. And
I don't have any questions right now, but yeah, feel free to talk about whatever you want. And I'm sure I hopefully we do get a few chats here and there. But yeah, if not, I can think of another question. I'm pretty sure. But yeah,
Maybe yeah. I'll share one thing because like I can see you and you told me you are the biomedical engineering. So
yeah.
what I can share to you about the implementation of the AI in the medicine field in more deeper. So
Oh.
a lot of people always ask, will AI replace human? And the answer is no. As simple as that. But with AI, human can become a superhuman, like Iron Man. Iron Man or Tony Stark is not a powerful man. He is like us. But with his suit, he can become a superhero. With the AI, it's the same thing. I don't think that's a good idea to make AI diagnose you have cancer or not have cancer and give the cancer medicine straight away. That's a bit too risky. But imagine that the doctor is the one that can operate the AI tools. That's why when the doctor doing the 3D scan or any what's called the X-ray and so on like that, maybe the AI can learn a lot of pattern. Oh, there's this is A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and then by the scanning, we give it to the AI, and the AI already give you the report. 30% maybe have disease A, low prediction. 97% have cancer. The doctor then need to double confirm. Doctor have the knowledge about those cancer. Look at the picture again. Yes, AI is correct. So what we want is like in the future, doctor and not all doctor, everybody in every expertise or professional, with the support of the AI, become superhero. CEO with the help of the AI can make a better decision. Doctor can make a faster decision and this one, and then maybe the AI can create a medicine, but the doctor rather than the doctor putting all the medicine one by one, the AI is creating the medicine. The doctor need to click one button, approve. So the doctor can still modify the medicine that the AI proposed. The final decision is still in the human, which is the doctor. But it saves the job, it saves the time and the task of the all the user, including the doctor. So that's why it's like becoming super doctor as well. Because when you need to type the medicine one by one, or you need to check, oh, 3 medicine or 10 medicine, 9 correct, one, let's reduce the dose or let's add more things as well. It saves time from the doctor. So the doctor from can only check 10 people, maybe can check 20 people, and then that's more productive. And those how I envision AI in the future, where everybody will become a super man or superwoman because of the AI.
Speaking of AI, in medicine, in the context of medicine, recently, like, because my professor is a professor in nuclear imaging, so MRIs um, and yeah, we do a lot of MRIs, we do a lot of X-rays and CAT scans, and yeah, because of AI, they were actually able to give a lower dosage of radiation because the AI fills in all the images that are not filled out. So you could also like do less radiation, and it fills out a lot of the context very accurately. So yeah, I get what you mean. So yeah.
It is. It's learn the pattern. I mean, like the hard part is creating the training data for model to learn. If you can have 1 million of the cancer A, maybe cancer, any cancer like bone cancer or what cancer like breast cancer, then all the pattern of those cancer has been learned. So when there is a similarity of the pattern in the new people that just come in, imagine if a person come into the doctor and say, I have one issue, and then when they're doing the X-ray, that issue is being cut out, but there's another issue that the person is not aware of, and the doctor say that, by the way, on the top of this issue, you might have breast cancer. So do you want us to kill the tumor before it become a cancer? Those kind of thing, and then there's a very cheap one because when you need the doctor brain, then it is very expensive. But this AI, once you build the model, then you can reuse it for everybody, and it's very quick. Literally, like the training part is time consuming and resource exhaustive, but the prediction part is faster. So once the model is trained well and used well, like Siri, I believe Apple training Siri a lot of days or weeks, but when we use it, Siri, what's the weather in Jakarta? Siri can answer it in a split second. Weather is rainy and so on like that. Those kind of things that will be have a lot of value to human life.
I was also wondering what is the what is what is the benefit of using a traditional artificial intelligence versus deep learning? Because with deep learning, especially with the neural network, you're constantly updating your data and constantly updating like the criteria for a certain tendency, right? But with artificial intelligence, it's just like a set number, like set, like you don't like the more input you get, it doesn't change the neural, like it doesn't change like the if like the choices, right? So why what is the benefit of using just traditional artificial intelligence versus like deep learning network?
Okay, maybe let's split it into two different definition first. So the way you mentioned that when you give the input and the machine learn and improving is called reinforcement learning. That's different topic. Yes, many deep learning have built-in reinforcement learning, but some deep learning do not have reinforcement learning. So the way the neural learning and change and improving is not because of deep learning, but because of the implementation of the reinforcement. So we reinforce the learning to the model. Traditional machine learning and deep learning can do reinforcement learning. So
Okay.
that's doesn't. But the different more because in the deep learning you need to build all the neuron. So if you just give 100 to 100 data set, usually that's not enough. Deep learning require a big set of the data set to be able to predict a good amount of things. And sometimes when the people want to start learning something, or when the company is not big enough, they might not have huge data, and that's why building a deep learning might not have a good accuracy because of the lacking of the data. In this case, the traditional machine learning can help because the traditional machine learning, yes, more data will help and make the model more accurate. But a good amount of data is enough for traditional machine learning. To summarize it, yes, traditional machine learning usually require less data to get certain level of accuracy compared to deep learning. And also from the resource point of view, is also less resource exhaustive. With deep learning, you need to have a powerful resource, including maybe GPU, graphical unit processing, or TPU, tensor unit processing from Google, if you need to run a more complex one. So for learning or for small company, traditional machine learning is still a good one. If you have a big, huge data, if you have a big, powerful supercomputer, if you're working in the big tech unicorn company, then uh, you need to decide whether you want to run traditional or deep learning, or maybe you run both of them and compare which one is better, the accuracy.
Okay. So I guess like the so just to summarize, like I think deep learning and machine learning, it's more resource exhaustive. So you need a lot of resources and a big data set, right? Am I getting that right?
It is.
Okay,
Yes, that's
perfect.
correct.
Okay. Um, and yeah. And what kind of resources do you need for machine learning? Do you need I know some people need cloud computing. Oh, actually you did mention this in your slides. You do need cloud computing just to handle a big amount of data. Gotcha. Okay.
Yep.
Um,
Yes, if your resource or data is small, running it in the local or maybe some small server is okay. When you when you run a big huge amount of data, either it is an industry grade server or cloud is necessary. Actually, in the cloud you can still define the spec. If the spec is lower or cheaper, then it is lower. So there's a lot of different option. It's like all you can eat restaurant when it's not all you can eat. It's like a normal restaurant when you can pick, but the juicier the beef, the meat, the more expensive it is.
Yes. And also for because a lot of our hackers are going to be creating their own applications and they're going to put a lot of features in their applications. How will you use artificial AI? Sorry, AI
in something common in apps like chatbots? Like how do you start with that?
Okay, there is to for any apps there is a client side and there is the server side. You need to make a good decision whether you want to run your AI model on the client side or on the server side. On the server side is usually more robust because the resource is bigger. On the client side, there is a risk. Everybody handphone is different. Sometimes if the handphone is cheap enough, it's not as powerful. But there is a pro and cons. If you want to run it in the client side, there is MLJS, so machine learning based on the JavaScript. If you want to run it into the server side, there's many things. The most popular one is Python. So you code the logic in Python and wrap it on using a solution. So pickles and so on like that. This is a binary code for the modeling. Then your backend code maybe in Java, maybe in Go language, maybe in other languages, might be or Scala, might be able to call this binary pickle code from the Python that you produce to get the outcome. The end-to-end model is a bit complicated. So usually from my past experience in the hackathon as well, like, you need first of all one person to build the model, the other person to build the back end, the other person to build the front end. So then you need to discuss what's the communication method. How can the back end calling the AI model? How can the AI model returning the important information to the back end to show into the front end?
Perfect. And what other simple application features can you use AI for? A lot of these, we are a lot of our submissions do tend to be like simpler apps. We don't have as much resources as they could. But yeah, if you could use if you could give some like potential solutions to use AI in like simple mobile applications, that would be great. Just to inspire all the hackers.
I can recommend like if you're using Python, use a simple library such as scikit-learn and Panda. So those two should be enough. So Panda is a data manipulation, and scikit-learn is a good, well-versed library for a lot of different AI model. Though all of them is not deep learning, those traditional machine learning, but I think there should be enough because it will take less resources and you don't need a huge amount of data. When you want to move to the deep learning, then TensorFlow, TS from Google, or PyTorch is PyTorch or Theano from Facebook is more beneficial. But because you have time limitation, I think scikit-learn and Panda should be enough to build this one.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so if anyone is watching, yeah, definitely good recommendations. And yeah, what else can I ask? I'm trying to think of me being a hacker and what I can ask. Uh,
Are you doing this is a bachelor degree of biomedical engineering or
yes.
which year?
So I'm a third year and I'm also
I see.
minoring in finance. So interesting mix.
Minor
Yeah.
in finance. So how can medical engineering related to the finance, or do you want to become the big manager in the hospital or something like that?
I was thinking of being a big manager in a hospital, but it is hard to be a big manager in a hospital. So I am also very interested in, I'm very interested in the VC space, startup space, just research and development in the startup world, and like getting funding. So it's a good mix of both. And I think biomedical
Nice.
engineering is like you can get a good mix of everything. You get a good mix of computer science, you get a good mix of biomed, physics, and everything. So yeah. Because yeah,
Nice.
I also do a lot of coding. I also code like algorithms for MRIs, so that's really cool. Yeah.
Cool,
Yeah.
cool. So because because my domain is AI. But do you believe that in the future can, because like this is like should be related to me, but there is some domain that I'm not familiar with. Like just now what I say is like my dream job, not job, my dream target goal is like I want even before the people can touch the phone or the app of ticket.com, the ticket can learn a good amount of what the people want, so we can give the best recommendation. Because you are doing biomedical, it is possible to read the, I don't know, human brain wave or something to enrich my AI model. So if the brainwave thinking about this one, then maybe they're looking for this one. Then, it, then I mean, like I'm not talking about the telepathic and so on, but I mean, like yeah,
Yeah.
it's possible to read those information and then transcribe it into a binary information, and then the computer can process it and then learn from the pattern. For example, if I'm thinking about a good hotel and you are thinking about you're a good hotel, if our way of thinking is the similar, can the brainwave detecting the similar things in that one? So we both can get similar recommendations, something like that.
I get what you mean. I guess um in the biomedical engineering space, because I also work with prosthetics, like if you break an like if you amputate your arm, you make a prosthetics. So we're also developing technology that reads your brain waves and reads your nerve signals to create motion, right? So that's the basis of prosthetics, and we want to make the motion as detailed and as fine as possible, not just like regular big movements, but so you can use your hand to write very fine movements. And that includes a lot of detecting, that includes a lot of it measures your brain waves. It measures your brain waves from certain points of your body, and then it turns it into binary and change it from analog to digital. So from analog to binary, right? So I think in terms of I guess that is different because it is in terms of motion, but um, which is very universal across humans. I have There have been studies that show that similar thoughts and similar when you're thinking of doing a certain action, you get the similar brainwaves, not the same, but similar. And it does get better the more that you analyze the brainwaves and across different sets of data. So yeah, I think it's
Yep.
honestly possible. It's a long way out there, but I think it's honestly possible.
Yeah, the beauty of AI is like because the normal science usually is like you need to map everything. So this brainwaves touching this one touching this one, is this one going up, this one going down, this one. So you need to map everything, and maybe the combination is like millions of combination. The beauty
Mhm.
of AI is like AI does not need to understand the meaning of its combination. So this is like
Mhm.
pro and cons. But for me, I think it's a pro. So AI is learning from the pattern. So when people asking is AI smart or not, I think AI can be stupid.
Yeah.
So just now when I said about the burger, I mean like if somebody want to rob one house and so on like that, the AI does not understand that behavior of scouting and asking neighbor and so on. This is a bad behavior. They just know that this behavior equal to robbing house and so on like that. So the AI does not understand, but they learn the pattern. So that's why what the AI can do is like the similarity. This brainwaves and this one and this one and this one, if they are similar, then they might want to get a five-star hotel and so on like that. But the AI will not be able to understand this brainwaves because this is going down, this is going up because of their appetite of want to spend money and so on. AI will not be able to write down this one. Those is a pure research need to do this one. So there's a but because of this one, AI can solve problem that people cannot solve it in the thing that look smart but stupid, if you get what
Yeah.
I mean.
I get what you mean. I think AI has also come a really long way. machine learning, because I know Google actually created two computers that have very advanced like deep learning AI, because they modeled it after a human brain, like the neural network of a human brain. And then they just had the two computers communicate with each other, and then they started creating their own language. And Google thought it was dangerous, so they had to shut down the project. But I think like yeah, deep learning and
Actually,
AI is kind of a long way.
actually, that's not Google. That's Facebook.
Oh,
And
sorry.
no, it's okay. And then like and actually that's not a wrong. So the story is like, because I'm following my domain. So actually that's not a bad thing. When I say not a bad thing, it's like this. When two AI want to communicate, they want to use the most efficient way possible. So like human, we are speaking English. Uh, Maybe in the formal venue like this, we talk formally. But when you talk with your friend, there is a lot of slang. You shorten a lot of things. Some part you shorten it, some part you modify it, and so on like that. The purpose is not to make a code. The purpose is not to make the communication seamless, to make the typing less. You shorten everything and so on like that. Maybe you need to type the whole sentences. You just cut the first three letters and so on like that. So actually, that's what the AI did, because they think that because they do not need to follow to the human language, so they cut down something. And then if you want to say I want to go becoming X, so X equal to I want to go, so they resemble everything, and the message become XXJ, XSY, XSP. And then like when the human read this one, oh my god, they are talking in the code that I don't understand. The human afraid, how about if the communication becoming sensitive or maybe like dangerous? That's why they shut it down. But I don't think the purpose of those shortened part is evil at that point, because they just want to be efficient.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, it does get a bit complex once it starts getting to those big projects. But yeah, I have so much appreciation for AI, especially the big companies like NVIDIA. NVIDIA, so cool. But yeah, um, and also for everyone who's watching, AI also has a variety of different applications. It's not only for specific fields like medical, but it also applies for gaming, which is really interesting. um, of course, and yeah,
Don't
yeah.
don't say you play games as well.
I used to try to play chess. That's artificial intelligence, right? Yeah.
uh, that's the that's the old AI. I mean, like I think in the
Yeah.
chess, they put the rule base, which is like they code everything. So it's not the AI that currently we are talking. So if you play chess
Mhm.
10, 20 years ago, that's not the real AI.
Yeah.
They put all the combination and then they put into the machine.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, this is why I'm really bad at chess. But yeah, um, but yeah, those are my questions for today. I have no more questions left. But thank you so much, Irfan. If there's anything you want to talk about, we still have 10 minutes. But yeah, it was so great talking to you, and yeah, definitely helped. It was really fun as a biomedical engineer to hear what you had to say too.
Yeah, it's likewise. I mean, like sharing to the people that are listening and talking with you as well. I mean, like yeah, it's very exciting when like people, because I thought AI is belong to the computer science, and then when you are from the biomedical engineering, have such passion and following this one, all the technology is very excited. I mean, like because what I believe is like the democratic of AI. So I believe AI should not be exclusively belong to the computer science. I think many field should learn about AI, but with certain boundaries, because the complexity is not easy as well. But I mean, like I sincerely believe that if the AI can be used, maybe people doing master or even PhD in all other field, it can give a lot of benefit for a lot of different fields as well, and will help the human humanity as well in the future. So that's why like why I put my future and my passion into this domain. I'm working as a data scientist as well because not only I believe this will be the future, but also like at least if something bad happened, the robot, I don't know, the Terminators or something like that, at least I understand how it happened and maybe I can help to stop it if I can.
Yes, let's hope no Terminator happens. But I think AI is in good hands. I think we safeguard it a lot. So I think we're very cautious with where we put AI and how we use AI. So I don't think we see any Terminator coming soon. But yeah, but like I said, it's just so interesting because, especially with in the biomedical engineering field, a lot of times like doctors misdiagnose like images like MRIs and CAT scans. You miss something small, something that like the human eye just don't naturally goes to. And then when you go put it through an AI, they say like, hey, this could be like a tiny tumor or the start of something. So that's also very interesting in the biomedical engineering field. So yeah.
Yep. Agree. Because usually the doctor is like get familiar if that disease appear again and again in the different patient.
Yeah.
But when
Yeah.
there is certain pattern that the doctor knows during their medical school, but maybe once every year only one or two cases, or even maybe one every
Yeah.
5 years, they forgot. I mean, like and the beauty of AI is like as long as the pattern is learned in AI will not forget about this one. And I think that's why I told you like AI will become a good a good nurse, a good I don't know assistant for the doctor, and the doctor will become a super doctor, and manager
Yeah.
becomes super manager, CEO becomes super CEO, and I think that will bring good human leader can make a better decision with AI from a lot of things. I mean like, and hopefully like uh, yeah, yeah. Of course the bad guy can become a super bad guy, but I don't want to touch that topic.
Yeah. I'd like to believe there's more good people than bad people. So
Finger crossed.
yes. Thank you so much, Irfan. I really enjoyed our talk. Yeah. So thank you so much. Thank you for Ticket for coming and doing a talk with us today. Thank you so much, Irfan. And maybe we can see each other soon in real life. I don't know. But okay.
Okay, no,
Thank you.
no issue if you come to Jakarta or something. Yeah. Are you based on Jakarta? Or?
I am currently in LA and it's 4:30 a.m. But yeah, I
Wow.
will I will be in Jakarta soon. But yeah. So
Cool.
yeah,
You
it's
can
also
talk
very
more about
interesting.
that.
Yeah, it's
I'm
very
sorry. I'm sorry.
interesting to me. No worries. It's very interesting because like my school has a really good biomedical engineering program, and they recently are partnering with Amazon. So Amazon is partnering up with my school, like my computer science school. So we definitely have a lot of resources and a lot of research that's so interesting about AI and the medical field, which is very interesting to me. So yeah.
Okay, maybe in the future when ticket is touching the medical traveling or something like that, maybe you can
Yeah.
support as well.
Who knows? Exactly.
Who knows?
Medical
Nobody's
tourism.
know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So thank you so much, Irfan.
Thank you so much, Emily, as well for the opportunity. Nice talk to you as well.
Okay.
And
See
at
you
4:30 a.m. like such
4:30
a
a.m.
commitment.
I got this.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. I hope you have a great
Okay.
day. See you.
Okay. Have a nice day as well. Stay healthy. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. I am unmuted. So, welcome back, everybody. Our next guest will be from Finantier. Um, we have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Diego Rojas. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. He is the co founder and CEO of Finantier, which is a YC 2021 company. Um, he has had prior experience working as an advisor in Globant. He is also a founder of Leap FinTech, and he has had previous experience as a software engineer in various companies like Tianrong.com and Lending Club. And so, without further ado, I'd like to let's give a warm invite to Mr. Diego Rojas.
Hello, Emily.
Hi.
Selamat malam, everyone.
Do you have some slides?
Of course I do. Thanks everyone for joining. Thanks Garuda Hacks for organizing this, and thanks for all the sponsors, helping to organize the event. I believe you were expecting our CTO Mas Nasmi, but we wish him a speedy recovery, and he had an issue. So get well soon, Nasmi. So I'm here to share more about Finantia. So maybe I'll share my screen in a moment. Let me see. Okay. I think now you're able to see my screen, isn't it? I believe so. Let me just double check. Can you guys see my screen?
Yep, we're good.
Okay, thank you. This is what we ask these days, in Zoom all the time. So yeah, I'm Diego, co-founder and CEO at Finantier, as Emily was saying. And we're here to talk a bit more about Finantier, tell you our mission, our story, what we do, and some technical tips about how we are building Finantier, and also to tell you more about our culture and how we go about building, our company. So let's move on. So who we are, or who are we? Basically, we are an open finance platform for Indonesia and Southeast Asia, and our mission is really to help everyone to have access to better and more inclusive financial services. We believe that open finance is a catalyst for financial inclusion, meaning that can really help to accelerate how many access financial services in the future. And we believe that data is the answer to really accelerate financial inclusion. But there is some work that we have to do first to make sure that everyone can really share the data and leverage the data to access better financial services. And that's our mission, really, accelerate financial inclusion. And our vision is actually to power all the financial services in Southeast Asia, and why not beyond. So yeah, we are a team of 65, I believe, by next week. We're growing really fast. Of course, our headquarters are here in Jakarta, but we have a small team in Singapore, and also we have presence in Manila now, and we're growing rapidly across Southeast Asia. So we've been, it's almost 1 year since we got started, and many things are happening. So let me tell you more. So I think I already shared about our mission. It's really to drive financial inclusion across the region. That's, at the core of our company. Really, we're building technology and building many components for it, but at the core, in our heart, is actually, helping people to lead better lives. And, across Southeast Asia, we have a reality of 60 to 70% of the population that is unbanked or underserved, meaning that they don't have access to proper financial services. And, we want to help everyone to really leverage our data to, lead better lives, but accessing fairer and more inclusive financial services. That's, at the core of what we do. Just, zooming into Indonesia and maybe why a platform like Financier is needed. We are an open finance platform. We are not open banking. Open banking, is only restricted to banking data. We're open finance, so we are going to talk more about it. But our data suppliers, or let's say data partners, are operating in different segments, and open finance is horizontal across multiple financial services. So that's why we see here, the gap between the need and the supply in Indonesia today, and we see that there is still a huge gap between what is provided today in payments and transfers, savings and credit. There is still a huge gap, and that gap, can be really covered by including more people into these segments, into these products, and we're here to help, because at the end of the day, for those that are providing these financial services, they need to really understand consumers. They need to understand their credit profile, their credit history, their behavior. They need to be able to underwrite and onboard everyone to make use of savings accounts, payments, transfers, and to access to loans and credit. But at the same time, what can you do if you don't have any credit history? Well, maybe you have some digital footprint here and there. You have a billing, utility payments, you have telco, you have some data here and there. And Financiera comes to the rescue to help you to make sense of all that data and share this data with those that are building better financial services for you, services that are relatable to your financial standing. So as we see, there is a huge gap, but we're here to help and to increase, this bar at the bottom on the supply side by helping everyone to access meaningful data. So again, looking at these segments, right? Payments and transfers, savings and credit, basically the services that are demanded by consumers out there. There are different pillars here where, Financiera is playing a role. Basically, as I was saying earlier, when you have to access financial services, those providers actually have to onboard you. They need to know you. They need to know more about you so they can actually, extend a loan, open an account for you, or allow you to transact within their platforms. So KYC is a very important component that all of us, we went through. When you sign up for a service online, you're going through this series of forms and questions, and oftentimes you realize that you have to fill up the same personal information. You have to fill up the same details all over across multiple services. But what if you are able to do that once, perhaps? Or what if you can just tap into a button and then just bring your data, with your permission, of course, bring your data to these services that you are signing up for? Well, that's how Financiera is playing a role there, to allowing you to access as a consumer financial services by leveraging your data. But at the same time, there are other challenges here for consumers, and that goes around financial literacy and how the market needs to be aware and educated about the benefits of all this and how they can actually use the data for good. But that's on the consumer side of things. On the distribution side of things, how Financiera actually works and how Financiera operates. We're actually a B2B company, meaning that our clients are actually other financial institutions, banks, wallets, e-commerce, basically those that are facing clients, consumers. And all these platforms, they have some exposure to financial services. They do have a way for you to transact or pay. They have a way for you to maybe access to credit, or maybe access to other financial services that are really applicable to their business. Maybe buy now, pay later, and all these new features, cool features, financial services that are quite trendy these days. But many of these institutions are not financial services per se. They might be e-commerce, they might be other digital online platforms that they have a different business, core business. So how they can actually provide financial services? Sometimes they can't build their own services, they can't procure their own licenses. So that's where embedded finance comes to the picture, and this is what Financiera is heading towards too. Because today we're an open finance platform, but in the long run, we will be able to offer these embedded finance experiences to everyone in the market across Southeast Asia, and again, why not beyond? But again, all this is built upon a solid infrastructure that we continue to build. Basically, our core product is an API for other businesses to integrate their products and leverage our infrastructure for identity, payments, and for actually aggregation of data. But there is another aspect here that is very important for what we do and how we're doing it, which is regulation. Financial services are heavily regulated for a good reason, to safeguard and protect individuals, to make sure that they are not scammed, and to make sure that, they actually make savvy decisions in a way. So, we are actually working closely with OJK, Bank Indonesia here in Indonesia, and other regulators across APAC. And we're actually pushing this agenda forward, of this open finance agenda forward, because more than ever, regulators understand that, there was, or there is some success in other markets around open banking, and they can see the actual benefits of it. But open banking really applies to bank accounts and to the data that lives on those silos within banks. So here in Southeast Asia, if many don't have bank accounts, well, the answer should be something around open finance, something broader and more inclusive. So we're helping regulators these days to work in different policies, guidelines, and we're also developing some concrete solutions aligned with the regulation that is taking shape here in Indonesia, in the Philippines, and in other places. And at the end of the day, what we want is just to continue build this infrastructure in a way that, it's going to become the standard for everyone out there to leverage the data to access better financial services. But at the same time, this should be done in a proper way, meaning as a consumer, you should be in full control of your data, who access your data, and, for what purposes are you sharing your data. So there should be transparency, and that's why we're building Finantier in a very particular way. And, later on I will tell you more about it. But it's very important that we continue to do this work with regulators, and everyone is very positive in the way we're doing things. But this is a journey that, we need to work together with regulators, corporates, banks, and everyone. And Finantier is here to build this ecosystem in the right way. So coming back to the point, right, of why this matters, why this is important, why open finance matters. As I was saying earlier, maybe, you transact online, you might have a bank account, you maybe buy things online, or you have a wallet, you transact online to pay your utilities, or you have a mobile phone, and you are producing data constantly across all these different products. And this data lives actually in silos, meaning that this data just remain in one single data source. Let's say the banking data will just remain in the bank account, so on the bank. The e-commerce data will maybe remain in the payment processor, or maybe in the e-commerce, and so on. And you are just leaving these footprints in multiple systems. And when you have to sign up for services, when you have to access other new financial services, you might want to put all this together to demonstrate that you have a proper credit history, that you might not have a bank account, but you are actually transacting online, and you have your savings perhaps in this wallet, or you are paying your bills on time. You want to be able to leverage all this data. And if all this remain stored only in one data provider, well, that's not really helpful for you. You are not making a good use of your data as a consumer. And we believe that, you should be able to put all this data together, and you should be able to leverage it to access financial services that are relatable to your financial standing and to your behavior or to your preferences, so others can build really hyper-personalized products for you. And right now, or I would say in the past, because right now we are addressing all this, in the past, it was very hard for consumers to really leverage their data. And now the situation is the following. With Finantier, you are able to put all this together and bring it to the institutions that you are signing up for a loan, for a savings account, or maybe for a PFM, personal finance management app, or for an investment platform. And you can bring your data, and these financial services providers or fintechs, they can really customize the journey for you within the products. And they can really trust that you are who you are saying you are, And you are also building your credit history based on top of all these different data sets that we cover, because as I said, we are an open finance platform. So all these data sets are relevant to what we're doing today. But another important aspect here is that trust, consent, and security are very strong pillars, fundamental pillars for what we do. Because as a consumer, you want to make sure that you share your data in a secure and transparent way. You want to be in control of it, and you just want to share enough with these companies so they are able to provide these hyper personalized journeys. And you want to be in control. You want to pause, or you want to really remove access anytime. And we're building all these components so you're able to really decide what kind of data you bring to these institutions, for how long, and there are different options that you can personalize, so you're in full control of that. And as a consequence of all these components, all the things that we're building, and the aggregation of all these different data sets, you are able to access services that perhaps in the past you weren't able, especially if you didn't have a bank account or if you didn't have a credit history. So as a combination of all this data and the enrichment that we do on top of this data, you are able to get a better deal, a loan with better interest rates, or at the end of the day, access buy now, pay later services, and you're able to sign up for these new products that perhaps were beyond reach in the past to you. So that's the solution that we're bringing. And in more concrete terms, okay, what are the products that we build at the end of the day? How they look like? Well, we can talk about it now. Basically, putting all these data pieces together and enriching all that, that's what we name and define as a common aggregation. Basically, putting banking data, if you have a bank account, telco data, payments data, government databases, taxation data, etc. All these data that comes from data partners that work closely with our data partners to procure this data in a way that complies also with regulation and terms and conditions. So we put all this together, we enrich it in a way that we understand different patterns and behaviors that you perform online by transacting in e-commerce, by transacting with your bank, etc. And that's the data that we through our API and with your consent we pass to our clients so they can actually provide you with hyper personalized experiences and better products. But as a consequence of all this aggregation that we built, all this data aggregation, we are able to provide scoring solutions, great scoring solutions. And this is actually useful for lending firms, so multi-finance here in Indonesia, where there's a massive number of borrowers applying for loans, and some of them might not have enough data to prove that they are credit worthy, right? So by leveraging alternative data sets, by looking at the how well they pay the utilities, or by looking at their telco data, by looking into some financial footprints that they have here and there, we're able to build this scoring solution that allows lenders to make quicker decisions and informed decisions, and sometimes to improve their existing models. So they are able to approach new segments in the market to increase the number of borrowers and reduce cost of acquisition in a way for them, because they can really make their underwriting processes more efficient. And that's what we're doing for credit scoring. And also this aggregation of data allows us to add some data points for verification, to verify if you have certain wallets or certain accounts in a bank, to verify your data, your employment, and all these small data points that sometimes are Boolean, yes or no, but are coming from trusted sources. And there is also a level of processing and enrichment that we do on top of our data partners. This allows clients to really perform a quick and better onboarding experience in general. When you're signing up for financial services, you don't have to fill up many things. Maybe you enter your mobile number and your ID number, and then with that, Financier is able to really verify that you are this person and maybe you have this and that, that's good enough for some institutions to really onboard you, and you don't have to wait maybe 1, 2, or 3 days to be approved to use a service. So that's how we help these institutions with verification. We're also doing some work in terms of embedding better payment experiences within our clients. This is work in progress, but as a preview, we're really adjusting some experiences in terms of repayments, payouts, subscriptions, and recurring payments that today are a bit difficult out there and in Southeast Asia. So we're working with some payment partners, and we're bringing this to some of our clients to really improve their user experience and their products, because oftentimes here when you have to do payments in general in Southeast Asia, the payment experience is broken. You have so many choices, and then you have to do a bank transfer. So we're improving all that, but this is work in progress, and we're doing it with great partners. Now in more concrete terms, there's a lot of information here, but give me just a sec. In more concrete terms, what I can share with you about our architecture is that, of course, we are a cloud agnostic architecture distributed system. We, of course, rely heavily on microservices that are called in Golang, but yeah, there are other parts that are in Python, and there are some small things perhaps in other languages, but our main, programming language is Golang. And as you can see here, there are many components, but at the core of what we have here is actually our data lake or our data infrastructure. We leverage Kafka to receive data and to be able to receive all these streams of data and process that, so that data becomes available for other services. Because we receive massive amounts of data, so we have to leverage Kafka. And then this data lake and this data layer allows other services to consume data, to encrypt the data, and to really store it in a way that is easy to process, is easy to actually provide multiple services. And for services, as I mentioned earlier, these services are account aggregation, credit scoring, payments initiation, and different verification, data points. But there are many components that are platform components that are very relevant for what we do. Of course, we are very strong in terms of security and how we manage all that, and how we, add more layers of cybersecurity to protect and safeguard our data and our infrastructure. There is also, or there are other components associated to how we manage the access to the API, which is at the end of the day our core product. And of course, we have some components more related to the development experience of our clients, because they are actually integrating Financier and the Financier API within their own products. So, all these components these are like a big boxes, and when you zoom in, there are many things going on there, but just to share with you, some of the main items here. And talking about the stack, well, there is more to this, but just to mention some of the core technologies that we use. Terraform, infrastructure as a code, that from day one, even we didn't have a company at that time, but we were already thinking of it. And then thank you, Mas Victor, for all this. But from day one, actually, we specified in code everything that had to do with our cloud infrastructure. And because of that, we are cloud agnostic, meaning that we leverage Google Cloud, we leverage AWS, we also leverage Business Geo, and we are able to move our infrastructure easily because everything is just written in code. The servers that we need, the specification in terms of CPU, memory, and the provisioning of all these components is written in code, and Terraform is a great tool for that. And of course, we leverage containers, and Kubernetes is, our orchestrator, and we leverage Kubernetes across these cloud providers. Another important, element in all this is Kong, because our core product is an API. We have to really make sure that we manage properly API at a gateway level, right? Because when you're building an API, there are several components that are common. You have to manage analytics, logging, you have to manage traffic control, you have to manage also different networking parameters. And in Kong, actually, you can all do that all in a very clear way, an easy way. So that's a core element for us, actually. And Kafka, as I mentioned earlier, is also what allows us to stream data, massive amounts of data, and make this data available for all the microservices that we have down there. Of course, we leverage ELK, and we're doing also other work for analytics, but in general, we have this centralized logging infrastructure built on top of ELK. So just to mention some technologies that might be interesting. Now, coming back to our team, well, we are not quite old. As industry veterans, it sounds like we are very super old, but we are not at all. But we have several years of experience in fintech and in different markets. So Payawing here in Indonesia is our COO. He also has experience in Google and working in peer-to-peer lending for a number of years, and also working closely with regulators. And he's also part of all the associations here, AFPI, AFTEC, all things fintech in Indonesia. Payawing is an eminence. And our chief product officer, Ken, also a software engineer, another software engineer. He spent some years in the US and worked in Silicon Valley, and then he also was part of the East Ventures team in recent times. And then he also started Finantiel last year with Edwin and myself. We have also Mas Nasmi. He was supposed to be giving this talk, but I will soon Nasmi. So Mas Nasmi was part of a founding team of Mockapos, and then he went to Traveloka, and he was leading also DevSecOps teams in Gojek recently, and he joined us CTO earlier this year. And myself, well, I'm a guy from the other side of the world, but I've been living in Asia for quite a while, in China, in Singapore, and across Southeast Asia. So yeah, been working in fintech for a while, 12 years now, I think, in the US, in Europe, in China, and Southeast Asia. So yeah, now that I think I'm a bit old, but anyways, all of us, we have this experience and we understand fintech. We understand how hard it is to build financial services and how should be done. Because at the end of the day, what is important when you build financial services is the trust that you earn in the ecosystem, the trust that is given and earned, across regulators, across banks, corporates, and consumers. And how you earn that trust by doing things in the right way, and by making sure that you protect the interests of everyone, protect their data. For us, it's a must to do things in the right way and with the highest standards of security and data privacy. So we also have great supporters across the region. East Ventures, AC Ventures as investors here from Indonesia and also Genesia. But also we have global investors that came to support us because we took part in Y Combinator earlier this year in the Winter 21 batch, the previous one. And that also brought many great supporters. And also we have some angel investors and advisors like Tony Fadell. He's the co-inventor of the iPhone, inventor of the iPod, and he's a visionary. He thinks 30, 50 years ahead, and it's just a pleasure to work with him. Nina is part of the founding team at Grab, and she's awesome. Hui Ling is a former CEO of PayPal and worked for Affirm, and then she's a fintech eminence globally. And Francesco is a fellow open banking founder from Tulare in the UK, and he's also a great support, and we exchange notes often about how things are being developed now in Europe and how things look like here in Indonesia and in Southeast Asia, and we really learn from them. And Francesco, it's a pleasure to work with. We have also more investors and other great people that sometimes don't like to be on the slides. but yeah. But the most important part is, we are working with amazing people, and I'm always moved by the actual grit and how smart and how bright our team is. Here in Indonesia, or for instance Singapore, and also now in Manila, and I think when people join Finantia, I think the bar is a bit high, to be honest with you. Not because we are arrogant or cocky, no. It's because we really make sure that, you know, you are aligned also with all this, with the mission first. You believe in what we're doing, and at the same time, you're humble and you're hungry and you're ready to learn, and you are ready to take control of your journey, and you're ready to give it all. But also at the same time, you are a team player, and you also help your colleagues, and maybe later I will mention a bit more about our culture. But we are really a company where the success is a collective success. It's not because of a few. It's because everyone is doing their part, playing their role, and doing their best. So I'm impressed also, and I'm moved by the quality of professionals and individuals that we have in the team. We're going 60, 65 okay, strong in terms of the number of colleagues, and everyone really is aligned with our mission, and everyone wants to make this happen, and everyone is playing their part. And oftentimes I'm asked, by investors or by people, what keeps me up at night, and it's not fundraising. Sometimes it's product and clients, of course. We do care a lot about that, but what keeps me up at night is the team that we have. And for me, it's a personal mission to make sure that everyone is doing well and everyone has the right tools to develop professionally and grow personally as well within the company. And yeah, maybe I can tell you more about a few initiatives, but we have here awesome professionals. Some of them joined recently, but they are already making a huge impact within Finantia. So yeah, this is something I was mentioning a bit earlier about our culture and how we believe in this collective success, and how we believe also in individuals, and how we really make sure that everyone is doing well and everyone has the right environment to flourish and to develop, to grow. I think we have a set of operating principles that maybe I can mention here. And these operating principles are not really boring words. When many companies are incorporated, they define values: integrity, transparency. I don't know, they just put a word and they write something. Well, for us, our operating principles are really actionable items, and everyone is fully aligned on that. And maybe I can mention a few, but we do optimize for trust. I mean, we do things in the right way, and we earn the trust from everyone in the ecosystem, because we take maybe the hardest path. Sometimes you are tempted to take a shortcut and to do things that might be easy, but those things might not last long, right? So all the time we not like we take the hardest route because we think, is like we blindly take the hardest path because we think it's right. No, because sometimes, especially in financial services, you cannot move fast and break things. You have to do it in the right way, and you have to work with everyone within the ecosystem to build things that are long lasting. And we really optimize for trust. Seek excellence is another operating principle for us, and that means that within the company and also among each other in the company, we all the time help out and help each other to do things better. Another time, build these feedback loops where we never think that what we're doing perhaps is good enough. We all the time want to push even harder and do it better. And in that way, we make sure that we're also building things in the right way and providing the best solutions for our clients. And also, in the company, to the one another, we help each other to grow and to do things better. So all the time we give this concrete feedback with context, feedback that helps you to really do things better. And all of us receive feedback. I receive feedback all the time. So I also keep improving myself. So that is very important. The excellence, seek excellence, because that also set us apart in our journey. Of course, respect and professionalism are very important. So we are in a professional setting, so we want everyone to feel welcome, to be welcome, and to have the right environment just to grow professionally. And it's very important that we conduct and behave in the proper way. So we sometimes this might sound like a bare minimum, but in my experience and in the experience of others, in the past, maybe we didn't have the best experiences working in some companies. Some of them are too vertical. Sometimes you don't have even the freedom or responsibility to do things that matter to you. Sometimes you're restricted to do small things. Now here in Financial, we really make sure that you have the right environment to grow. And I think, well, there are more, but maybe later we can talk more about it in the Q&A. But culture for us is, like Tony Hsieh said, from Suppose, culture is destiny. And yeah, culture is destiny for us. Culture is our secret weapon. That's how I like to put it. And some of the things that we do, and there are more things that we are doing and looking to do, but we really take care of everyone. We're working remotely still, most of us. So we have to really make sure that everyone has the right environment. We also want to make sure that everyone has the chance to talk to one another, to know more about each other, right? So that's why we have free lunches every week, where you just have a table in Zoom with other people, like you are sitting next to each other, but virtually. And then, these free lunches that you can order and also share with your household. And, you just talk about anything, but not about work. You just, talk about your hobbies, things that, you want to share about, I don't know, your pets, or, things that are fun, or anything. And in this way, we discover many, many hidden talents, like people that sings, people that play instruments, people that, is a huge fan of some certain movies or certain authors or idols, etc. And also we are able to form little clubs about gym, about this, about music, about chess, anything. So, this happens because we have this safe space to really share about these experiences, and it's not only about work, right? We really care about people beyond that. We have some care packages as well. Sometimes we send and we receive some interesting goodies, surprise. It's just randomly sent sometimes, randomly sent. We're also implementing something. Of course, you can work from anywhere, but we're implementing something. Later on, we're going to share more about it publicly, but we're opening an office in Bali. So that's a little hint for you. So maybe you can just go there and work from Bali, and all covered by Finantier, of course. And this is another one that is quite unique and very helpful. We have an extra holiday for the whole company. Like, you are not supposed to work. You don't have to work, actually. and yesterday, I think we had one. Yeah, yesterday was our Financial Wellness Day for November. And this day, everyone is just, no one is working. This is an extra holiday. And on top of this, you have your own leaves and holidays and all that, right? But this is a holiday where just everyone rests or do whatever, anything you want, but not working. And we have multiple policies, like no chat after 6 p.m. We have multiple policies, and all that to really, improve and help in terms of mental health. We had a very tough year, everyone, right? So we definitely need to provide this safe space and these activities for everyone to just chill, relax, re-energize, and be ready to come back to work and be productive. But making sure that we also don't stress ourselves and have proper time to rest, to spend with family or with friends, or to do pretty much anything we want and enjoy, because work is important, but it's not the most important thing, and we need to be clear on that. And I think everyone in the company understands that. And that's why we are working in all these initiatives, and more to come. I think in the future, with the people's team, we're going to be more public about all the things that we're doing and we're going to do. If some other companies decide to adopt this, great, and maybe we can exchange notes. But we don't do this for marketing purpose in general. We really believe it's just doing things that lead to better outcomes for everyone in the company. And yeah, happy to maybe tell you more about it later. And this is the part where I have to say what we're looking for. We're looking for across many roles and departments. We are hiring aggressively. But for internships, of course, software engineering internships, data engineering internships, and product management internships, you are going to work with great professionals. Our software engineering team, our engineering team comes from, companies like Gojek and, other fintechs. And you can really learn and also teach others about many different things. So software engineering internship amazing just to work in microservices and working things at a scale, very important, and real work things. Okay, not toy projects, real stuff. Okay, hardcore, quite hardcore. For data engineering, of course, we are an API, a data company, so this is quite relevant. And working in different machine learning, analytics, and different initiatives over there. Again, real stuff, cool stuff, and stuff that you can actually measure its impact. Very important. For product management, we have amazing product managers. We have MD, we have Cecilia, we have Irvan, awesome professionals here in Indonesia. We have Fergus, a leader in the team. He comes from a Stripe. He gave a talk actually 2 days ago, I believe. And so great learning experience, learning opportunity. So please hit us up because we would love to hear from you. We'd love to onboard you and to maybe also learn from you. Okay, this is always bi-directional, and that's also what we believe in Finantier. So please reach out. These are the channels. You can just email us, you can go to our website, or you can just contact us in LinkedIn, or scan this thing that I'm not sure where it's going, maybe to our website. I think also our website and careers. But yeah, please reach us because there are plenty of opportunities here for internships, also full-time roles. As I said, we are hiring across all the departments. So yeah, I think that's all for my talk. But I think I can stop sharing now. And maybe if there are some questions.
Hi. Okay, thank you so much for your talk. That was like super insightful. I see no questions in the chat, but I have some personal questions myself.
Sure.
So you did mention that you did not come from Indonesia, but why did you decide to start up Finantier in Indonesia or in general? Like, I know you're expanding in Southeast Asia in general. So why did you choose specifically this region versus, I don't know, just other places?
From the fact that you don't know other places, that actually it's a very good sign that we're starting in the right place. Just saying. Well, just to tell you a bit more about my background, and I think you already covered that at the beginning, but I'm a software engineer from Argentina. But I started working for Lending Club, one of the pioneers in peer-to-peer lending in the US, like more than a decade ago. And after that, I got a chance to go to China, to travel to China. And, I was part of a founding team of Liangrong. That's another peer-to-peer lending firm, like the Lending Club, but in China at that time. And I remained in China for almost 5 years, building infrastructure, building, different products for lending, underwriting, and, multiple things. And after that, I came to Southeast Asia, and this is like 6 years ago now, a bit more than that now. And when I came to Southeast Asia, to Singapore and to the region, I became a CTO of multiple fintech startups. So I got a chance to work with many founders building fintech products for the region, for Singapore, but also for Malaysia, for Hong Kong, Philippines, Indonesia, and so on. And what happened multiple times is those teams and founders, I was the CTO for these companies. I helped them build products and teams, but we noticed that we needed better infrastructure to build our products. We needed more data, and it was very hard to build, some underwriting and scoring models. It was very hard to build better lending and payment experiences because there wasn't infrastructure in place to build something, and we had to build everything from scratch, and that was very costly. And sometimes, that wasn't the actual core business of my partners or my clients or those companies. And all that experience in a way led to Staff Financier, because someone has to do this, someone has to build infrastructure, and someone has to do it in the right way. So that is why, and I've been in this side of the world for a number of years now. But also, when you look at the market in Southeast Asia, Indonesia represents almost 50% of Southeast Asia. So Indonesia is massive, and many things are happening here in Indonesia. In terms of regulation, in terms of adoption of digital financial services or digital services, and infrastructure is getting better and better. So all that led to really, Staff Financier. And why start perhaps in a smaller market? Maybe Singapore is very small to do something, right? No offense to our Singaporean friends, but it's a tiny place compared to Indonesia. And other places across Southeast Asia are not yet at the stage where Indonesia is today. So many are lagging behind 2, 3, or even 5 years. So the time is now, and is here, and is where we can make the most, impact. So that's why Financier, and that's why Indonesia first. But also, we are doing some work in other places. And again, as I said, why not beyond Southeast Asia in the future?
And also, I know a lot of people, we don't see a lot of fintech startups right now. I mean, it's at least to me, I feel like it's slowing down. And I think that also has to do with a lot of regulations, of course. So, how do you gain legitimacy entering into the fintech industry? Because I know a lot of people, for good reason, are very iffy about a lot of fintech startups. So, how do you gain that legitimacy? How do you gain that trust when you're first starting out?
Wow, this is such a deep and important question, actually. And the most important thing is actually to do things in the right way and to work with all the parties in the ecosystem, meaning government through the regulators, meaning corporates and banks and financial institutions, and to build a platform also that has the right incentives for everyone to be part of. Because if you don't build the right incentives for everyone to work with you, then no one is going to respect, no one is going to trust you, and maybe some or others will see you as a threat. And at the same time, you might not have also the best interest, the interest of the consumers in your heart. You might just do things in a more opportunistic way, or others might be a bit scammy, especially in the lending side of things. So what you have to do is really work with everyone and build the right incentives. So in concrete terms, really help with regulation, really help with concrete solutions. This is what we are doing to address these risks, to address these issues, and bring it to the government and discuss, look, this is how we can work together, this is what we can do, and this is how it's been done in other places. This is what we believe is the right solution for Indonesia. And as regulation, as legislation, and different pieces in let's say legislative Bank Indonesia or JK are taking shape, we are here to play our part and to actually build what is being legislated. And when you work with big companies, big clients, massive clients, wallets, banks, as clients of Financier, for example, what they actually want and what they're looking for, and that's also why they're very supportive, that level of comfort that we are working with regulators and we are doing this in a transparent way. And that's how you earn legitimacy. That's how you earn trust, just by doing things in the right way. And as I said earlier, this might be difficult. Sometimes, it must be slow because we work with multiple parties and, not everyone might move as fast as we do, right? But this is what we have to do. And this is our commitment to Indonesia and also to Southeast Asia as we continue expanding. Really do things in a way that protect consumers, their data, the privacy, and also bring into regulators concrete actions and concrete products.
Yeah. And I guess a follow up question is, how do you compete with very big trust. I guess it is a very different business model. Um, but I know there are big fintech companies like Zendit that have similar services in terms of payment systems, like integrated payment systems. So how do you compete with a much bigger name? And how, yeah, just I know it's once again kind of the same question, but it's like, how do you gain that trust, and how do you just like, yeah, how do you compete with like such a big name that's already established a lot of
Sure.
a
We're
big.
actually good. We're actually good friends with Sandy, with Moses, and the team. So it's more about, the market is not a zero sum game. So the market is ever growing, and companies cannot do it all. Companies can specialize in different products in different segments, and there are winners in different areas. When it comes to payments, yes, of course, and it is doing a great job. Um, but also there is more that can be done in that space. And when it comes to data, well, it's not what Send is doing. So, we really focus in different segments. And in general, big institutions tend to work with many partners, many different companies, many providers. What we cover goes a long way because, open finance, as I mentioned, is something broader in terms of data. But the products that we build on top of that are more inclusive and might be better than others, of course, because others might only leverage telco data, perhaps, and
Mhm.
that maybe is not that useful for credit scoring today. So, as I was saying earlier, there are in general multiple winners, and the market is massive out there. There is an untapped potential in the underbanked and unbanked and underserved sector, and maybe those are not able to use Send It today because they don't have a way to operate through a payment gateway. But if we can help them to be onboarded in a service that is using Send It, then we're effectively helping out each other. So that's how we see ourselves, our relationship in this ecosystem, really complementing each other and specializing in different segments. So we can call that, sure, competition, but I see this more as a relationship where we help out each other.
That's actually really interesting. Um, I guess like it's a very mutually beneficial relationship, and it's very interesting how you understand each other in the ecosystem and how there's a place for everyone. So I find that super interesting. But yeah, and so something I told you that I was really curious about is Financier's journey into Y Combinator. Um,
Mhm.
like just um did you have like an MVP? I don't know if that's too much, but like, did you guys have an MVP? What was it like going into Y Combinator and just like your experience there?
Okay. Maybe I can tell a bit about our experience, and maybe I can tell you how to get into Y Combinator. No, I'm kidding. This is I can tell you a few things, but at the end of the day, they decide who they take or not. But
Yeah.
mm, this takes us back to September 2020, when we just applied the last day for Y Combinator. We record our video. You have to record a video of 1 minute pitching, and we sent it, and then we got an interview. We didn't expect to get in, or we didn't expect to actually take part, but we did it, and thanks Pat Kang for insisting, I guess. But yeah, we got into YC. We did our interview. The interview is very particular. It's very tough. Today, I'm also sometimes, jumping with some sessions with others that are getting into YC or looking into YC. But the interview is very tough. It's just 10 minutes, with 50 questions. You have to answer in 10, 15 seconds, and you have the partners with poker face and asking very tough questions. But we got into YC, and it was a truly remarkable experience for me to be able to network and work with all these great entrepreneurs. One day you have a session with Airbnb founders, Stripe founders, and everyone will come, and everyone is approachable. You can schedule office hours. The partners in YC are all great people. And at the end of the day, YC is actually what you want to make out of YC. I mean, no one is pushing you to do anything. everything is up to you there. And what it is actually a huge leverage for your company, for your career, and to really, get to know these partners and all this community that is awesome. And I've been to other incubators, accelerators in the past for other reasons. No one is even a bit closer. No one is really comparable to the experience that you get in YC. I know there might be a lot of hype around it, but in concrete terms, it's extremely helpful. Not only for fundraising reasons, but also at an operational level. The level of advice that you get, the concrete feedback and advice and help that you get, you will not get that anywhere else. So, but how you get there, you don't have to even have an MVP. You don't have to even have a company. What you really need is actually a problem and the ambition, perhaps, and the grit, and maybe a team, one or two together or three, but really a team that has the expertise in certain areas. Because yeah, YC might invest in what you're doing, in the problem, not the product. Maybe you're working in a problem that is big enough, but at the end of the day, they support individuals. They think that the team is a solid team and got what it takes to build something. And many even pivot. Many they just get into YC and then just do something else after YC or during YC because maybe the idea wasn't big enough or interesting enough. But at the end of the day, YC really supports people, and they're looking for individuals that have the grit, the ambition, and certain level of expertise in certain areas. So yeah, that's what I can tell.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Um, um, I guess I personally don't have any more questions. I really enjoyed that talk. Um, if there is anything you want to talk about or anything you want to touch on or clarify, feel free to do so. We still have 3 minutes, but we could always extend it a little bit more because we have a break after, so it's fine.
Sure.
But yeah, I'll think if I have any questions, I will get back on you on that too.
Sure. No, just I want to mention perhaps for those that will be keen to join us, feel free to reach out. And I think I said this earlier, but what we're doing, all of us believe in the mission and what we're doing, and work is important, but it's really important that you as an individual, as a professional, you grow, because that's also how Volunteer grows. If you grow, if everyone grow in the team, also the company, the platform grows, and we truly invest on all that, and making sure that everyone has the right resources. And personally, I'm the CEO, but I'm the chief cheerleading officer. I'm always there to support our team, like everyone does actually, to each other, to the one another. But it's very important that individuals and professionals, especially young professionals, understand that the time is now and you are in control of it. You are in control of your destiny and your journey. And in Volunteer, we give you the right tools. We give you a problem that is big enough and impactful enough for you to make a contribution. But at the end of the day, you are in control of your journey, your career. You need to make a good use of your time, and keep learning and growing. For us and for me, it's just my responsibility is just to provide the right environment and opportunities for everyone to just unleash their potential. But yeah, just like I said, not advice, because who am I to give any advice? Just sharing with you that there is put that little sense of urgency, not in a bad way, just urgency, like the time is now and you are in full control of it. You go for it, and take on new challenges to grow personally and professionally. You also meet great people along the way that can help you, and if that happens to be the financial team, that would be great. But yeah, I just want to share this little piece of, not advice, but just how actually we see things, or I see things, especially when we work with young talent. And just keep yourself hungry, stay hungry, right? And seek for some impactful work, something that would really make you feel like you are also not only progressing uh, professionally but personally. You are doing something meaningful for someone else, right? For a client, for a customer, for people out there, and you'll be able to see that in the future. So I think this is a very fulfilling experience to be part of Finantia.
Speaking on that, do you guys offer summer internships? That's a personal question.
Of course.
Like,
Well, summer, to be honest, we are in a region where summer is all year, right? So I'm
yeah.
not sure how you define summer, but of course we're more than open to summer, winter, fall, anytime internships, all the time open.
Yeah.
And also full-time roles. So, and also we are really flexible in this matter. I mean, it's really up to you, your schedule, your time, and how you want to go about working in Finantia. We are extremely flexible and we go on a case basis. So yeah, please reach out.
Yeah, of course. And by summer, I was thinking of American summer, which is like May to August. But yeah.
Of course,
Um,
more than happy to. Yeah, you already know us, so please.
that is true. And for everyone who's watching, if you guys need the contact of Finantier, or if you want to ask additional questions, we have emails. You can ask us for emails, but we also have that in the Discord channel, which I think Finantier is part of. So you guys can always answer the questions over there. Yeah, that is our main point of contact, but we also do emails, YouTube comments, everything. We have it. So thank you so much, Finantier, and thank you so much, Diego. It's been an honor having you guys talk with Garuda, and yeah, and we hope to continue this partnership long into the future.
Thanks a lot, Emily. Thanks a lot, Garuda. It's been a pleasure to be here, and all of us will be participating since Thursday, I believe. So great event, and for sure, we'll continue to participate in the future. So thanks a lot, everyone.
Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for watching. We will have a short 1 hour break before we move on to our next event. So hang on tight and thank you so much.